do work both inside and outside the game by their own time.
We usually train about 4 to 6 hours a day.
As a team, we might play 6-7 hours.
Yo, what's up? Johnny here, back with more Call of Duty Mobile. Hope you guys doing great. Today is the last day of the World Championship 2025. It's the finals, and we only have 3 teams left, guys. So I can show you the bracket real quick. I have it somewhere here. There you go. So this is looking like this. It's a double elimination, the finals, right? So what will happen is the first match will happen, and then the loser will go at the bottom, because the both teams on top didn't lose. So the loser will go at the bottom, and they will face Stalwart Esports. And then the winner will go to the finals. So there's a possibility that the 2 teams on top will face each other again in the finals. And I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, but the team that will go to the final on top didn't lose. So if they lose the final, usually they have to play again. I'm not sure if they have that rule in the champs. You guys remember last year? What happens if the undefeated team loses in the final? Do they have to replay? It could be a long day, because I think it's best of 5 on the semifinals and best of 7 on the finals. So yeah, it could be a pretty long championship finals. Last day today, and that's it. After today, it's over. So we're gonna do that watch party together. Gonna watch the live stream and react to it together. I'll have some questions for you guys, and I think you can also watch it in the game to earn rewards. But I don't know if it's I don't know if it's all old rewards. I'll have to check. I'm gonna open my game right now. But hey, before we get into it, guys, this live stream is sponsored by Call of Duty Mobile. So shout out to COD Mobile for sponsoring today's live stream. You guys can download the game for free, link in the description. But yeah, we're gonna jump into this. We're gonna also jump back and forth into the game between matchups. Like if there's like long downtimes, we're gonna do other stuff at the same time. I'll also check if I get my my new shotgun from the battle pass. I don't know, maybe I'll grind a bit of camo, but yeah, that's gonna be the plan. The live broadcast is gonna start in 8 minutes, so just gonna open my game and see if they have rewards for watching. Now I know they have rewards. I want to see if they're I want to see if it's old rewards. See if you click here. So what's the name of that shotgun? Wait, it's a shotgun, but it says FHJ 18 World Championship 2025 Finals. It's not. It's new rewards. What about that skin? Vanguard Night Spotter. Do I have that? You guys tell me in the chat, by the way. Vanguard Night Spotter. Vanguard. I don't have it. So I should let my game play in the background then. But I didn't charge my iPad. I'll just go back to this, and I'll charge my iPad while we watch. It's at 80%. It's not too bad. You guys know if like yesterday's reward were new, or is just today's reward? Reading the chat. Welcome to the stream, by the way, guys. Say hi. Say hi if you're watching or lurking. I want to see who's here. Yalik is here. Wait. Okay. Yalik. That's cool. Templar, what's up? We got Michael. I was gonna buy the new Odin, but since I have the Mythic, I bought the Mythic Type 25 instead. Yeah, of course. If you have Mythic Odin, there's a new draw for the World Championships, and it's an Odin. Like, if you always gonna go back to that mythic Odin, that championship one may be just for the collection. Yeah, it's a good move to buy something different that you don't have, and you know you're gonna use it more. Talking about Type 25, can you guys type what are the top 5 guns this year in the champs? Did you notice any gun that just seems more popular? I noticed the XM4 and the VMP. The Tundra, the guy's talking about the Tundra right now. Is it the most popular sniper? He's talking about his attachments also. R1 in global in the game, but in Garena only on YouTube. Oh, really? Livingstone, how are you? Pretty good, man. Thank you. Iceman, what's up? Midarastrix. Only Sophia was old. Everything else was new. I missed the rewards. Damn, I didn't watch in the game. I was watching on YouTube. But you can you go back and watch the old ones? I don't know, but I'll have to let my game play in the background. The characters were repeat, but today's character is new. Yeah, well, I'll grab it then. I'll just charge my iPad and try to grab it. Odin. Oh, you see a lot of Odin in the champs? USS 9, of course. XM4, VMP, Tundra. So that would be the 5 most popular. Yeah, I know this XM4. I know this VMP. I was assuming Tundra is the best sniper, but yeah, USS 9 I forgot. And Odin would be a top 2 AR with XM4. Any other ARs you seen a lot, guys? Charlie was also a reissue. Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, okay. Anyways, yeah, let's go. Let's see what they have to say.
I chose this emoji because he's really,
also
like an unpredictable guy. So Jai, I picked Cold because he's ice cold. For me, he's really the best in our team. He's our star player. Clove,
how does it sound, guys? Is it loud enough?
Laugh all the time. He's always crazy. Gives our energy up.
Oh, Type 19, really?
Yeah. I chose this emoji for him because
I watched a few games, but I didn't watch the whole broadcast because I was doing other stuff.
Palita, on the other hand,
Charlie was from 2022.
Just because he creates a wonderful place for us, for the team. He's basically our coach. Always stay up, creating those great plays just for us to win those trophies. So yeah, that's basically it.
What's up, guys? Ayo Raf. So we're currently going to be going through a pro player's loadout. I am personally a sub and heavy player, so I'm a machine gun and shotgun player. But my personal favorite in this
really?
is probably going to be the
BY15. This is OG, man.
But the VMP takes that throne for #1 spot, honestly.
VMP.
So I'll be showing you guys my personal and everybody's.
People like to use the default base version sometimes, right?
Heavy barrel, great attachment to use. Gotta go with the rapid fire. It's crucial. And this one's honestly where a lot of pro players differentiate. I personally like the integrated grip set, but other players do like the Phoenix grip set. It just comes down to how you like to play as a player person. I'd probably go for the integrated grip set though. And then for secondaries, honestly, melees are the best. I feel like
there's not just one
you gotta go with the
best loadout.
Fighters,
different players use different loadouts.
Down to the operator.
Depends on your playstyle and personal preference.
It's really fun, just running gun, Rambo style, really great. The 3 perks, gotta go lightweight. You gotta go.
I would say PKM. You saw a lot.
But I believe
I didn't notice LMGs
third option
so far.
You gotta go with that silence. It's a crucial must-have. Now, obviously, in pro
not
players,
today.
you know, you gotta use these 3 score streaks. You gotta go EMP. Predator,
yeah, a lot of stuff is banned. I was gonna say before the start, you won't see Martyr, right? Pros don't use Martyrdom, right? How about the bubble grenade? Nobody used that in comps.
Very underrated. Besides that, this is my loadout.
I think it's everyone. I cannot say.
I believe the greatest of all time will be, his name is Sai from Wolves. He has achieved a lot of MVPs.
In my opinion, PJ and Unzite are really demons in the game. I think the best tactician player right now is Zai.
The best tactician, I think it's Zai.
Because he's got a good reputation, huh?
Tournament I've played against, it must have been Susano from Elevate.
So Elevate are on the first matchup.
From galleries.
It's Elevate Puck now. They got sponsorship. And they
has
changed their name to
maybe the best
Elevate
aim.
Puck.
Zai. I think the player that has the best aim would be Lucasin.
In my humble opinion, I think Lucasin has the best
Just
aim in the
imagine
game.
people
I've seen
talk
his game
about
plays.
you
I
like
think
that.
his aim is
You have the
really,
best aim.
Really, really good.
Martyr is banned.
I would
Hey,
go
do you
with,
think they would
Inly
use it
from, Q9.
if it wasn't?
Good
Probably
two
the
trophies and
OBJ
extremely
players,
good
maybe.
side From Wolves.
Right now, I'd give it a Zai.
So if they
think the
kill you
goal
but
must
you
be
one tap
Zai.
them,
The
then they're
greatest,
gonna
I
die.
would say Zai.
It's gonna be me. in
Hey,
the future.
Battleborn, what's up? See, they have Puck on the front. Crazy. It wasn't banned back then and they banned it. But were they using it or they just banned as a precaution? Like, was it too toxic? So that's the first matchup. Hey, I'm gonna try to get to him. Just get. We can do a poll. Okay, who you got on round one?
Thanks, Blair. Go, 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 go. Has anybody seen Puckett? I haven't seen... Is he all right? Okay, we've arrived. This is it. It's Championship Sunday. COD Mobile World Championships begins. Imagine this. A few years ago, you download a game onto your phone just to see what it's like, just to pass some time. But you don't just like it. You fall in love with it. You grind that game to the point where your friends don't understand. Your relatives definitely don't understand, but you know there's something about this game that speaks to you. Fast forward to a cold November Sunday.
Okay. Wait, are we...
And you have the opportunity of a
Yeah, I started a poll.
out of all of the tens of millions of players of the game that you love, you have a chance to show the world that you are the best at it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships 2025. Welcome to Championship Sunday.
I'm excited, man. I'm excited. Once a year, bro. It's like once a year. I wish I would go there once, man. But I'm not gonna go to Poland. If it's in America or Canada, I don't know, man. It would be a nice experience to be there live.
Yeah, we're here at the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships 2025. We've got the best teams in the world in Call of Duty Mobile fighing out for the title of World Champions.
And they are sending
I'm gonna end the poll when the game starts. So no cheating. You guys can vote.
He's defusing, he's committing, but he's not gonna be able to do it.
And there they are.
Yeah, that trophy is insane, man.
This year's level at this World Championships has been ridiculous.
The teams that made it to the semifinals
Yeah, I think it's
have
best of
the
5
highest cohesion and the
then
best
best of
dynamic.
7.
You can't just be good at one
Elevate's
mode,
from
you have to be
Canada?
good at
No, there's no
hard
team
search
from
history
America
and
now.
control, and you do have to have a lot of trust in your
No,
teammates.
what I
and
said
I think
is-
some of the best team in the world, their team chemistry is on point.
But I said if
communication's on point.
I
They're
would
really
love
just
to
separate
go
the
there
best from
and
the rest of
watch live one day, but not in Poland. It's too expensive to travel across the world. But if the championship finals are ever around here, I would like to go.
The best championship we've ever had.
Who am I voting for? I don't know if I have a favorite. No, I just want to enjoy. I don't cheer. I just want to enjoy And I like to cheer for the underdogs. So whenever someone's behind, I hope they come back.
Every single game, he's been insane.
But when the game starts, I just want a good game. I don't want people to get destroyed. I want it to be close. So it's 2 China, 2 Garena. No, 1 China, 2 Garena. It's 3 teams
It's going to be
remaining.
a lot
Okay.
more meticulous than the opening few rounds just because of the level of competition.
So Elevate's
Once we get to
from
top 3, it's
Garena,
going to be
right?
that close.
It's finals day, man. I cannot wait for this.
Well, you guys are voting for Elevate. I'll see.
Congratulations, you have made it. Welcome to the 2025 Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. I'm your host, Chris Puckett, to start the day. Glitter Explosions will be joining me on the desk a little bit later, but we have a jam-packed championship Sunday for you. The 3 best teams in the world have made it here today to compete for the $350,000 grand prize, and more importantly, the title of 2025 champs. Joining me on the desk to start the day, though, we've got the best dressed duo. They go by the name of Proper and, of course, Mr. I Hold Shift. How we feeling today, Andy? It's a championship Sunday. The vibes seem to be very high here in the venue.
Oh, it absolutely was, man.
What's the
It's
phone
off
this
the gas
year?
like that. Best dressed caster duo. I'll take that every single day, man, and especially on Sunday. The vibes are high and the games are about to slap.
Alan, you have been cranking the spreadsheets. What are the numbers
Which OP
telling you
guns
about
can
Call of
replace
Duty Mobile
USS
right now?
9? The VMP, it's a SMG.
Come closer. Zoom in on me. Come a little
It's
closer.
a 1+.
I don't care about no numbers today. This feels like who's got passion is going to walk away with that big old trophy on the main stage. Know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying, and I hope people are saying some noise on Twitter right now. If you guys haven't already, join the conversation. We have been quite social, a lot of highlights, and some of the best clips we've seen from CODM making their way. Shout out to my guy Space. He's clipping every single highlight so far. Same thing with Real
It's
Bobby
a lot of
Plays.
money.
But get on social, spread the word, let the people know this is the World Championship for one of the most exciting ways to watch Call of Duty on the planet. And we've got a jam-packed day, but only 3 teams. So catch me up. How did we get to this point in the tournament?
We started off completely with 16 teams. Started off with the group stage, whittled it down to a top 8 double elimination bracket, and it
That was a
ended
long
with
weekend.
a lot of people just assuming that we were going to see a Chinese grand finals. Wolves were looking good, all things considered, not playing with their star SMG of Rise, but nonetheless, we have 2 Garena teams ready to fight for the better lion's share of the prize pool today.
All right, speaking of that prize pool, it's pretty
Some
massive
teams were
here. This is your
incomplete
biggest
and they had
check
to
of
mix
the year,
and
though.
match.
If you are a Call
I
of Duty
wonder how
Mobile
they
player
did.
with 350 grand up for grabs, that is the top spot. You get to the finals, though, you're guaranteed 6 figures. 3rd place, already
want me to place my
80,000 in
cam?
the bank. But Alan, I'm looking at that. I'm looking at my teammates. I'm saying, you guys want another 50K? You guys want another 55?
Yeah,
Should we do
for
this?
real.
One match. That's all we need.
I mean, it is life-changing amounts of money. I think Ian's intro was very appropriate. Like, imagine one day you just decided to pick up
You
your
say
phone and said,
Elevate's
I
from
want to play some
Canada?
Call of Duty.
You
And
guys
now you
said
find
Chinese and
yourself
Garena.
here with a chance to walk away with money that could set you up for life. It's unbelievable, and it's going to be, I think, real hot. All 3 of these teams look like they're prime and ready to possibly take that trophy today.
If you joined us on day 1, the surprises happened in the group stages, but as we got to the bracket, it seemed to shape out the way we expected. That was up until the end of last night when Stalwart Esports sent Wolves, our 23 champs, packing.
Yeah, and there's a lot of expectations around Wolves. We talk about the substitution that came through because of the travel issues. But I would say that series could be categorized by one
So who
word.
beat Stalwart? It was
Passion.
Q9.
Stalwart just wanted it more. You could hear it on stage. I wasn't necessarily, we weren't even on that broadcast.
So Q9 beat Stalwart 3-1. They might face each other again.
And they looked good in it.
And of course, at
Did
the top, the only
Elevate
2
play
teams that have
Q9
not lost
in the
a
whole
match
weekend?
yet. Elevate Puck taking on Q9.
I don't think
this
they
is
did.
the showdown everyone has been waiting for.
Oh my
this
God.
will be our decider to find
All
out
right.
who moves into that first spot in the grand finals.
Imagine
from Elevate's POV, you're
if
very
Elevate
elated
wins
to end
now,
up seeing a
Q9
winners
goes at the
bracket
bottom
final
and
versus
face
Q9. You go in towards
Stalwart
that best of 5
again.
versus Wolves yesterday.
They
Everybody
already
was ready
beat
to write
them.
off. Even a lot of the talent team as well. You know who you
So
are.
they know
But
each
even more
other.
so than that, I think yesterday you're continuously seeing
The
what
best of
Alan
the
was already
best.
talking about, the passion bleeding
But
through these
Wolves,
players.
what
It is
happened, man? That was
constantly
close,
an
huh?
ebb and
3-2.
flow for a lot of these guys to really showcase what they have on the
Is
international
it best of
stage.
5
And they
now?
left it all out there, including Wolves, Gallerus, a lot of teams that are coming from very far away to compete for such a massive prize pool.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of instances when it came down to that new gen Ninja squad and
It says
OUG,
United
and
States.
for that matter, teams like Animus who were
People people said China and Garena.
Ways, but we're able to at least provide, I think,
Well, we
special
agree
New
Q9's from
Ninjas,
China.
A lot of us to look at. So, yeah, New Gen Ninjas in particular, I thought they put together
But
a really
what about
solid
Star
run.
Wars?
They keep India on the map. I think the region
Okay,
as a
where
whole
you
could be
see
really
that?
proud of the fact that they came in as a mixed group and were able to find that much success. However, the big story
yeah, they
is
were missing a
Q9.
player. See, so that sucks, man.
So good in hardpoint.
So good.
That's going to have to be the case here today because our other two teams are also very prevalent in the respawn game modes.
Brazil not
Okay,
getting as far as
so
they were hoping
VMP,
for. The Latam crew has gone
XM4,
top three, top
Odin,
four. They battled in the
VMP.
opening round of elimination bracket. Galore is able to finish top 6. As we take a look, though, at last year, this is what went down in a grand final. We are expecting
Wow,
a
how was it
7-game series when you have
4-0?
two squads of this caliber.
Oh,
It was
because it's
a
the best of
4-3
7,
round.
first to win.
The maps
Man,
were so
they
tight.
4-0 them.
Were photo finishes. You also had the search and destroy nearly go to extras.
Oh, no,
where
it's-
that was a series that I would classify
yeah.
by mid-round adaptation.
It is the finals of
and
2024.
adjustment that Elevate were able to do because Q9 were still one of the top dogs in search and destroy last year. They come into this event as probably the best
Man, they
search
must
and
be
destroy team in
nervous
the
as
world.
freak then.
And now you have an opportunity to kind of square up and possibly see those maps in some ways reinstated here this year.
It's
You excited? I'm excited. The winner of this match could be the winner of the final. This is the most important.
Thank you, Puckett. This is it, isn't it? It comes down
Because
to
the loser will
boiling
have to
point
play
because these
more
two teams
games.
are yet
They're
to
gonna
know
be
what a loss
exhausted.
feels like at this tournament. It's the upper bracket final, but as they say in many sports and esports, somebody's O has got to go. So let's
And
bring
the
out
thing
our
is-
next two teams onto the stage, starting with Q9.
Because if Q9 lose, they have to face Tower again. They already face each other. And Q9 will have just finished an exhausting match and will have to play again back-to-back against a rested Stalwart. I don't know if it's good though, but you like to be warm-up.
Their
Like
opponents,
your
please
whole brain is
welcome
already
onto the
on.
stage. It's Elevate.
No, it won't be a super long day, but it could be pretty long. Because now it's best of 5 and the final's best of 7. And I really wonder what happened in the final. If the undefeated team loses, do they replay?
The defending champs, they are locked in.
Because it's double elimination rules.
Cylinders. They look every bit ready to reclaim the throne. One thing that is the only thing
I'm
that is
about to end the
guaranteed
poll,
is
but I
pressure
think you
is at
guys
an
all
all-time high
have
on this
Elevate
stage.
for the
And we've
final.
got a rematch for the edges. Will it be revenge or will we see the champs continue on?
You hate their
Incredible stuff
SND
there
games,
from our
why?
stage host,
Because they're
Ian
good.
Chambers. The players are ready.
Because
Your
they're
match
they're
is
too
loading
passive.
up, and
What's
as
the
they are
problem?
getting onto their cell phones, let's talk a little bit about what
You
we
get
expect
reward
to
for watching this?
elevate
Yeah,
our
in the
top
game you
teams
get
from
a skin
Southeast
today.
Asia, representing the
I'm
Garena
letting
region,
my
taking on
iPad play
one
on
of
the
our top
side.
two
I can
teams from
show you.
China in Q9. Q9, arguably the underdog at this point. They lost last time around, or are you saying with their performance so far in Poland, they're now the favorite over Elevate?
I think that you're constantly going to have to ask Elevate to step up and play up to the
We're always
competition.
asking for
Even
that
last
question.
year
They
at the
didn't
World
step up to the
Championship,
competition.
we
They did
always ask
yesterday
for that
versus
question, and everybody else
You get a Vanguard skin. Vanguard in the night. Vanguard in the night spotter uniform. Yeah, you can leave your phone open on the side and watch.
You and I, we caught the same thing. Yep. There is one man on this stage that has swagger on a whole new level.
Dude, these guys are looking fresh in the all champs white.
I'm
fit right
looking
now.
fresh.
I'll tell you that. And that is a
You don't talk
winner's
about me,
mentality.
huh?
That is a winner's aura to be put on stage right at the get-go of the day today. And I think you look at players like PJ, MVP from last year. He's looking hot, looking solid for Elevate.
We'll be keeping our eyes on Elevate, but first, let's introduce the boys warming up their hands from Q9 representing China.
They warm up
They
with
have played
what?
incredibly
It's
well. They have
towels?
been rarely
You don't.
taken to a
Oh,
game
it's
5.
like
They're
these
not
little
forced to
heat
go to a
pack.
second search. They're
Why?
finishing it in
Why?
4. And if you're looking at the numbers, they
First
have
time
the
I
top
noticed
3
that.
spots when it comes to KD.
They have these little
Only
packs
a
that you put in your
1.3
boots
going
to
positive
warm up their
71 at this point in the
hands.
tournament.
That's
Mounting
insane.
A 1.3 going positive 79.
Is my
and then
camo K
Curly
on the bottom
leading
left?
Everyone with a plus 83 on this stage. The
Yes,
only
you
one
are.
who's really keeping up on the other side for Elevate
Alright,
has
end
been
poll,
PJ.
guys.
So if you're looking at the numbers,
Heat
it
packs
has been slaying
made of
dominance out of
thermite.
Q9.
No, but
have they
why
had
they
the
do that?
quote-unquote
Like, it's
easier
the first
road?
time I see that.
I think it's tough tough to be able to say that, because I mean, Q9, albeit when they were going up against everybody that they played along the way, I mean, like New Gen Ninjas, Slayers, I mean, even Gallerist play with a certain amount of pace, and we got to see what Stalwart Esports were able to play for yesterday as well. That I just think you're getting
maybe
the
it's
best
cold there.
version
Yeah,
of
right.
Nalji
What device are they using? Someone said.
Brody saying he was his most impressive player on the
wait,
weekend.
what did they
Sasano,
say again?
though,
You guys said in the chat like 1 minute ago.
When you put a scope in his hand, but if
what
you're
phones are they using?
Someone
said
above a 1.05 on this squad. He goes
scroll.
by the name of PJ.
I forgot
he has
already.
been the MVP.
OnePlus.
Can he continue to lead the squad
is
here
it
on a championship
OnePlus?
Sunday?
Yes, he can, and it's not.
Yeah, it
just
says
because he
OnePlus
sits
on
there
the back.
numerically the
There's a
highest
square
overall
with a
amount of
1 and a
eliminations.
plus.
It's the role that he fills for this
The
Elevate team,
what version?
especially in respawn. He gets
They have
into the hard
multiple
point
like
either first or second, and his
Pro
staying
Max
presence
like
on those
iPhones,
hills are why
or is
Elevate
just
do
OnePlus?
so well when especially comes to maps like Hacienda.
Did you end
maps
up
like
buying the
Apocalypse
new
in the
Legendary
past,
Championship?
but
Oh
that
no,
is
I
all
didn't
about
buy
what
the
Elevate
draw
are.
yesterday. I was
Get to
watching
the
TV.
OBJ,
I
stay
didn't make a
alive,
video.
find the time.
And
No
also
one better than
yesterday I
DJ.
already
Also
posted a
smiles from
video,
Nubia as he's talking with
like the
coach. Let's
guide
take a look at our
for
maps
the
and
new
modes
game
and how
mode
these
mini
two
game.
teams shape
So I didn't
up
want to post
against
another
each
video on
other.
the same
How
day.
do they perform across their series? Well, both
I don't know
teams
if I'll
sitting
buy
at
it.
100% win rate, 4-0.
71% collection. I'm at 72. I just unlocked the new girl,
2 map losses.
and I
One of
started
those,
playing a little
was
bit.
DQ. So I'm saying they only got 1 on the whole weekend. They have been perfect in hardpoint. Elevate 6-1, both very close in
Yeah,
search
my code they
and
rotate
control.
every
Andy,
year,
do you give a statistical
depending on
edge to one of these
sponsorships.
teams?
But yeah,
I
they
mean,
used
even
to play
numerically,
Sony
it
phones.
almost look like Q9 are the
Where are
clear-cut
they? It's in
favorites, right?
Poland.
Even going back to their run at CDM, their search and destroy bar none the best.
And
in
yeah,
that
they're playing
point in
it in
time,
a
but
live
Elevate, again, they
audience.
come with a certain amount of ante that can
Go
be
for the
and PJ
hammer.
just
Yeah, maybe I'll do that.
explode across an S&D round. And although very fundamentally sound to be able to get these numerical advantages, Elevate come with a certain amount of element that
You
I
guys
feel
let
like
me
a lot
know
of
if
teams
you
just
ever
cannot
want me
prepare
to
for.
place my camera
Alan,
somewhere
we've
else
got
at
the
some point
numbers,
during
and I
the
know we're gonna be
games,
taking a
because I
look
don't
here
know
at some of the big
if I
plays
don't
in just a
pay
little bit, but I
attention.
look at that
Sometimes
12
there
and
might
2
be
map
something
count here for
important there,
Q9,
so
and,
I might
just
move
gotta
it
hear
up
from you,
when they
Proper.
play.
Has it been a team performance? Has it been rotations? Like, what is
JC's unsure
separating this
about buying the
squad
championship
from
mode,
everyone
and
else
then
in
I'm
the tournament for
definitely not
Q9?
buying. Well, because I have just like Michael. It's not because I'm unsure. It's because I have the mythic Odin. I love the
A lot
Odin.
of us were talking about that in the blurb. I believe that Brody actually gave it a fair shot, but
It depends if you're gonna use it. But I'm a collector. I like to collect the mythic guns, but I don't buy all the legendaries. It's too many.
Tool for us here on Championship Sunday.
Buy what you like. Don't
what do you got for us?
Yeah,
like don't do it because of
teams
someone
in the game
else.
when it comes to how they play around the hard point in particular, and I'm going to go to what they did against
I'll spin
Wolves
4
in the
times.
hot
I always
matchup
spin
to
4
start things
times.
off on
If I get
Slums.
lucky,
This is
I'll
a
be
map that
happy,
they've
but-
utilized quite often here this year, and especially in this
Maybe
tournament.
we
but
can do
let's
it
just take a
between
look at what
games.
they do well. This is a really small
Well, we'll
map.
do
They
it. We'll
already
do
have
it
themselves
today.
in a
I'll
great
spin
position
4
after
times on
P1
stream
to get what
between
you
the
want, which is,
matchups.
of course, this back side of the map. Perfect stuff. But it's not just how they get there, it's what they do to set things up afterwards. Your ability to block over towards bricks, your ability to play up through electronics to make sure you've got the opportunity to watch for where pinches come from, and then your main focus fire is what happens right in the middle of the map. So as we watch this start to develop, keep your eye on what happens over towards this bottom side as players start to spawn. This is what I really like about how Elevate play. They start to understand that there's a threat that develops behind them. You make your way around the back, you play for that backside spawn as fast as humanly possible. You isolate, you get you get wolves into a really tough spot, and then you start to see how they set up this hill.
It's very
And
complicated,
really well
man.
done in terms of being able
People
to block
don't
off
realize
the front
that,
side
but
towards mid,
these
as
guys,
well as
they
making sure
practice
this
and
top
they
lane
all know what they
stays
have to
safe the
do,
entire time.
and they
Look at
communicate
how
on the
good they
spot.
are about picking up this pinch, making sure that you're in a good spot to block it first, and then you wrap around to get yourself into a position to stop wolves from ever seeing the front of the hard point. Same thing happens again. Player comes off spawn. What do? You nade the corner, and then again, you make that same route come through the bottom side. We've seen a lot of teams only fight down here in the middle portion of the map, where you get all of this cluster between these tight little areas. But even as this starts to get really, really mixy, and you start to see players for Wolves either find their way towards this lane, or more in particular, hit from the front, now you've got opportunities to get players off spawns to pinch. You got players coming over from the backside spawn to reinforce, and as they lock spawns, they continue.
Yeah,
to
they've
play
been playing
through the
together
middle
for
of
years.
the
That's
map.
also crazy.
Really, really good stuff in terms of how you control space, and that ends up getting them a pretty much instant
Daniel
amount of
heart,
lead
much
throughout
obliged.
this map in
What
particular.
does that
So
say?
really good spawn focus, good objective focus, but also knowing when you can go and pick up a pinch or hit a pinch.
Oh, you
of
got
your
the
own.
hammer in
Brilliant stuff
2
from Elevate.
spins, man.
Excellent
This is
rotations,
insane.
making
Let's go.
sure your back is clean and you are set up to anchor. That has been the difference in hard points, and they came back after being down 2-1 to Wolves to win that series 3-2 to earn their spot here
New
today.
guy, I didn't see
But
that
Elevate
reward
are
for
gonna have their
picking the
hands full
winner.
with a
I
very
didn't see
talented Q9 squad that has showcased some talents of their own. Andy, we've highlighted some individuals.
What do you support? I just want good games. I don't have a favorite. I just want good games. I don't want a beat down like 4-0. I want a good, exciting game. But I don't have a favorite team. I used to cheer for Tribe because they were the only American team.
And last year it was Ulan,
But,
and it seems it's going to be again this year
I mean,
as well.
in the finals, if Tribe was in the finals, or people I know like Vague, I would be cheering for him. But like right now, I don't know these guys, so I'm not attached. I just want good games, man.
Yeah, this is actually onto the Summit, which is a map that we often classify for China as
How
being
about
one
you?
of the mainstays for Hardpoint. And this is actually a little bit deeper in towards what we see over towards P3, which is your first money hill on the back left-hand side. One thing that I really enjoy about what Q9 do is that they're able to get themselves around the back when P2 is still active by playing through the bottom side of the map, and then making sure as they come off spawn, they're blocking towards the top and always keeping eyes at middle. So this is a little bit later in the hard point than I think we initially would have normally expect, but look at, again, how quick they are about getting themselves into good positions to clean up the front. Once they do that, though, this is where Q9 really punishes teams and where their improvements are from where they were at CDM.
He's got a problem with his cord.
With this little push out, you're going to get a spawn behind
He's
the whole time,
he's at the limit.
for free routes to start to develop on the outside
He doesn't
of
have
the map, where you can at worst play
You see his
trade.
cord in the
Really
back.
smart idea for Q9.
He's too
'cause
far,
take a
like
look at
it's
where
too
we are
short.
on the clock. It just
He doesn't
now
have
starts to take over
any
to where the
breathing
spawns
room.
will start to open up. So
Easy.
you've got a battle for the back to who's
Can
going
we
to control
just
these
spam
spawns.
Man of War
Q9
Termite and
are
just
able to
turn it
get
La
control of
Mao?
it first. As they do, same idea. Pause this right here and take a look
See,
back
Battle Bunch
at
is
how
not
they
this
set
year. I didn't
themselves
know.
up
I
to
didn't see
hold
that,
those
so
spawns. You're going to have one player always coming off spawn, and he knows immediately, as soon as I spawn, I have to watch towards that back catwalk. I've got teammates that are watching the main front doors with nades, and I've even got a player deep towards snow.
No Velican
So we've got
skin
this
is a
line of
Vanguard
scrimmage
skin.
that actually encompasses all of
Imagine
the front
Termite
of the
and
hard
Champs.
point. But the thing that, again,
It's
is need
probably
you to keep
banned, I
looking
don't
at
know.
is as there start to be trades in the back, you're going to get players that say, all right, I'm locking. Okay, my teammate spawns. I'm going to go reinforce. And the next player off spawn locks down that lane. They are so good at passing the baton between who's anchoring, who's watching for potential pinch plays, that they were able to string together 40-plus seconds on P3.
See, that's the thing when I play with randoms. I cannot expect someone to get the anchor, so I always stay there. So I'm kind of useless, but at least we get the spawn. But I cannot trust the randoms that if I leave, they will stay.
On where the spawn flip could come from. You're forcing your opponents to have to play through mid, which is the worst possible position. It's absolutely brilliant, and it's something that we did not see a lot of at CDM that has led to them being perfect so far in Hardpoint.
That's X's and O's with Shift. Thank you very much for the
This guy knows his
but it's
shit,
time to
huh?
jump into this match because the vetoes are
I hold
official.
Shift.
The coaches have talked to the admins, and
This
we
guy
know
knows what's
where
up.
we will be playing across this best of 5. As you can see, PJ talking it over. It seems that
To
we
be
will
a
see
YouTuber's team,
Summit and
hey, they
Apocalypse.
did that
So
in the
Q9
past. They got
can't be
destroyed.
upset after finding
It
that
was
success against Stalwart for game 1.
The target
what was their
veto
name?
Potentially, but never wanting
The
to play
Trovo
Combine
team.
this tournament against other top teams are Elevate. But what really jumps off the page for me is that they did pick Summit, and all off of the conversations of the X and O segment that we just had with Alan. It's going to be interesting to be able to see if they're going to be able to combat the fundamental soundness.
Tampa, you feel like everyone grew up that he
I'm actually
didn't?
interested here. Elevate had the opportunity to go to slums, which is
Maybe
why I
he
wanted
just
to cue
targets
that up
the
on the
younger
teleshare, because
audience.
we've
When you
not
grow up,
seen
you just go
Q9 play
to
either
another YouTuber. He
Hacienda
just
or
wants to
slums.
get the
So
kids
it's
to
one of
watch
those,
him.
like, okay, it's
Maybe,
one of our
I don't
best
know, I
maps.
don't
We
know.
know for a fact one of the two of those are going to get
But there's a
vetoed,
lot
like
of
the
kids on
Hacienda, based
YouTube,
on
so
how
if you
much Elevate
target
played
the
it,
kids,
but
you're gonna
it
get a
feels
lot
like
of
there's a
views.
missed opportunity in the picks for Elevate to go to a pocket pick. So now you're going
So
to
he
have to beat
doesn't
them on
care,
Summit, which
like,
is one of their best maps, as we just broke
If you
down.
get
And
older
APOC, which is
and you
not
don't like
necessarily
him,
garnered as
he
much
doesn't
success as it
care.
did last
Because there's
year.
gonna be
They played a
100
lot of
million
APOC. Is
kids
this maybe trying to hide their
spawning
strats for
behind
Championship
you.
Sunday?
So
Come in with no
just
footage
move
on
on
them?
and watch other
Elevate
stuff.
only played 2 maps so far this weekend. It's been Combine and it's been Slums and it's been
But that's
Hacienda.
a lot
So
of
it doesn't
YouTubers target
we're going
kids.
to see APOC into the mix here. I mean, the Summit pick, though, is actually from Elevate.
Because that's where the money is. You're going to get millions of viewers,
on this map.
potential
and again,
viewers.
It's a repeat from what they played last year, so why not?
Two of the stars look out for Oling versus PJ. They have led their respective teams. PJ, of course, for Elevate, the reigning champion from 2024, taking on the challengers.
Oh, the poll. I didn't end it yet because I'm waiting for the game to start, but it seems like some of you guys are getting Q9.
On the mic, we got proper and shift. Let's get it going, baby.
Rematch, the 2024 World Championships, and both teams are
Man,
playing.
I really don't know what to do with my
4.
face cam.
I will go ahead and tell you, I do not.
Wait, how do we
anticipate
guess the
this one
winners
going
for
in a
rewards?
clean
There's no
sweep
such
either
thing
way.
this
Both teams are
year.
looking
Where do you guys
unbelievable
see
and
that?
hard point, and more in particular, the search and destroy.
Should I go
think,
top
an even
left?
battleground for really both of these two teams. So I'm looking to see who takes it edge
You gonna
early
care?
off of this summit, and can that momentum
Okay,
possibly
end the
lead
poll.
into that standoff?
I got a feather in my cap, man. We're that map number 2 for S&D, but I want to just see how Elevate just combating against what Q9 can only feel like home. When we talk about these Chinese teams,
Yeah, because the mini map's at the bottom.
It's always someone that has gotten rid of. For the ego chow out of Elevate, this should be interesting.
Yeah, should be really
I
interesting.
didn't see the
Get locked
poll
on
result.
in Elevate, able to find the first 6 seconds, but Q9 able to contest and come off the spawn.
You guys got 71% Elevate. All right, Elevate. You guys got Elevate.
Do not
it's a
make
best
your
of
eyes
5, right?
weary of watching this mini map,
Man,
especially the team
Hard
in yellow,
point on
because as soon as
Summit
they
is
get
such a
success like
classic.
here, they're going to start to play through the bottom of the map, flip to the left side to control spawns for 3, and then just hold off and play 50.
Oh, the shotgun, huh?
Yeah, just don't want to make sure you give up all this
The
time. while you're
legendary
constantly playing for
shotgun.
spawns. A little bit of a spawn out occurs for Malchi, and you're going to really like that with this XM4 in hand. Even if he's able to find a kill, which he doesn't,
XM4?
it still causes a lot of distress for Elevate to try to push through this.
Gonna try to notice what are the most
And that's the
popular
thing,
guns today,
Elevate
okay?
love to play for time. Doesn't matter what map. You just want to be on the hard point as much as humanly possible.
Elevate so
they're
far,
already
good
up to
start.
About 30 seconds from P1, which is great news considering it is a blank 50-50 battle. Now we go over towards 2, outside catwalk. Q9 able to find a couple of kills from the bottom side of the minimap and then find their way into the hill. Kendi, the Kendi man.
Puck's too
Kendi find
fast.
a way to get 2. Lots of damage comes through, but the trades are there. Claw following up, though, keeps Elevate involved on P2.
When we talk about last year's performance, Claw did have to step up quite often more than not, but Yopi is leading the charge for Elevate as they have this 20-point lead and growing even more so. Look,
Jesus,
Q9,
they already got
made
the Sparrow,
bet.
man.
They're going to have to try to break back in P2, giving up the time they did on P1.
I wonder if they use
so far, so good for Elevate. Time at least going their way, which we often say when you
They
have
don't
two
use
50-50
overcut.
hills back together and then
They
2
all
money
use
hills right
lightweight.
afterwards sequentially. Do the damage if you're not going to win the
Lightweight
first money hill
gun-ho.
on the first 2, and so far Elevate have done that. Keep your eye on the minimap. Number 3 in blue. Possibility to try to flip the map with
War
only 18
Machine.
seconds left. Kenny's going to keep the focus on the
Oof.
front of the hard point. 4 War Machine loads are able to hit, and that's enough to find a
Jesus.
fifth over the top. And look at the spawns. An opportunity to flip
Sparrow.
right as we get to the locked hard point.
Split
Toxic
spawns occurring
moment.
over on the P4 side. You're going to hear a lot of nades just ripping, and the only reason being is because Q9 still had players
It's just
anchoring over
sweat,
by
yeah,
the
of
ski
course.
lift, and that's going to be
When you
at
play for
least,
$350,000, you would
find
sweat
value
too.
with the Sparrow in towards the back line. Still one more player to be worried about back here. It is Claw, and he's still finding eliminations. The spawns are now
That
fully anchored for
Tempest.
Elevate as they have a 20-point lead.
Never
and
see
the spawns
people
for
use
Money Hill.
Tempest.
Brilliant mitigation because D-Chen is really just playing the survival game with the Sparrow in hand. None of his teammates could come back to help him win the spawns, though. BJ up top, Tempest shots, trying to lock down the front door while the rest of the team continues to battle for spawns. And as they get the wins, the Pred missile comes down, gets the information on where Q9 are spawning. Still, a block situation, though, in the back. Q9 will have one more member spawn up, but PJ's already on an EMP. He is frying.
They got the EMP. They already shut down the War Machine coming through from Cloud. That was trying to be the tip of the spear so that they can fully break in towards this time. Q9 do have numbers on this side of the map, but now Claw has the equalizers to fight for the scrap time, finds himself a 3-piece with it, and there's still a couple of Q9 members hanging around the joint. But you're going to be feeling really good about that just because you're keeping them trapped on this side of the map ahead of another rotation. So splitting this about the 40 to 15, if you're looking from Elevate's perspective, W job.
Indeed. The equalizers allows one last opportunity for Elevate to, at worst, contest. And take a look at that setup on the right side of the minimap. Again, Elevate here first with a lot of zone of control in front of the hill. Nice move from Kendi. Shuts down the backside staircase. And watch what happens off spawn. Does he come up and pick up that pinch once again?
They use all different operators, man.
The map. Death Machine has to focus on 2 things at once. And it's not finding much value in terms of actually
I see
connecting.
Death Machine, War Machine, Sparrow,
Tempest. And then
Tempest.
once you get the read, you can pull it up back towards Tractor, but
And,
Q9 able to get some sort of a
Equalizer.
shutdown and possibly continue to block out spawns. The problem is Elevator's still alive on the hill.
Yeah, you got spawns all over the place in the middle of the map, some up top, some all the way to the backside of P4, but Q9 will at least make something out of that push that started to come through. I mean, the Death Machine, albeit not finding the utmost value,
Tempest
you're expecting to be able to find those kills
imagine.
to hurt it around towards the back. Now you've got the Tempest out of your Curly. Running out of shock darts, gonna be looking for at least one
still
more.
close, though.
He has the War Machine once again, and you can throw everything that you want for the back 10 seconds. If you're Elevate, you got yourself that 30-point lead.
Yeah, really solid stuff from Elevate through this first set of hills. A lot of it, again, you talk about the difference in score.
Well,
you
they're
can credit
very
that to
close
what they
right
did
now.
on P1 and a little bit on P2. So we split the difference on the Money Hills, and we go back into the chaos,
It's
which
just
is bottom
25
PCs.
points.
Klo up top, able to at least get some look at where Q9 is, but the numbers still favor that of Q9 as, I believe I just heard the EMP get called in by PJ.
Yeah, PJ's going to go ahead and rip that. I don't know, unbeknownst to them, there's not a whole lot of operators that's going to be shutting down,
Those
but it
ain't
does
that
nullify
great.
the utility
What does
as well
that
as
mean?
trophy system. So Sparrows, Tempest, everything thrown out for Elevate to be able to find any transitional gunfights.
350
Not really going
Templar,
up in their favor.
350
Still got that pinstripe kill feed, and Q9 are still hanging around. They played for the spawns once
Jesus,
again.
that
They got
Tempest,
that
man.
side of the map, but they cannot allow more time to be generated.
Yeah, PJ, nice with the Tempest, just clears out more space over through the front doors. And now is going to try to get over through Snow Door and make his way back around just through the smoke. And he is
Smoke
deadly.
everywhere.
Yeah, talking about, again, his ability to stay on point. But all that said, Q9 continue to keep this one tight. Less than a 30-point game, and a little bit of a wiggle and a wag right there as Uling is good for 4. And
See a
an
lot of
opportunity for
shotgun
Q9
gameplay.
to take a convincing kill feed as we look towards P2.
Yeah, look at all the operators for Q9 are still sitting on, going in towards this P2 rotation. Got to be really choosy when you're going to start ripping some of these operators. It's going to be Uling
still
with the
close,
equalizer
though.
first.
25,
Has 20
23
eliminations to
points.
his name. Klo does shut down
It's gonna be
2 on
close,
the
man.
return to the fire. They have the high ground. Uling aware of it. He's just going to sprint right through them. It's the right call. Catches the spawner off guard. And now he's just trying to play for those
1-2K
P3
last
spawns while
week.
his team
GG.
just absolutely benefit from the space being created.
And you want to talk about value out of an operator? You can send one player to win spawns when you have a player like Uling with equalizers
He's
out.
gross.
Absolutely insane. The rest of the team focusing on the hard point, and Hen will make sure that he can keep things going for Q9 on the hill itself. And that has been flawless. Opportunity for Q9 to flip the lead into their name for the first time this game. And again, with 30 seconds left, it's going to put pressure on Elevate to try to not just work to the time, but also try to find the way to the left side of the map. And Close says, hey, Uling, anything you can do, I can also do, as they find a way to try to contest the backside of the left hard points.
Yeah, I mean, it's much like you said, if you have a player like Uling to be able to find value with the
That
equalizer and
Death
push you to
Machine,
the
man.
backside of the spawns, and you're in a really
Hey,
good
look at
spot.
the score
Klo
now.
attempted to do that alongside Susanna with the Death Machine, but they still have one more player, do Q9.
And they already rotate. Q9's got
Way
good
too early.
position.
So now you're in an uphill battle, quite literally, in the resource department, not to mention in the positional department.
Yeah, new
the
guy,
opportunity,
apparently
you
it's
don't really
over.
discredit for the amount of kills
They
that he got, but
canceled.
with 19 seconds left in the hard point, with 8 seconds of lock time before the hill opens, that route was just a little bit too early. And now Cloud can reestablish
Yeah, the
control for
shotgun
Q9,
player's
just
got
getting to work
25
with the War
kills.
Machine. Looking left, looking right, looking inside, outside, upside down, finding kills all over the map as Q9 build their first significant lead of the game.
And sound like a Shel Silverstein book over here out of you right now, but I'm not gonna lie.
See what I
Q9
said? I want
really
good
making this
games.
into
I want
something
close
special.
games.
They got the spawns in towards the back. Those resources now need to start being dumped for Elevate. It's going to be the War Machine first for Kendi. No trophy system on the point. It's all the way to the back.
If you say Q9's the best SND team, if they can win one hard point,
but the crossfire, the setup for Q9 is absolutely sublime. Still 20 seconds left to fight over, and PJ spawns in towards the back.
Tony,
this
I
is
get
a
you, but
well-timed spawn flip if you are Q9, whether they meant it or not.
Yeah,
they
but
did not
Q9's aware of it,
spamming
and
score
they do
streak.
get a couple more eliminations and reaffirm control on the hard point itself. And now you take a look with 8 seconds left. Now we start
He's
to build the
sniping them.
rotation. HKD try to chase down the one Elevate member over towards P4. Pred Missile also trying to get some information before it gets called in, and Curly will connect onto PJ. Q9 are in position for now, being tested. Big moment in this game for Elevate, trying to win the
Mythic you
spawns
gonna vote for? I don't know yet.
Shut down. Can PJ follow up? No, it's Uling able to catch 2, and Elevate will be pushed to just the front doors of the hard point where they will be
he's
pushed
good. The
off,
guy's
and
good.
Q9 will have numbers inside the hill.
Yeah, they still have snow control though, so they're going to be able to command one player.
I've never
to still
seen
spawn
someone
over
play
on the
that
north
much.
side of P4, but Q9 are
Like, he's played
so
the
far
whole
back
game
on
with the
P4
shotgun.
side that they're still going to get some of those
Any
anchored
range.
spawns coming their way. They're aware.
Oh, good.
Elevate still hanging around snow. D-Gen rips
Jesus.
off that Sparrow, but a popcorn nade comes from Susanna.
still got
Could
it.
be the
They still
opening
got
fight
it.
for
That's
25
huge
seconds.
because you've got Elevate who are still spawning now behind the back. It looked like Q9 had made the right read on that Sparrow timing, but now you just got to win from inside the hard point for the scrap time of 18 seconds. And it may seem insignificant, but I promise you,
yeah, someone using the pistol. I didn't see that.
And closer, the 200 points for Q9. Elevate now a little bit trapped, spawning behind Tractor, and Q9 have them absolutely worked up as Ulang continues to rip him apart. Holy cow, he's on 39, not to be outmatched. As 3 of his other team members now 4 are over 30 kills as well. So
AK
Q9 are absolutely shredded.
He's underrated.
2/3 of all these eliminations that Q9 are fighting are so impactful, aren't they? Where they constantly are fighting for all these spawns, positional advantages, power advantages. And you said it so plainly, like Elevate, they just want to get their feet on the point and just try to play a good corner so that way they can try to set them up. But Q9's fundamentals, way too sound. That 30-point lead that Elevate had, nullified. Going in towards the third, and I can only
just 20
imagine the
points,
final
man.
set.
Getting to
Elevate
the last
got a lot of work
stretch.
to do. They're doing a good job, still scrambling in the middle of the map. The Death Machine does well to at least get them space forward, but Q9 are so patient and then resilient as they just wait for the resources to finally be depleted, and then they jump back in.
Just like it started, it may come to an end as well. Elevate really good on P1. Susano
they're running away with it.
Woo, almost for 5.
Tempest again. I hate that, man.
That's
Double.
enough to get Elevate close to the 200 point
Again.
Is not done
yeah,
yet,
he got
my
it.
friends. Close
Jesus, this guy's
with
too
the
good.
equalizers, and that's now a lot of space as Elevate are only down 5 points.
Q9 have struggled to fight for P2 the
Yeah,
entire
this
time.
is
Thus
so
far,
close.
They always want to play for those P3 spawns, so Elevate ripping these operators earlier might mean that they can have them ready towards the latter half.
New guy, welcome.
Shotgun fight sliding. Finally, PJ is able to take down Uling, but it does set up enough time for Q9's reinforcements to come back around, get themselves back over towards this metal side of the map, and try to play for a couple of trades. But Elevator's scrappy, man.
Yeah.
They got a lot of snow control, and because of that, they will flip out the spawns, forcing Q9 out of the world.
It was expensive, though. 3 operators spent
There's
for Elevate
40
just to get
points
us to a tie
available
game.
right now.
You're going to
You
have
could finish right here, man.
Starting to lead towards
Got
Q9,
squeezed.
but Uling finds essentially nothing with the equalizers. Elevate were still able to stay on point. Now you've got Chloe refocused up, but no, gets pulled. As how about Curly? Big double over the top. Yopi trying to follow. Tough with the shotgun shots.
Yeah, they got it. They got it.
And with 23 seconds on the clock, you start
Yo, Elevate on top.
Q9 are playing for new.
You get the crossfire. It's being held by Kendi, but he's only going to be able to get a couple players peppered up with the XM4, so they're still going to be able to slip all the way through. It's still one more player. It's Curly, but dealt with kindly. Elevate.
The switcheroo.
Those 3 operators, it was a gamble,
4
but it works
seconds
out.
and they
These next set
rotate.
of kills are the most important for Q9.
Elevate already in
Spawns are about to open up behind
Jeez,
P3.
bro.
Death Machine locks down Snow, but there's a little bit of uncertainty here for Elevate on where this Q9 hit is coming from, and Cloud has been able to find an entryway from the front with the War Machine. Susano was not in a position to shut that down. Look at the
They got the spawn.
Q9 are going to flip spawns if they can shut
They
down
got a spawn.
236, 222.
Oh my God.
Q9 completely throttle Elevate on the point.
Oh my God.
Complete wipe on
They
the kill
flipped the
feed.
spawn.
Still ample enough time to try to close it out. Elevator trying to do exactly what Q9 just did, pushing around the back, and they found the opening to do so.
HKD to the front door.
No,
Elevate
they got
to
it
the
too. They got it back.
You need to get on the point, though.
They got the
Spawns may
spawn
not matter
back.
all that much. They're blocked for now.
10
Elevate now
points.
spawning in. Oh, but
No.
Mauchi holds down the trigger. Finds himself two. 245,
No
236.
way.
Elevator scrambling. They have no operators.
Oh
They
my
gotta find a way to do
God, this
the
is
hard way.
over.
A moment of contest comes through. But the gunfight
No
stop going
way, dude.
Q9 steals Elevate's map pick.
Big pump up coming through from Q9, making sure that everybody knows you do not challenge a CDM team on Summit.
What
It
a
is
start.
home away from home, scrappy as you may like
What
it.
a start.
X's and O's segment with Allen to open things up, and it panned out ever so wonderfully for
What a
photo
game.
finish. Again, it just always seems destined between these two teams to have such a close affair with all the hard points. But that one moment was everything. The push around the back to play for the spawns, the Death Machine.
No, but you say if Q9 is the best SND team, if they win the first hard point, then they're on the driver's seat, because like that removes a lot of pressure now. This is not over though. I'm gonna cook me a oatmeal.
It's real tough, and I hate to just look at one specific moment, but in the heads of Elevate, you're probably looking into the middle portion of that final P1. Yeah. We're calling out 3 operators just to get us back to a tie game. And when you need them most, when it gets mixy behind the P3 hardpoint, who locks down spawns, you just don't have the same tools that Q9 do. Cloud is able to get to the front door with the War Machine, the Death Machine on the flip side able to lock things down through snow, and those small advantages, and they are small, were enough to make it at least some sort of convincing way to get Q9 in and through the hard point, wipe Elevate back, and put them into desperation mode.
Look, Summit isn't exactly as small as Slums, but on 5v5 Call of Duty Mobile, you're going to have these micro adjustments to try to make these split decisions, and it's all real reactionary and happening in real time. When Uling lost that equalizer, I thought that was going to be it, but just being able to play for the sufficient trades around the back and just understanding where they could poke and prod to the defenses of Elevate Puck, much like the first P3, they were able to do so. The amount of flips that Q9 were able to get back in their favor after Elevate got better spawns is immense. 48 and 42 out of Mauchi, but the 51 bomb out of Uling. Yeah, young man came to play today.
I'll say, trying to compete with his teammates for the individual accolade of top KD and top kills.
What a start.
The tournament.
What an insane start, man.
This.
It looks easy when you watch it. These guys are just perfectly coordinated.
Okay, we're in there. And we're doing it dirty. We're doing it right.
But yeah, talking about the mini game between games, yesterday I unlocked the final playable character, and I beat stage 3-5 with all first 3 characters. There's a boss at the end of the snow map. It's like a little ninja, and she pushes you. That's insane. And when I unlocked my last character, I went straight for 3-5, and I die at the boss. The girl has a slow fire rate, the marksman girl, and I died to the boss at the end. I played all that for nothing. I'll try again later today, but yeah, I unlock all characters now, so I'm pushing for the last stage.
Whatever they needed to be able to feel confident coming in towards this one, because Elevate are 1-0 on the weekend thus far, and they knew watching that VOD, I'm sure, that they do have some sound strategies surrounded by Kendi and Susanna.
Agreed. There's also just kind of to get you to how we got here. These two teams are kind of antitheses of one another when it comes to search and destroy. Elevate have hard vetoed essentially Kurohana. That was Q9's pretty much hard set pick. On the flip side, it's been pretty much all Tunisia for the side of Elevate. That's been one of the more regular vetoes for Q9. So we expected the 2 and the 5 to be on pretty level terms in terms of, you know, what we're looking at in advantages or disadvantages. The only thing that I was a little bit surprised by is that the firing range doesn't make it in, because that was one that was really hotly contested last year, and a map that had been in the pool in their individual regions when they were on their way for qualifying for this event in particular. So Standoff and Coastal feel a little bit less familiar in terms of identifying these teams with what they like to do on the map, but Coastal has been a map in Chinese COD Mobile for the last 4+ years. I imagine Q9 are no strangers to what they want to do here.
Oh, definitely not. And you go in throughout all the bans, like the Kurohana Metropolis is a very targeted, or a self-ban when it comes down to Elevate. Not really wanting to play on that one, even though they do have a very strong double sniper. But all things considered, you go back to the entire veto process, it's not just the Summit. Yeah, they did pick the Standoff as well. Should we get to that map number 5? A lot of ego challenge coming out from Elevate just to leave the Coastal in general. But the firing range still available. We only can wait for the answers. These guys clearly have the playbook available for themselves to get in towards this one. This is going to be a massive matchup even coming in towards this one, as Kendi, Uling, going to be 2 of the star players coming in towards this Coastal Search and Destroy, looking for those crucial picks to be able to get numbers advantage.
Imagine that's supposed to say Search and Destroy average, because 9 points at hardpoint. What are we doing? It's Search and Destroy.
They like to be effective, man.
The interesting thing
Roasted,
about this
is the last day.
The Kendi men.
Yes.
He has been.
Yo, Roasted. Look, I have it here. This is the final. Look. It's only 3 teams left. Okay, so what we're watching right now is the 2 undefeated team on top, Elevate versus Q9. The loser will go face Stalwart at the bottom, and the winner at the bottom will go in the final with the winner of what we're watching now. So it's only 3 teams. The winner of this will go straight to the final. The loser will have one more chance. and then the loser of this is out. The winner advance. So we might have a rematch at the final. If Elevate or Q9 lose and they win versus Stalwart, they go in the final and they face each other again. Also, Q9 already played Stalwart. So if Q9 lose now, they have to play Stalwart again. Alright, search and destroy.
On this map throughout the bracket.
He plays
so
shotgun again.
Elevator a little bit in trouble, but Kendi, a delayed nade. Hits right on the entryway, and Susano stays alive.
Pistol.
Teamwork comes through to
What the hell?
isolate
Oh, he's probably a sniper player.
And that is what I was talking about. Q9, full flood with nades. Elevate say, bet. Take one of these. Yeah, light it at their feet.
The moment that they see all of these nades just kind of being yeeted out from the tunnel side, they're just ready to be reactionary to counteract that with nades of their own.
I'm gonna put that here so you guys
Machine
see.
pistols in hands, also really good, as the last two players alive for Elevate are their snipers of Susano and Kendi, so they know they got bomb drop. They're just holding these points of ingress as they're waiting for the 60 seconds for Malchi to make a move, who was also playing with a snipe.
People said it's one China,
This is one
two
of those
Garena.
you dream of moments if you're a fan of 1v2 clutch opportunities, because if Malchi hits one,
what
he's gonna
neural
have
upgrade
likely an
is?
opportunity
Yeah,
to
it's
get
to
away
level up
from the quick
your
play out
characters.
from the other member
You
of
can
Elevate.
bring some girls from Legendary to Mythic with that.
So much to clear.
And upgrade
And there's
some
so much
talents,
time
I
left
think.
on the clock that they could be hitting different routes. He has so much to clear, and he's starting to run out of time to do it.
1v2.
Well, he's gotten some good success now, making his way and committing to just focusing on the site itself. Here comes the first check. Oh! I was going to say he sees the hand, but saving a life. Is that back corner player who was not seen.
Bro, that was...
Whoa, that got a little close.
The fray plays ominously in the distance as, I mean, there was also an opportunity for the slide chow for a potential lineup, but that's not the universe that we're living in. Elevate able to stop the offensive incursion. This time, Nate's up through the middle of the map. They're going to commit to it this time.
Yeah, at least initially get that scale deep play on the way. Trophy system will keep this Q9 offense in position. And Uling has found an isolated 1v1. Keep your eye on the minimap, though, because Elevator looking for the quick flank, and they get the read that Q9 have not left mid-map. So as soon as the smoke fades, Elevate execute, and they take this thing right back away from the grips of Q9.
A feather in my cap earlier from the walkout that you and Puckett
They
were
don't
losing your
have
minds
wild
over at
cards,
Susano.
huh?
He was walking with his chest pumped out, man. He is ready for this one. Last player alive is Cloud, and he will just sidestep back into the
2-0.
aforementioned Susano.
You guys said Q9 were the best
Be
at
able to walk
search.
away with that first blood. Again, you try to take a lot of space in the middle of the map, and all Elevate essentially have to do is just kind of back down and just wait for the extra points to be able to get themselves in a situation to be able to play for those crossfires. Q9 constantly trying to make a move within the opening 45 seconds, getting punished for it.
Oh, and the response and reaction from Elevate has been perfect thus far, and Q9 are stepping away from the aggression and going into that idea that we were talking about, taking the sniper battles without anything congesting the line of sight. Initial kill good for Elevate, but counteracted, and we'll go back into a 4v4 with 1:30 on the clock.
That stun, actually, yeah, that nade landed right on Uling's forehead, so that's all a lot of information that you can get for yourself. You can tell that Q9 the arrows there in the mid scoop. They're gonna think that maybe someone's gonna push them, but now here comes the commitment in towards the B side.
Good smoke from PJ. Timing on that is absolutely perfect, and he's finessing. Whoa! You got barbecue back there? You didn't invite me? Yopi from the front now.
Oh, yeah.
Has Cloud backing
PKM
away.
Legendary.
Would have to be a 1v3 and close. Feeling it. Red dot chase underway. Nowhere to go. What a
Wow,
response
PKM,
from PJ
bro.
and the Elevate defense again.
Is that the best
Well,
LMG?
you typically see those B executes. A lot of it is all off of just the grenade that comes over through the window. The moment that PJ saw it, like you said, he dropped the smoke right at his feet. And he made a nice little rave party there.
Yeah,
inside the
maybe
wall.
tomorrow.
The bomb side just completely finessing. 2024 MVP, by the way. Some casual stuff as Elevate have a 3-0 lead.
Another hard stack here for Q9. Not as full-flooded with the nades.
Aggressive.
And that is fine for a 1-for-1. Klo, just one more trail nade just to try to slow down this hit and allow the defense to rotate over, who now, those defenders at B, are in position to try to fight from the back of the site, but Cloud has a deep nade that lands, and Q9 held numbers.
And this is exactly what you want to see, right? I mean, when you get a coastal search and destroy, you're going to want to be the aggressive team first before Elevate have any ounce to be able to set up where the offense is coming from. Susano got all the information. Going 1-for-1 is fine, but soon out of the trades, Q9 stand up top. PJ, 2024 MVP. The 1v3 beckons.
This is tough with a shot even from this angle. But there's the smoke. Can't quite finesse through it to get the first decent idea, but Q9, a late nade, the difference maker in this one. And more importantly, the opening shot that lands out of the sniper in the corner. That 1-for-1 is critical.
Yeah, Susano playing that very aggressive position, just hoping to get a little bit more. The delayed nade, yeah, like you were talking about, does kind of help out the play just ever so slightly, but getting themselves around on the board via, hey, let's just 5-man hit something is always a solid answer. So we got delayed nades coming up. You still have a very aggressive player. That's going to be PJ. He gets smacked in the face with a grenade. He's forced to back down. He's waiting for Susano, who's holding this cross. He's the alarm bell if the push comes this way.
Absolutely. But information is known that there's something up over here if you are Q9's offense. The smoke has faded at mid. Elevate trying to re-clear with nades of their own. But the crossing still continues to stay open for Q9 to go back and forth between both at least sides of the map. I won't say sites as of yet, but it looks like Q9 are, it looks like they want to try to take this fight over towards A. Maybe just hit the mid-cut to get there.
Smoke right at the entrance of B. Yopi's just watching it. Cloud's expecting maybe to take that challenge. It would be isolated. Nade hits. So it does get the information there for D-Chen that is up in the middle of the map. Past Fountain, actually. I think he's just hoping that Malchi might be able to work that pick, but Kendi slides on it.
Yeah, this is a huge advantage for Elevate, but there is a response here as Curly and Mauchi clean off the two members that were holding over towards that front position.
They got the hit mark everywhere.
Now collected, can make its way over safely for a post plant as Elevate are 3-man stacked on the opposite side of the map.
And they want to play for that 3v4 retake. I mean, maybe they thought it was going to come over towards B. A lot of information for Yopi in the audio department, but now you're delayed to try to play for this exit. You got to try to set up for this pinch. And yeah, Susano, it's fine. Going to go 1-for-1, but the other two players not even here yet.
Yeah, that's fine though to get your opener, considering that that was a position that was well guarded by Q9. Kendi going to get the reset. Uling playing for contact on the stairs. Kendi has to check too much, but now the awareness is there, and he has a teammate to try to assist. This is just the definition of an uphill battle, though. Kendi can't get out. Neither can Yopi. And Uling will get us back to a 1-round difference.
Yeah, Uling just ever so hype, man. So locked in towards the game. This aggressive hit's starting to really work out for Q9. It's when they really take a commanding amount of space.
Yeah, I have to grind zombies this season.
Elevate. And then those two snap trades that come through over by the A site, and we didn't get to see it, so we're not too sure if it was an overextension for information. But back towards that aggressive hit. Klo is going to be the aggressive player again, always cycling players out, and they're constantly getting blooded. This time they didn't go 1-for-1.
I love that idea though for Q9. They get double trophies to make sure that that offensive play to the front of A main is staying safe, and then as soon as you realize that the nades through mid have Elevate pushing up, you isolate, you take the 2v1, you win that one out, and we've got a 3-3 half as you swap the sides. That was a brilliant adjustment from Q9 to make sure they can handle Elevate, trying to get aggressive defensively round after round towards A.
Fighting aggression with aggression, just off the trophy systems, gets so much information. Bomb left in spawn, trying to get this forward position is Kendi. Maybe try to catch some player off guard. Yeah, he sees Mauchi throw a bullet over this, though, eh? Nade comes out. Susano looking for the challenge, doesn't get it, so it's good info. That one player still sliding around looking for info over here at mid, but the other players trying to find info over at A. That's where all the trophies are.
Yeah, and you can definitely take a look that Q9 are feeling pressure on this little battle through middle. They had two members up forward at A main and now have gotten into a very passive position deep, and whoa.
Wow.
That is a medium rare perfect steak of a nade from Cloud9.
Well,
Cloud9? Q9 Cloud. Dude, that was a confusing one. Q9 Cloud? What year is it?
It's interesting that Q9 actually aren't playing this position with an HSO shotgun to be able to find that timing off of whatever audio cue Cloud did get. He's playing in this 1-for-1 position with the Odin, which still does slap, by the way.
Yep.
Now Elevator going to look to slide on this.
Do they have anything to try to get them in? A deep smoke would be great, just so they can isolate the angles inside. Instead, Susano, he's already kind of cleared a couple of those back angles, and now he's going to take the peek, but he misses out. Follow-up is good as Curly stays alive. He's got help from Mauchi, and Elevate have been stuffed at the front doors of B.
Bomb drop there. Klo, 1v4. Pretty gross. He's able to find at least the first. Gets info on the back two players, but not going to be able to get in. Yeah, that's what I was wondering for Klo, who was like the last rotator from that B execute that was attempting to find any information.
Yeah, that was my oatmeal.
That got stuffed by all the trophy systems to just maybe have that last little bit of util, but everything essentially got dumped either through mid to try to get that pick on Mauchi or try to get some space over
players using Vivian Iris.
Util.
I think it's just whole team has Vivian, the other team has...
And look at the route from PJ trying to follow on that, but Mauchi's able to connect.
Like they all use the
This
same.
Elevate hit that has committed to getting into the B point, has to clear off these defenders.
I think it has something to do with the build they're playing on. It's not like they have all the skins. Like they either use Vivian or Artery, I think.
Looking sexy inside the backside of B. Elevate completely pushed off once again, but Kendi has found an angle to try to isolate and get himself back into the picture.
90 seconds, 1v3. Has a really good weapon to potentially do it with. But
Not 100% sure,
they were
but
starting to set
something
themselves up
like
maybe
that.
for a little bit of a pinch, but now they just got to turtle up. That bomb is in the most precarious spot.
Nade to the corner, just trying to find entry behind the bar. Kendi.
He's alone versus 3.
This high-low stack to the left is the most dangerous part about this, and he's read it. Yep, and Q9 will not let him get away. Curly, holy cow. Inside the B point has been critical for the
Artery
Q9
Vampire,
defense.
the
He's
new
got
mythic
assistance to be able
skin. You
to
think
nullify
so?
any nades to flush him out on that backside of position. Again, you're mostly expecting for an HSO shotgun player to be playing that close-knit corner, and Elevate not going to be able to find that pick on the Curly all the way in towards the
What are
back
you having,
there
Mark?
with the Odin, so they're going to go back to the drawing board. But you constantly get these trophy systems in the early get-go of these rounds for Q9 to stop any information from getting closer over towards A. Susano, rarity of missing a shot. Would love to be able to get that one back for that first blood.
May have been looking at the minimap. He was late on the trigger right there, which is very uncharacteristic for him. You got a little bit of a 1v1 possibly to occur at B. That's Cloud in the back of the site, holding onto the Odin once again. Kendi pushing up. And Curly has read it. And Elevate can't commit to this. They simply put, cannot commit through this angle. Nades over the top to try to keep him safe. Really well placed by Q9, and Elevator running out of time to try to make a decision on what they want to do here.
And Nade's coming up short as well. It's not going to flush out Curly all the way in towards the back. Yeah, trophy system in towards the back, finally destroyed. But at that point, you don't have any utility. Yeah, PJ throws a shoulder over towards Wine, and a stray bullet comes his way via the sniper
It is
rifle.
fire. Grilled chicken, potatoes,
don't have
mushrooms,
any
rice.
entrance in towards B.
Okay,
You're
okay.
going to have to brute force your way in A.
That little slide over
I got
for Q9
rice
though
for
has the
lunch.
defenders on A a little bit more limited, so you're going
Like
to get a 5v2
Mexican
over towards the site, but the commitment is not
burrito
fully there.
bowl.
Uling eventually traded, but he's done his job. Now you're on to what Curly
Nice.
and Shen can find, and they have shut down this play once again.
Dude, if Q9
Just
wins
on
this,
the Claw. Finds himself underneath.
they need to lose 3 in a row.
But can
So.
slip away to reset. Problem is he's only got 23 seconds to fight with.
Not enough time to be able to find all the eliminations.
Yeah,
let
they're
alone
really
plant the
good. They had a
bomb
tough
after
start, but they're
collecting
pushing
it.
now.
6 rounds on the bounce.
Jeez, bro.
Coming for
Was this 6
Q9.
rounds back to back?
Being down 0-3 in
They
the
lost the
opening
first
salvo.
3?
They make the adjustment, being able to be the more
Jesus.
aggressive team. Their
They
nades have
lost the
been
first 3 rounds. They
absolutely
win
stellar.
6 in
Be
a
able
row.
to keep information in their favor and to keep Elevate at bay. So now we're going to go over towards the aggression for B. Leave one player to cause distress over at A.
Trying to work their way in, but we don't have the nades for this. We don't even smoke the front doors. And once again, Q9 just
over,
played the
bro.
back of the B site. That was one of those set
5v1?
plays for Elevate that say, I don't know what to do, so let's just 5-man hit B. It doesn't work. And Q9 are looking fan-frickin-tastic.
Never the meta play to have that Odin all the way in towards the back, but that crossfire is gross. Kendi.
What happened? I don't know,
1v5.
man. They start strong. They lost the hard point.
Yesterday.
They
This
lost
one
the
would
search
be
and destroy. They had
massive
3 rounds in a row.
Lucas's was just 5 shots right off the get-go. This would be next level. I can think of one other moment, and Bobby Plays knows. It was a North American matchup on Crossfire Search and Destroy.
Ah.
He knows.
Yeah, well, that sucks for them.
I can already hear his little cheeky Bobby Plays laugh.
Oh, yeah.
That's not his laugh at all.
What it sounds like. The bomb actually gets forgotten over here at B. And I like to imagine that Q9 would assume that the bomb was dropped, but it was around the corner, so maybe an oversight coming through. Kenny's going to start throwing a couple slides. Nobody from Q9 are over here, but regardless whether they knew that the bomb was dropped or not,
this is a choice.
You
right?
can just play for the retake.
Yeah.
You got so much numbers.
Well, shotgun will be collected to give Kendi multiple one-shot options here. But how do you deal with the full flood of Q9?
So
He still has a nade, too, to clear any of these back corners.
Kendi predicting there's going to be some sort of a play around the back. He has guessed incorrectly, and the angle is now won by Q9 as they try to clear.
Nah, bro, it's over.
Absolute chef's kiss. Cooking in
wow,
the kitchen.
dude, this is 2-0.
Elevates map pick and now find themselves comfortably 2-0 up in the series.
Not like a true reverse 7-0, but
what I said is
3 and then just ripping 7
they
straight
both undefeated. So Q9, if they win one of the next 3, they go straight to the final.
The hard point, Elevate were in prime position. position to be able to
Now
win the map.
Elevate would face Stalwart.
Map number 2. Hey, you can trade
They
free
didn't
for the half.
play
It's
each
pretty normal.
other.
It's okay, but then to not have any entrance whatsoever to get information over by B.
That's insane, dude. But that's also not a bad thing, though. Because Elevate already played Stalwart. Now Q9 already plays Stalwart. So that would suck for both these teams.
It just felt like Elevate were really grasping
at least
straws just to be able to get past the early defenses.
It's not over though, but dude, it's not looking good.
On that B setup, and we saw that clip right there from PJ, that has been more of the orthodoxical defensive setup for all the teams that have played Coastal.
Yes.
Have a trophy somewhere in the middle of the site, keep a shotgun up close and personal.
That's right.
Q9 don't do that at all.
Not even.
Maybe a one round they had that setup, but it wasn't tested. Everything else was Mauchi rotating late with a scope once he got a read at mid, and more in particular, Curly sitting in the back of the site with an Odin, just watching that cross because
Legendary
again,
Outrider.
Q9 they're more happy.
First legendary avatar.
Members. They don't really care about trading one for one.
I don't remember. Did you get the new Odin? No, hey. We can spin.
All their homework going back to that 7-3 win for Elevate against OUG. That was the one thing they were constantly doing. Elevate against OUG. That was in down low. Susano
Between games,
his team in any way he possibly could.
Just a reminder,
back of that site, man.
you can watch the game inside the app and you can get rewards. I want to see what that was, because that's weird. They say
firing off on all cylinders.
Yeah,
here
that's the thing about
they
this,
say
just to kind of give you the
FHJ,
full
but it's a
narrative
shotgun.
of
So
what COD Mobile has looked like.
let me check. It is a shotgun. Alright, I'm just gonna unplug my capture because it's sounding weird. But yeah, you're right. There's one guy with a different avatar. I didn't notice. They looked all the same during the game. Okay. So we got credits. Okay. Between games, I'm gonna spin 4, I think, on the new... so yeah, there's a new draw. It's the new World Championship 2025 draw. And there's a new melee there. Sledgehammer. It's called Savior's Sledge. What's that? A M13? So yeah, I don't think I want to spend 20,000 COD points, but I'm going to spend at least my 1 CP. Then we're going to see if we can get the hammer for cheap. I would be happy with that. What I said about the Odin is I have Mythic Odin, just like what Michael said. I have the Mythic Odin, so... Hey, the game is already started. So we're gonna be back. I have Mythic Odin.
Another one of those
So
things
I don't
that
know if
Elevate
I
have been a little
wanna go
one-dimensional
for
in the
it.
mode. They
No
have hard
character,
veto
yeah.
takeoff, and it
Alright,
mostly
I'm
has
gonna
been
go
Q9
back.
who've decided between Raider Crossfire. What do they want to play? Opening break off slightly favors that of
Wow,
Q9.
so Elevate's got pressure
Looking to
now.
make their early moves over towards A. G-Chen finds a ton of damage onto Kendi, but can't finish the kill. And Q9 are having to get their way in to try to find
So
this
is that
trade and are
control?
unable to do so. So nice bounce back here early for Elevate, keeping the pressure on the attack of Q9.
Mauchi, D-Chen, double sniper, double shotgun. Curly's got the 1XM4 just to try to pepper some of these players for the one-shot kill, and it's just stray gun.
Oh, it's a shorty. I said shotgun. It's a shouty. It's a shouty.
All the way through mid because Elevate know that Q9 are threatening.
Anyways, it said FHJ.
Trying to take some space at Broken. That doesn't work out. First tick at A does get locked. Clock still paused at 54 as Q9 are trying to reinforce through the middle of the map. And actually, they're trying to put some spawn pressure on. Problem is, they lose out on the offensive player on A, leaving D-Chen by himself, getting to work through the railing, and then over to the machine pistol once again.
Yeah, I'll see what I do.
Tick is locked.
I'll spin
16
4
plays,
times.
19 advantage to Q9 as
Just
it
see
looks
what
good for an extra
happens.
60 seconds to play with as well.
Yeah, Elevate can't throw more
So
lives
this guy's
away, so they're
really
gonna trail by
a
3. All these
shotgun
nades
main
coming through to
and
make sure
nothing
that,
else. He
they can
plays
keep
shotgun
players
on
maybe
any
upon
game
exit,
mode,
not getting
any
inside
map.
deli. It's actually a late challenge comes through from Clo, and I don't know about that one because you're lacking a defender
he's good with it.
just to run you down. A little bit of an overheat moment, but it'll set up his
A true
teammates. They're right
Garena
there for the
player.
assistance.
Yeah, that's just
Is
one of
it?
those, you know, send the fullback forward to get
Elevate
the
is
block
quick.
and then let
They have
everyone else
another
run behind
shot.
it. Works out beautifully. 14 plays, 10. First tick at B, going to get locked.
So we'll see more
Elevate trying to
shotgun
reinforce
action
their
versus
shop side.
Stalwart.
Looking decent for now as PG's able to find one. Kendi find the trades on Mauchi. Elevate, clear the zone. Moment of pause here as Q9 are coming off, trying to find a way to reset.
Your biggest reprieve is
if
the
they
life
go
department.
3-0,
it's
it's gonna be a shorter day than I
just need to
expected.
play out a couple of considerable trades, and it's going to cause Q9 to get a little bit distressed. Susano gives away his life, now trailing by 3. Q9 have an early operator as well from Curly. I wonder if they're going to rip that just to be able to get the space into B.
You got to find some sort of an entry, but D-Chen will find a snipe onto Susano. And now you're playing over the half wall in towards Bus. PJ, this is his first shot, backs away. He's got help nearby, but
you know, it's not over. It's not over.
So far.
It's not over.
8v4 situation. Cloud trying to reset, able to get a shutdown onto Kendi. Clock still at a pause at a minute. That was enough for Q9 to just sit on the zone if they want to and force Elevate to come to them.
Yeah. So soak up the segments here if you're Q9, especially these segments at B do not come every single day in every single crossfire control. And if you're Elevate, you're probably going to want to just give away your life before the segments continuously get ticked over. Susano looking for a couple snipes. He has no entrance
Type 62, we didn't see that much
will see the last
so far.
player cross, and he is forced to watch this third segment just get captured instead of giving away his life. A full segment offense for Q9.
Damn, bro.
With no operator usage is all, by the way.
And that's what's really scary.
Q9
too,
is
like
on fire right
I
now.
felt like that was going to be the call.
The hard
the
point changed everything.
To then rip the operator to just
CP
get
redeem codes. I
to be able to play for that
know
cross
anything about
on
that.
the initial spawn, but didn't even need it. Now when the gun is that hot, and now D-Chan's got the War Machine to start.
Yesterday was an FAJ. Oh, really?
Long crossover towards the Broken Barrels.
I missed that.
War Machine, as you mentioned, had been pulled. Annihilator to follow, and a Death Machine.
Man, yesterday I was busy working on my guide.
Kendi's hanging.
For the
Chloe
new
able to
game
get Tempest
mode.
out. May have an opportunity to try to trade this. And Cloud very wisely draws the line in the sand and says, I don't need to go any further than this because Bauchi is absolutely ripping them in their
Redeem codes
spawn
only for Garena.
with the
Okay.
Annihilator. Elevate, to be fair, have survived through this and are only down a life. So, yes, it's taken a lot of time, but survivability is the name of the game as they try to make their way over towards A.
Well, you realistically only threw out the Tempest, so now here comes the Sparrow from Yopi. Susano has the Death Machine should they want it, but they feel like they can get this zone just off of the one Sparrow. They haven't fully cleared Broken yet.
Yeah, and you've got, well,
Close
almost
this
a
one,
pinch on the way.
2021.
Top double. Q9 are able to clear the zone. Down to 50 seconds. Here come the next set of operators from Elevate. War Machine, oh, this is not where you want to have it. Just trying to blindly throw it through the middle of the map. Fortunately, Susano is doing some work over towards
totally
bus stop. So even though he
canceled.
does drop, it pulls the defense over and allows Elevate to make their way over towards A.
There's always just one more player that's just causing
This guy's
distress. This
too
time
good.
it's Mauchi. He goes 1 for 1. It gives more players the opportunity to get in towards Broken and maybe try to contest here at double. Second segment's going to get locked. 4 life advantage now for Q9 as they look to just concede the zone and just play for new.
Yep.
Oh, nice.
Susano able to find a connection though on the Chen. PJ, is he good for 2? Yes, he is. He's going to get back top Broken and an Annihilator over towards the Q9 spawn. Just has to value his life. This pressure could be enough for the rest of Elevate to flood behind us and get into the bus stop early. Misses a handful of shots, but again, Q9 are stuck in spawn. Elevate trying to follow up behind this to keep this offensive play alive, but they're not on the zone. They're playing for the kills instead.
What a transition. 5 life lead now
That
down
was
to
a
4.
big swing,
Space
that
being provided.
Annihilator.
Nobody on the zone though to cause a
What a
little bit
shot.
of threat, but Mauchi saw the mere pixel of Yopi, expecting for the secondary to come through. Q9 no response.
They might get this point.
10v4. Now you've got Elevate on the zone as they're
10-3.
realizing the spawn trap has already
China
done its
number
job.
1.
PJ. Brazen and
Remember
boldly
H1Z1?
runs right through the trenches with a shotgun, but Q9 are going to run out of lives here, and we're going to go offense for offense on Crossfire.
This is what's really important, Curly. He's going to try to hop the zone. He doesn't get there in time, so we are tied up segments per a piece, and that's what I was talking about for Curly, just trying to throw his life on into it as we take a look at Mauchi, his performance thus far throughout the entirety of this tournament, an absolute control demon. Playing for a lot of those different crossfire opportunities, pun totally intended. Coming in towards this upcoming offense, Q9.
That's what I wanted, a good kills game. I don't want to beat
match the
down, man.
offensive prowess. So Q9 going to throw a red
It starts with the freaking
Tempest.
Tempest.
Tempest, though, is looking this direction.
Wow.
First shot lands.
What?
Second follows, but
He got
shutdown
killed.
is there by Mauchi's
He got
hands.
canceled.
27 plays 27. Q9 trying to throw a curveball by hitting over towards Bus first, and Mauchi, with a little bit of a delayed smoke, is able to find 2 and stay alive. Yopi, on the opposite side of the map, needs to make a decision here. I mean, you need to come back and help your squad out because this B zone is under immense threat.
Yeah, but his distress is that the A zone's still being captured. They don't know what Q9's fully up to yet because they lost the opening gunfights, and now they have a double zone capture in progress because of Yopi's Mauchi's hesitation. He dies over by the A zone. You still have players hanging around the B zone. And Elevate don't know which way to look off spawn.
We got to chalk and rotate. We got to get together here if you're Elevate. And it looks like they're just going to toss nades to B and then try to get their numbers back over towards A. Susano on side of the top broken position finds 2. That will get the lives a little bit closer together.
So
and
close.
more importantly, you stop and deplete that 3rd tick at B, but try to find an opportunity to really push Q9 back. Elevate come up a bit short, and now all of a sudden the Chinese are back over towards the B zone.
Look at all the operators, even if they need it, but the gunnies have been so good. Yofi finds himself in the sandwich of the pinstripe kill feed. Finds himself a 3-piece. That's enough to mitigate the life advantage now down
they're
to 3.
capping, though.
They gotta truck the A zone, or do they? Right around the stairs, finds the opening. They're gonna deplete it.
Susano can enforce this with the death machine. Q9 are
They're
pushed
all
back
over the place, man.
into Ice Cream and deeper towards their spawn.
Ooh.
Oh, Susano's going to connect once again. 45 on the clock.
Ooh.
21 for him in the map. And he might not be done yet. Q9 feeling the pressure. Pop a death machine, but get nothing
Very
for
close
it.
this
and
game.
now
Very
Claw
close.
is playing up towards newspaper and can really pack a punch with this shotty.
Don't get too desperate now, Q9. You got 4 operators still left available in your tank, and you just need to try to get on one of these 2 zones to complete this 3rd segment. But Elevate are playing with a certain amount of grit, taking all the space away, playing for the kills, and the crossfires are sublime. They were down by a solid 5 lives at one point, and now lead 9-3.
Susano could earn himself an EMP
I think he
here
got
too if he can find this shutdown, but no. Instead, it's just the Pred missile.
Nice.
3v6. This round may not be over yet, but Kendi's able to hit onto another. So the clock comes to a pause at 5 seconds. Mauchi has an Annihilator, but they need to win the battles outright first, and a huge nade over the top. Hits him, takes him out, and Elevate
What
did a
do
very
we have
solid
here?
response defensively.
Yeah, they do. I don't know if you're watching.
And after that, it's another search, right?
Over inside the spawn. Once he did find that kill, he was just sitting there, just like bobbing
just
and weaving against
delaying
like
it.
the Type 6-3 single tap until his teammate
You watch
came over
party
for that
rewards?
kill.
No, the rewards are in the game. Faso.
All right, so Elevate now up on map point. If they can somehow find the equal amount of success on the previous offense, we're going to be sitting pretty. Q9 threw a wrench in that last offense, and it did not pan out. Elevate go back to the tried and true, but right into the waiting hands of Mauchi with the Annihilator.
He can take long-range angles, but Susano lands. Kendi trying to look over towards Ice Cream, and PJ will follow up with that info. And Elevate have made their way out of spawn with PJ now operating the Annihilator. Pred missiles also being honed in for Elevate.
That view of the Pred.
Though Q9 hanging on to a 1 life lead, and Curly's playing forward,
Nah,
trying to
Picos
watch
are
the ramp
Garena.
up towards Ice Cream.
All the resource dump garners nothing but a 2-life disadvantage now. Q9 with this Tempest, to your point for Curly, he's just gonna watch this
is
entrance inside a
Garena
deli. Anybody
codes.
walks in, they die.
That's exactly the idea, but Elevate have made their way back over towards A.
All right.
And now Curly's going to watch a bit of a cross. What does that do to the spawns here for Elevate playing around
Are you
the back?
talking about COD
He's gonna
next?
be in a little bit of trouble. Uling feeling that he's gotten all of Elevate.
COD next had COD
points.
points.
The equalizers and shreds them apart. But Elevate respond.
Yeah, Stars, that shotgunner is insane, man.
Clo trying to operate the Tempest, but shut down quickly. Keeps us at a 2-life edge to Q9's defense.
It's full sprinting, just tunnel vision in towards Broken, throwing more lives away. But we got at least one player around the A zone, waiting for more assistance. We have to clear doubles, though.
1v1. Cloud deciding to stay away from it. Trusting that his teammates can clear out the other side of the map first. But
you got a
kills.
crazy
Now
good game
tied at
to watch.
13 apiece. Clo has
That's a
re-earned
good
the
reward.
Tempest and makes good use of it. Staying alive, dancing, wiggling, weaving, doing the tango behind Boss as Death Machine is out. And how about Elevate? A late resurgence. Have a chance to get the extra 60 seconds and continue to hit hard at the Q9 spawn.
Wasted.
But Q9 will not go down that
So
easy.
close,
they
man.
work their way out and are getting their defense over to B.
10 plays 8. Yopi's got the Sparrow. Any opening could be them hopping
Doesn't
on towards
see
the
through
D zone.
smoke,
The Q9
huh?
are turtling
He
inside
doesn't
the bus
see
stop.
what we see.
Life advantage. Elevate with some success, making their way across the middle of the map. Last
Sparrow
hit
snipe
does land, but the shutdown is there. Cloud
No
working
RK.
through smoke. Elevate pushed back. 4v7, 60 seconds, and we've got some calm on Crossfire for now.
Waiting for the dust to be settled to watch PJ with that shotgun. He's actually being launched from this cross and mounting the Type 6-3. He's going to try to hit this flank, I'm sure, in a timely manner. Elevator just waiting to see if Q9 are going to throw away any lives for free. They
all
won't.
of a sudden, they chill, huh?
This is brilliant from
You
Q9
feel
playing
the
a
pressure
4v7.
now?
They're going to try to force Elevate to play through Broken and up to that top corner building. And Mauchi is staying tucked.
No more
Curly's
explosions
watching the
now,
cross.
huh?
As soon as he calms it, Mauchi will pop out to try to see if they can take down Elevate through the middle of the map. Instead, Elevate going to cut right across the mid. No one's watching that. They're going to get to the front doors, but you've got Cloud on a death machine, and you've got a shotgun to watch the back door.
4-4. Oh no! No more respawns.
Beautiful raid from Q9. Off spawn. You
The
gotta
frig,
sprint if you're Elevate. 4v3. One player has gotten deep, but it's PJ with a shotgun, and he will be red, only getting one elimination. 1v3 for Claw. Stun lands,
way,
but not
bro.
able to find the kill. We're going the distance.
If Q9 gets the next round, it's over.
Segments too, and that's what's terrifying is how the lives were panning out.
You
on
want
the
close
rounds
game,
that
you got a close
lost.
game.
So what does that mean going in towards the round 5? Somebody's going to have to step up and execute on a second
Cannot
offense.
believe
And
it.
it seems that Q9 are going to be the ones to do so.
Holy crap.
Or attempt to, anyway.
Attempt to.
But this time they don't go over towards B. And that was the big
Yo,
gambit
Danny,
for them
send
in
me.
the previous offense. Elevate
Oh,
were
I'll
playing
watch
for
later.
it, but because they didn't this time, they have a lovely cross setup to nullify any push over towards A.
Well, Tread Missile will give them a little bit of freedom to make their way out of spawn. Follow-up eliminations are great from Mauchi's Type 63. And now Cloud.
I don't even know how to enter these codes.
PJ says, I smell a challenge. I want it, but he didn't have the help. He didn't have the support. Nades from Elevator now finally starting to make their way over the top, but
What
that's
time is
not
it
before
here?
Uling can take away the
9
corner
a.m.
building, and Curly's hitting
9 in the morning now.
It was a brilliant start for Elevate, but Q9 are catching fuego.
Oh, Curly trying to get around the
man,
corner.
the Q9 is on top 5 up.
Feet now for Elevate. That's going to stop that A zone in its tracks. Annihilator now.
Yeah, they got all their freaking
Smoke's gonna
skills,
force
man.
him to reposition. He's got a really good angle
6
now
up.
all the way in towards the back. Looking
7.
for a little bit more kills. We'll take down Suzuno.
Yeah,
Gets
that's crazy.
information that one is up top, and he's also getting pushed
No.
down low. Able to take down PJ as well.
No, they're
Elevator
winning
just
all their
throwing lives to the
gunfights
wind.
too.
Yep.
Another
Good
one.
patience for Q9,
Bro,
picking them apart on this crossfire.
it's slipping away, man.
The map, not just playing it across the map. Elevate. They're close, though, on both zones. They're going to get an extra 60. Hold on a second. They can still win this.
10
They've got
up.
numbers cutting across the middle of the map. PJ's found 2. They just need one more.
The hell just happened?
Can they find the kills?
Oh, they might cap. They might win with the cap.
Elevate still trying
No,
to
they
find their way
capping.
back over. Can they touch? Oh,
No
quite.
way.
Q9
No
will
way.
survive through the onslaught of what Elevate
They
looked like
freaking
was gonna be a
capped.
solid defensive setup on the zone. They could not
Q9
get the read, and Q9
with the sweep.
champs with a 3-0 sweep of their own in the
Malaysia, 10 p.m. Jesus. All right, so they're going to the final, straight to the final.
Needed to come their way. They lost 0-4 last time they faced Elevate across the stage, but this time they're grand finals bound. The first team here in convincing fashion, I would say, especially for the way that latter round did play out.
Okay,
Search
so-
and Destroy also phenomenal.
so-
the only
so
real close
surprise.
shave was looking at that summit hardpoint.
So Q9 is going straight to the final. Elevate will go on the losers bracket now to face Stalwart.
Grand Finals Q9.
If Elevate wins, we got a rematch. If Stalwart wins,
they want to raise that trophy.
Q9 already beat Stalwart before. You're gonna have to beat them again in the final.
In CODM.
Look at the compassion and respect for both of these two teams.
So whoever wins, Q9 already beat them. Q9 already beat Stalwart, and Q9 already beat Elevate. So they face each other to go face Q9 again. How about that for a final? Q9's got a huge advantage. And also what I said earlier, you guys let me know in the chat if you know. But in the final, usually, when it's double elimination, the guy to reach the final first did not lose. So, when they get to the final, if they lose, it's their first loss. Do they play again another best of 7? Because usually that's how it works. On a double elimination, the undefeated team in the final has to lose twice to lose. So it's like that. Because I think it happened 1 year where they didn't. They canceled that rule. Which is kind of crazy, but Anyways, we're gonna do another poll for the next matchup. It's gonna be Elevate versus Stalwart. Damn. I'm gonna go back in the game. Keep spinning my lucky draw. Alright, round 2.
Continues to impress in the hard point and of course in game 3 control 37-24 as it's Q9 with a 3-0. We now send it to the stage with our winners in Ian Chambers.
Crazy, am I right in thinking? Let me just check.
It's gonna be Elevate
bracket final is complete already. It was blinking your
and
message time stuff,
Stalwart.
but we have our first team locked into the grand final, and that is Q9. And I'm
Okay, like you guys vote. Let me know who you got. You're playing the final today. Yeah, it's the last day, man. It just started like an hour ago, and that was the first match of the day. That was a close one, 3-0. That was a short, a quick one.
今天的比赛当中，看得出来胜者组的比赛打得非常的激烈，并没有拿下胜利，而今年是拿到这一场的。去年在 Elevate 的对战当中，并没有拿下胜利，而今年是拿到这一场的复仇啊！现在的心情。
All right, so I was. Oh man. Alright, so I said I was gonna spin 4, see if we can get the hammer for cheap. I spin 1, my 1 CP. I got the charm. So this is spin number 2. Nah, calling card. Gonna reset my capture. Every time I go back, it crackles. And then I'm gonna show you my progression on the Girls Frontline event for the before the next matchup. It's gonna take a couple minutes between match usually. It's a nice calling card though. Okay, 350. Oh, nah. Spin number 4, 800. Oh, yes, let's go, man. I didn't want to spin more than 4. If I didn't get the hammer in 4, I would be confused what to do now. Wow, let's go. That's what I wanted. 4 spins for that. Why are camo crates for secret cash so rare now? I barely get any. Hey, let me check. And I can show you right now how many secret cash I opened this season so far. You go here. This season, I opened only 68. Okay, 68. I got a few here. I got 3 left. And I'll show you my total, okay? HS, PPSH, and MG42. Look, okay? In 68, I got 28 camel crates. Maybe you got unlucky. Because how did I get... Oh, okay, no. I got 28, but 5 of these are from the exchange store, I think. But that's all, right? I got 5 here. So in 68, I got 23 of 28. I got 28. 5 are from the... Is that it though? Is it like, do you get some of these somewhere else? You don't get camo on the battle pass, right? No, they're all from secret cash. So 68, I got 23. And the other 5 are from the exchange store. So it's not that bad, I think. Maybe you just got unlucky. Go check. Go to your event, okay? And check how many secret cash you opened this season. And then go back and check how many camo crates you got, or how many different camos you got. I just want to compare. But I got 28 and 68. But 5 are from the exchange store. Still doing these. Also, there's not much. I didn't even do that. Okay, so all 3 of my stores only have the purple cards remaining. I want to talk about this real quick also. So my collection's at 74. I got 2 mythics now. And the progression, I just unlocked the last girl yesterday. And I didn't clear anything because I went straight to 3-5. And I die at the boss. There's a mini boss on this. I can show you some video real quick. But this character, I didn't beat the boss with this one. I beat the boss with the other 2. Yeah, I beat 3-5 with that girl. And I beat 3-5 with that girl. Okay, so I have to go back, beat 3-5 with that, and beat 3-5 with that. But I got a video I recorded yesterday. I think I can show you. Yeah, I got it. This is the stage 12 on 3-5. Look, man, I destroyed the boss as soon as she spawned. So that's the mini boss. She pushes you and she charges. And like she got a katana or something. So you gotta kill her before she kills you. That's why it's so important to have like... Look, I was reloading also. As soon as I shot her, she's dead. That's why you need... Look, my lineup before. I got level 5 evil, level 5 magician, level 4 level 4 LMG. I didn't have any mythic there. It was all magician, all evil. Please show the US 9 legendary. Which one? But yeah, I have to beat that stage again with 2 of my 4 characters. What's the USS 9 legendary? Oh, 3 minutes before the stream comes. USS 9. I don't think I have a... this one? Is there more than one? The pirate one? What are live stream rewards? It's a Vanguard skin. You got a Shorty. You got 3 secret cash there. And what's that? It says CX9 and Vanguard in the night uniform. Night Spotter uniform. Alright. You wanna see that legendary? Hey, by the way, my diamond 2 away. I'll finish that today. Okay, USS 9 legendary. Copy and paste, I guess. Did I not make a video on this? I don't remember. Probably I did. I even use it in rank. Does it have custom iron sight? I'll show you. I think when I unlocked it, I think I made a video. But I didn't use it. Oh yeah, that big circle. And show you the kill effect. You got the splash sound. And weapon inspect. Oh yeah, he's got the reactive camo, the shark, feet or something. It grows with 2, 4, 6 kills if I remember correctly. Yeah. It's cool. Does that answer your question? Yeah, no, it's a nice gun for sure. If you don't have the mythic, it's a nice option. So I think tomorrow I will stream my my shotgun grind. Today, when we get to the next match, because it's gonna start again. After the next round, I think I have time to do 2 quick free for all, and I'll get my diamond. And then tomorrow, I could grind. Tomorrow I could do my Damascus shotgun because I unlocked it now. Yeah, it's tier 21 or something. I'm tier 22, so tomorrow I could do Damascus grind.
2025, where we are blowing
Wait, it says I'm not
what
right.
just happened, because that was a 3-0 in
Yeah,
favor
3-0 Q9
of
was
Q9.
insane.
We still have Proper and I hold shift here
You
to
guys
get us through the next
got
series as well.
Elevate
But
over
a little
Star
bit
Wars?
of a recap here, Proper. That was crazy.
I mean, they got thwacked on the last two two maps. I mean, like the control was close all the way until it wasn't. A couple of split decisions being made, a lot of hesitancy being exemplified by Elevate Puck, and thus they find themselves down in the lower bracket, losing 3-0
Can't believe
to
that
Q9.
first hard point I think changed everything. We got the hard point.
I mean,
at the
Alan,
start. Crazy game.
what jumped out at you on both sides? First of all, for Elevate, because we're going to be looking at them immediately yet again,
Tony,
facing
I
off
don't know,
against Stalwart. And we've got some stats up here to take a look at as well. We'll start with that.
Yeah, I
Legendary
think the
Type
biggest thing for
63,
Stalwart is
USS
not
9,
just the
and Dark
head-to-head
Shepherd
matchup that
would
we
be
have
nice.
seen a couple of different times throughout this year against Elevate, but in particular this weekend, even though they've had some great success, they have had a little bit of issue in the control, not just overall finding wins, but what map do they want to play, which is odd. And this is one of those things. And if you're somebody who is a competitor still in the venue, or someone who has unfortunately been eliminated who's tuning in, why are we not picking Team B more often? You get to respond to the only one veto that your opponents have. You get to choose between the remaining 2 maps. Stalwart's been one of the only teams who have electively taken Team B to do that. The problem is they haven't been able to find success converting on having a choice of the last 2 maps available when it comes to control so often.
And you were highlighting that yesterday. You were saying how much you
that's
liked
crazy,
the decision to choose Team B first because it was that impactful. Maybe somebody heard you along the way. We'll see what happens here in the next series. But that's insane. I mean, is that what you expected out of Championship Sunday? I don't even know at this point.
3-0 to start the day. Crazy.
Getting set up to now face off against Elevate. So let's talk about Stalwart a little bit here, Proper. Give me your thoughts on what they can do against this squad.
I mean, there's a whole lot of underdog stories that are coming away from Stalwart Esports. To break in towards top 3 is a beautiful thing to be able to see for the Garena region. 2 of your best teams are in attendance, but they got to continue to level up their game because they have never beaten Elevate. They continuously step up. They took down Wolves yesterday.
Beat
That's their biggest test
Elevate
thus far.
ever.
And the next one's right ahead of them.
All right, well, Alan, I think
That's
you've
why
got
you
a
guys
little bit of a
voting
special treat
Elevate
for us here. Some
79%.
telestration specifically in relation to Stalwart.
You guys
so
know
walk
your
us through
shizzle.
what you've got.
Yeah, look, I'll sit here
Nah,
and
Papi,
I'll
they
take
all
the
have the
loss,
same
friends.
phone.
I've
This
been
is a
sitting
sponsored
saying that
event.
Stalwart's been
Everyone
overrated,
used the same
and I've been
device.
kind of hating on them a little bit. I get it.
A little bit.
Okay, it's been a lot of it. I'm going to flip-flop just a touch. But I want to at least show you not just the good that Stalwart has done to get to this point, but also moments where they still need to kind of correct some stuff. We're going to go back to their series versus Q9 yesterday. This is on Combine, which is a map that I don't anticipate we're going to see for this particular matchup, but this is just something that I want to show you. Keep your eyes on what's happening in orange. Just going to pause it right off the get-go. We're coming off of P2, or P3, pardon me, going over to 4. The one spot you want on this map to control that space early as you're the team breaking is right down middle. And they do
out
a
of the
really,
recent
really, really
legendaries
nice
and
job
mythics,
of off-exit finding success with kills, and
which
then
one's your
getting
favorite
players
of the
up
recent
into the middle
ones?
of the map. So you've got an opportunity to
Let
not
me
just
check
go
my
through that
collection.
place, but you also can stop members from hitting you in this direction, allowing this flood up the top and any couple of members to
Recent
come in from the front
mythics.
to find success. And that's really well done. You see them starting to win the rotation through mid as they come off this next set of spawns, and that will turn into what will eventually be some good early time. That's something, though, you don't just do once.
Does VMP count?
Anyone who's watching,
is it recent
you have to
enough?
continue to put pressure through the middle of the map. Kind of like we talked
about
with Q9.
VMP,
when you come off spawn, you need to continue to reinforce. This moment is actually
For
brilliant.
the mythics, I would say VMP if it's recent enough.
Success, they do well.
And legendaries.
We've got full clearance to the map. So let's push through, hit a pinch, and really make sure that we have the opportunity to lock down all of the space in the hard point. But, and it is a big but, and I cannot lie, this is what Q9 does very well. They're going to be waiting in the grand finals for potential rematch.
The ISO was nice. The new ISO legendary
stays clear, and look at what we're getting from Stalwart.
The cat guns, I like
this is very one-dimensional,
one with
and it
the
doesn't set up
ICR with the
correctly in
cat.
5v5. We're coming off spawn
the Mike 10
and
also.
continuing to just hit over
and the
and
Jack
over
12
and over
was
again
insane. I don't use shotguns, but that Jack 12 legendary, the green and purple,
you know it, Q9
that's a really cool gun. The one with the fish inside.
And be in a spot to dominate the
so
VMP,
my best mythic lately.
That cannot happen today.
And legendaries.
And why I've been sitting here saying that Stalwart, in terms of the
respawn go with the ISO,
has not been as formidable as other teams that have been here
and the
to
Jack
this
12
point. So that's got to change.
The most recent
that has
ones.
to fix. Otherwise, this could be a very nasty series in the hard points.
All right, Alan, thank you so much for that breakdown. Love to see that highlighted, and also hopefully something that they recognized overnight, and maybe they can fix that here for today. But let's start talking about what we've also got on the other side of our information.
XM4 also,
because we
but
do have our picks and bans. They got them
I don't know how recent it has
quick.
to be.
Both of these squads ready to dive straight back into
the
series proper. I want to pick your brain on these first.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine
Slums,
why they were
like.
able to
Slums,
complete these vetoes as quick as they were.
Oh, they
How
have
many
to
times
choose,
have
right?
these teams face each other over this past calendar?
No, that's what they
I would
chose.
have to take off my socks to count that high, I'm sure.
So if
but
it goes to map 4,
it's always in the favor for Elevate, and you have to try to put your best veto forward so that way Stalwart can feel
if there's a map 5 is firing range, imagine. I hope they go to 5, bro.
Get that as an opportunity because Elevate decided to be Team A. The Hacienda is in the mix, as well as the slums for the map 4. It's going to be very interesting. But even the firing range being picked now versus Stalwart versus it being open, if it was a choice versus Q9, it's just constantly boggling my mind on some of these videos.
That must be hard for them to see. We're facing a team that we were never able to beat before, and now we have to beat them. Imagine.
Scared of their summit, they have now allowed Hacienda to be picked first by Elevate. If you can't tell by the candor of my voice, if you're not a historian on COD Mobile, this is Elevate's bread and butter. And we're talking jalapeno cheddar sourdough bread.
Which one?
The good stuff. That is not a good
no Red Magic. They all play on the 1+ today.
Whatsoever. They do get their slums, which is fine. But again, those are the 2 most played maps from Elevate this weekend. What are we doing? Like, hello? Let's do some research. I don't love the call, and this is a mistake that really could punish Stalwart early in this series.
250 to 182 versus Wolf yesterday on Hacienda. That is the one thing that I'm sure Stalwart are walking away from, because
they must be really confident
that they have underneath their belt, and taking that off of Wolves, which
still don't love it.
Hey, doesn't matter if you love it. They're the ones that are going to be picking the maps to give themselves the best opportunity to be able to win this series.
They did it quickly enough that this seems like it might be the game plan, but it's time to find out if it's going to work in their favor or not, because our teams are ready to get themselves out on the stage. So Ian, let's get them in their seats.
Okay, you guys chose
Thank you very much, Glitter.
Elevate 78%.
We are moving into the lower bracket final already. As Shifty would say, what are we doing? But
Elevate
it is time
78%.
to find out who's
you guys
got
really,
what it takes
really
to
don't
join
trust Stalwart.
Q9 in the grand final. Now,
but they never
this
won
next
to.
matchup is
You
a
guys
battle
are
between
probably
2
right.
local rivals. This time
Just hope
on
it's
a
gonna be
grander
good.
stage. They know each other well. Who's got what it takes to pick up the dub? Let's bring out the team,
dub.
starting with Stalwart Gaming. They have taken the lower bracket by storm.
And
Grit,
you know,
resilience, and perseverance brought them here. Now they have the chance to break a curse. They've never beaten their next opponents on a LAN.
It's like the Boston Red Sox and the Yankees. There's a curse. At some point, it's gonna happen. You know, you cannot lose forever.
Their
but
opponents, you've literally just seen them, but let's bring them back out. It's Elevate. Descending to the lower bracket definitely was not part of the plan. Shook by defeat, they need to brush it off fast if they want to return to where they believe they belong, in the grand final.
Gonna get some candies.
Two big teams, incredibly high stakes. Let's hope for a more competitive matchup here, Glitter.
I think that's exactly what we're going to be getting, and we've gotten to hear from Stalwart over the weekend quite a few times in their interviews, and they have full intention of making this lower bracket run and getting themselves into those grand finals here, Chef.
Yeah, and I will say, again, just reflecting on how they finished the day yesterday, passion, that was it. It was a tremendously long day for everybody who had to make a run to the lower bracket. For Gallerus, it was like that, but especially for Wolves. But one thing that was constant was Stalwart feeding energy. Thing about it is, passion and preparation are two very different things. You got to fight with, your heart's on fire, but mind's on ice. And they have missed out on the veto process. So now they have to rely on that heart and that passion to start this series off with a huge statement.
Not to mention, even though they are now coming in off of that loss, they are still a top squad in the world when you're looking at Elevate proper. So not about to be shaken very easily.
2024 world champions at the end of the day, and even then they were still shutting down a lot of the haters, even walking away from the CDSI that they had even last year. Going in towards this one, same thing, asked to step up versus Wolves. They were able to do so, albeit in a map 5. These guys are absolute shooters, though. I think that you're going to find themselves be truly tested. To Alan's point, like he was talking about, the passion was always there. Stalwart were finding comfort in sprinting at the enemy team and being able to find a lot of value.
Alan, I kind of want to get your opinion here on where some of the misses were for Elevate in the last series. Where can they look to improve?
It's a tall question to answer because you're dealing with a
the
very
gaming
scrappy
curse.
Summit hardpoint where both teams made, I'd say, equal amounts of great plays
Did
and
you
a couple
have a
of
team
mistakes.
this year?
I think the biggest thing in my mind about that Summit was just the over-investment of operator usage to get back to a tie game when behind late in the game for Elevate.
Stage
so
5,
maybe
right?
a little bit of frenetic panic that started to
Did
get
they?
into the
I don't
mix.
remember.
I don't anticipate them feeling the same
Or
things
they
from
didn't get
Hacienda.
in the top 16.
Big, open map, chance and time to process and make good macro decisions. So I think they've got a little bit more freedom based on that map pool alone. Search and Destroy, though, immediate run back to Coastal. So that's going to be interesting, I think, to see what they decide to do to adapt and to change, because outside of the first 3 rounds, like Proper mentioned, Q9 put together the perfect game plan to respond, and Elevate were not able to do the same once there were starting to be some counter moves on the map.
I see you agreeing here, Proper.
Yeah, I mean, because I'm even more happy to be able to see the Coastal Search and Destroy for Stalwart. If you watched all throughout yesterday, the one map that they took off of Q9 was the Coastal Search and Destroy.
Good call.
We also just got to see what Q9 just did in 7 rounds straight on that map. You have immediate VOD to watch in real time. You know that the coach here for Stalwart Esports has
it's not
these
just
boys
China.
rearing and ready to be able to take
Asia
them down
in general. If you go back in the history of esports, even if you go check League of Legends, there was a documentary on Netflix. Like, America always been years behind on esports. There was a documentary on the founder of Cloud9, and they say in Asia, they have esports program in schools. They start esports very young about communication, gameplay, coaching. They start young and they practice and they train and they got money and they got sponsorship. America, you have to do it on your own pretty much. It's like amateur versus professional. So America never has a chance. And we have so many teams and players, the pool is larger. And we have to develop esports programs, but it seems like it's not important enough for Americans to create their own programs and stuff. It's a matter of culture. It's not in our culture yet. We're years behind. Like years, like 10 years behind.
For Elevate, the story of the weekend is going to be repeat. Only one will have a chance at surviving into the grand finals. We've got an inter-region rivalry between Elevate and Stalwart in your lower finals. Let's get it on.
Stalwart Esports,
Man, Elevate just played
versus Elevate.
like
Never
10
a good
minutes
look.
ago.
Constantly vetoed in the green region, but they were able to beat Wolves 250 to 182. That is why it is existing after the summit was taken away, and they're starting off wonderfully with the opening time.
Something that we've seen from both of these Garena teams, the ability on P1s to get good counteractive time at worst by early stacking the hill. Elevate able to push off Stalwart after the first 14 seconds come through, and now they're working on that macro game as we talked about. Split spawns for Stalwart, some towards Wine, some towards Well. Neither finding a lot of success on the hill, but now they can join forces and try to hit together from either side of the hard point, and they will do so
Chinese
with great
doesn't
success.
win, but who wins in Dota then?
He actually takes as an opportunity to hit through
Is it
you
other
rather than trying to
countries
play for
from
the rotation
Asia?
over towards New. But Elevate still finding the eliminations around the current time. Gonna get themselves up to 30+ points, and that's a great spot to be in, especially when you're late to fight for the spawns over towards New.
Yeah,
Susano's
exotic,
here.
I know.
Kendi's also there to join him, but Clove, Jai, they shut it down in spades.
Susano's double, though, is massive. Problem is, hardpoint is locked, but spawns are open. Stalwart will spawn behind P2. Pinch on the way. Yopi playing over towards water. Not able to see the member inside the hardpoint. Reef turning his attention to hit a couple, and now you've got an early Tempest from FTX, and oh, mercy. Lightning coming through over towards Tiles. Can't find the last member at Rock, but he's getting those little trail hit markers, and eventually he's able to find it. Problem is, keep an eye on the
I see a lot of Tempest today.
driveway until FTX shuts it down with the Pred missile. It is BEA beautiful.
Can't ask for a better start. FTX.
BEA beautiful.
Pred missile is going to reveal all that information where the enemy team of Elevator spawning, and the kill feed is still electric in yellow. 20 seconds left to fight over here on P2, and Stalwart are going to walk away with the majority of this time. Elevator forced to make a decision here. You can't get more operators out. Skirt already throws away his death machine at the tail end of this, so that's kind of a big utility that you're going to be missing going in towards the
Which phone are you using?
potentially, but you
I
still
don't know
have
the
so much
model
utility
exactly.
to dump in towards it.
This is fine, though. I think if you're Stalwart, yeah, you spend 2 early operators, but you do regrow the lead after being down 30 to 15 to now 15 points of your own. So immediate flip, but oh, Kendi on rotation. This is what we're talking about. Where Elevate finds success. Early rotates, perfect setups, picking apart their opponents, and outside of a couple of straight members spawning for Stalwart, Elevator looking good for the first 20 seconds.
Equalizer's out now for Clove. Player to watch out for. Gonna shut down Susano. You got these back spawns still coming through from Stalwart Esports, and the patience just is not there. Reef, a secondary good player to get a good shout as far as his clutch ability and hardpoint is concerned. Rips the Sparrow, finds himself a nice little 3-piece. It calls for more utility to be dumped on the opposite side as Elevate are trying to trade for the resources, but it's still Stalwart walking away with the majority of the time.
Yeah, Jai, backside Wine. Good for one. Equalizer's trying to get the scrap time secured
Tony.
for Elevate, but Clo could only find one. Numbers, though, from the front continue
Baseball,
to find success on the
hockey,
hard point
football.
for the side of Elevate. How about it? If you weren't awake from the last series, jostle your jimmies. We've got a tie game here as we head over to P4.
Yeah, stay hydrated because we're going to be sprinting out through the end of this one. I can only imagine no team has really gotten a single leg up, I want to say, since Elevate were able to get the majority of time on P1. We're just trading. Now we go over towards P4 with a 2-second lead.
Big win.
Looking for the resources to come online for a couple of these two teams, but still, Stalwart Esports going to be here first. They will have the rotation one and the luxury of playing each corner.
Elevate playing over towards P2 side, though, finding a couple of kills to get through Tiles. Clo in the hard point, finding the win. That is a quick flip of the hill to Elevate. So quick. That's been the staple. It existed last year. It exists this year on top of that, but little windy outside of Rock as Elevate not able to lock down the shots, giving Stalwart a chance to contest. Pistol out for Clove, not going to work, and Elevate get the reinforcements back first.
That was off of spawns as well, so a reinforcement here for all the nades. Susano going to drop down over by water, hops back up, will lose his life, but the luxury of spawning over by office, you will have a certain positional advantage. So Stalwart going to have to do the old-fashioned way as Clove is able to lock the way 3, going in towards the second set of hard points. Just about a dead even game going in towards P1 once again.
Difference maker that you could call for each of these individual hills were Stalwart, early operators finding success at P2. Elevate, better efficiency when they used operators at P3. Everything else has been about a 50-50.
Yeah, I was going to say that they don't have the same experience that we have in rank. Because there's so much stuff that is banned. You don't see the bubbles. You don't see Martyr. You don't see freaking Persistence, Vito.
Couldn't tell by how I brought that one out. Don't love the call of
and what Bobby said is we need another rank, which is like competitive rules, where we actually use guns, you know?
It's a really odd time to be ripping 3 different heavy-hitting operators, especially in the hands of Elevate. A little nervy, isn't it? Stalwart going to be able to shut that down with relative
or something like when you reach legendary, you can decide if you want to keep playing this or if you want to go in the
to try to take
rank
players
plus,
out of
like
the corners around
with
Fountain,
rules.
and it doesn't work. And now Clove could just play his
So
life.
everyone who reached legendary, they have the choice to keep chilling or to go to the other divisions, for example. So, something like that could be possible.
An EMP, 2 Preds, and a couple of operators. Huge moment in this game for Stalwart to take a commanding lead.
Stalwart have every single ounce of opportunity to be able to snowball this fully. Jai pulls in the Predator missile from his Herculean spree. He's going to be able to find himself too in the information.
But the devs, like, I was there at COD Next. Bobby, he totally talk about that in their face one-on-one. They know.
This is looking great for Stalwart.
But Little B was there.
Once again.
They all have the same message.
Available, so your ability to counteract the heavy usage of these operators could be massive. 150 to 95.
Oh, Clash of Clans does that? I didn't know.
Punishing the mistakes of Elevate, and now FDX go and give it to you. Go and give it to you. Backside.
No, Bobby didn't tell me that. He was right next to me and Lil B in front of the devs, and he was talking about that. I was there.
So much value being found with the Tempest among other different operators.
Because we had a meeting when they presented the DMZ recon for the first time, and then they were collecting feedback, and they had a long chat about that.
They're going to be late towards this rotation, and if you're looking at this from Stalwart's perspective, you actually spawn closer over by P4. Some members for Elevate do cut through the 50-50 yard line of the map, which means that Stalwart will get those split spawns, but it all comes down to the 2 players that are here to hold the line to buy time for their teammate.
Yeah, Susano not able to double down. Means
okay, so Stalwart is
win these gunfights, and so far they are. Well spawns for Elevate, guarded by Skurd, and a couple of other members for Stalwart who have gotten a read on this. So contest coming through.
Who's better at S&D? Is Stalwart good?
One member spawning behind.
I kind of cheer for Stalwart then.
Towards the back. Do Stalwart get a read? Now they will.
If you say they never beat them, I'll be cheering for them.
Not able to get there in time. Tempest out for PJ.
The underdog story.
From Patio from Susano and Elevate are starting to work their way back into this game with a clean wipe over the top of the hill.
God was never in a position to be able to get that EMP online to shut down all of these operators that we use. Yopi now with the Sparrow going to be the tail end of this P3, and Elevate, like you were saying, are starting to chisel away at this lead. Now just about a whole hard point in between these 2 teams. And Stalwart gonna look to hit through the old time, get back off this in their favor while they're setting 2 players on the long flank for at least a pinch. They know that they're late towards this rotation, and Elevate are gonna be having the luxury of playing each corner. War Machine already out for Kendi.
Whether it's COD
Loot
Mobile,
only or loot and
Black Ops
trophy.
6, those that are familiar with Hacienda will know that P4 is where comebacks come to life. EMP though, advantage to Stalwart in terms of utility dumping. Trophy systems trying to get back in, but Elevator winning the gunfights over the top of the rock. Can they find more? Susano down low with the combination of PJ will rip through STE. Clove though with the equalizers will gain another opportunity.
50 away, man, and they got the position too, huh?
EMP was used there
winning the gunfight. I think they got this, man.
He's going to be able to find himself up on the 3 spree, but the trades are starting to come through for Elevate, but they don't have the positional advantage. They have those bottom office spawns, and they're forced just to funnel through with their nades all the way from the boathouse. Pinstripe kill feed comes through, but Stalwart Esports, they make the right decision with that leader's advantage just to try to keep P4 as heavily as contested as they did to get as many resources as possible so that way they can maintain this lead.
Huge leader's advantage for Stalwart, but this game is not unwinnable for Elevate. We can't be throwing knobs though just at Fountain. We need to get clearance around the hill if we're going to pop anything.
Morning one.
PJ's got a Tempest out, and he
is just 9 banned. I don't know.
The first. Does he get a read in the second? Sure does. And now he's
I
taking
don't
his
see
attention back over towards open hall. Stalwart largely split.
I don't see USS9. I see VMP everywhere.
The whole time have been comfortable inside the hill. A couple of individual kills come out, but PJ is starting to heat back up again. He's on 41.
Maybe it is.
Red Missile to get the information and an EMP if he wants it.
Red Missile will get that information.
What candy? It's just a bag of mixed candies.
Different circumstances
just,
from 1 to 2. The EMP is going to cause Stalwart to be honest, while Elevator is still mixing it up in through the upper hallways. But Skurd goes unnoticed. It's getting good damage, but the VMP ain't going to nuke from that range. It's not the Fennec from back in the day. PJ will jump down and will end up playing elimination. Stalwart Esports are throwing away their lives. Luckily enough for them, Elevate don't recognize it and push all the way through, so they still have that side of the map. But what a dent into the lead Elevate have made, now trail by 30.
And that was, again, Stalwart throwing their lives in at a very awkward time. Elevate could hold the next line of scrimmage, and now they can get to work playing gun rotation just before the lock comes through for P2. Cleaning out Zig is Susan. Suzano traded by Jai. FDX quickly trying to get them way back into the hard point, and they will find a couple of kills. Now STE trying to set up a pinch through lobby. Elevate in the mix to try to get back into this game, but Jai locking things down through driveway.
Some
with
attachments
the war
are banned.
machine.
Okay.
No, shut down, and PJ's got another Tempest. Can he lock up a couple of shots as they play through tiles?
Okay.
Not fully. Skirt up top, playing the Lambo Heady, and STE get past 230.
When asking what gun I would be using, XM4 or VMP, one of these two. I like SMGs and I like ARs.
FDX has another Tempest available. Reef also rips out the Sparrow, and Claw for the Equalizer. They can
probably
close
would
things
switch
out
depending on the map.
Equalizer trying to push forward. Last 5 seconds needed. Elevate finding the kills. That was Candy's able to get through. But has anyone
about you?
Can he possibly foil this hit by staying alive inside of the smoke? So far, so good, but eventually neutralization comes through. Last 3 seconds. Hard committing to this. If Elevate can win the gunfights, they make it to
3 points, okay? Just watch the end, okay?
They can still win though. Stalwart are fully committing, and Claw says bet. Trying to finish
Alright, they have to rotate now. 3 points. And they're there first, huh? They're there first. It's not over, guys.
We're still going to get this back off the spawn, so they're going to have an opportunity as the hard point is yet to pop. They can by 30 points. Kendy's going to rip out an operator.
Wait, it's not over. You need to get the last 3 points still.
And the spawns have flipped. This is looking gross.
They've got to read that Stalwart are spawning.
Oh, they got the spawn now. They got the spawn.
Have them playing through wine until Kendi and Claw can shut down.
They cannot lose the hard point. Like, this is insane, dude. This is insane. If they pull this off, it's gonna be really hard to recover from that. They're winning their gunfights, man. This is crazy, dude. I cannot believe that. I cannot believe that. This is no way, bro.
It's too individualistic. Stalwart Esports are sprinting.
Oh my god, they're not doing this, dude. There's no way. There's no way. No. If he dies, it's over. Yeah, it's over. Oh, it's not. It is.
But they're not able to find the elimination.
No.
249, 244. Last contest comes through. It's gonna be
no way.
But there's Pred missiles and
they rotate.
Is this a breakdown with a capital B? It very well may be. It's gonna be down to one player. Kendi.
Contested.
Does he have help? He doesn't need it. He's got a war machine. Claw! Oh my goodness.
Contested. They need 1 point. No way.
They're not gonna get back. They're not gonna get back. It's a full breakdown.
An absolute devastation. A breakdown, a pop-off, and mistakes after mistakes. Elevate. The punish game, way too strong. Stalwart Esports sprinting in 1 by 1. They're at P2. An overinvestment for the extension of P2 to close it out there, albeit having the time. It's just not necessary. You have such a steep leader's advantage. Get the resources back in your favor. Get back over towards P3 and then stop sprinting 1 by 1. Double chow something. Play for the trade onto the Death Machine player and just hope maybe that one player isn't able to go absolutely massive in one of those moments, but it doesn't end up playing out that way. Elevate, even on Hacienda, with the scoreline being what it was, this is still their home, man. Like, they still close out this map mode combination.
Yeah, exotic,
versus
something
so many
like
other
that.
Teams being able to string together spawn flips,
that was
turning
crazy.
scrap into initial, you name it. You give them that single little bit of inch, and they will turn it into a Garena-sized Walmart.
Unbelievable. I don't know if they have Walmarts in Garena. Doesn't matter. Holy cow.
Yeah, but that's 2 today.
Wow.
The first hard point on Elevate versus Q9 was also a cinema, bro.
A team like Elevate, and you compare it to a team who's never seen a championship Sunday on an international stage. Experience. The ability to stay calm and collected down 80 plus points late in the game. Holy cannoli. We've got 55 bombs across the map. The numbers
109 for the L in between FDX and Jai. Dude, FDX on P2, not once, but twice on the Lambo Hill, was everything. That Tempest was ringing. It was absolutely humming. But Elevate, Puck, Suzano, Aura farming once again, 55 and 46. Constantly a nuisance. The Death Machine pulls were absolutely sublime. One of the many different reasons that Elevate find themselves now up 1-0 after the photo finish. But Stalwart, they cannot afford to get too deterred here. We're going into a coastal search and destroy, and this should be really comfortable for them.
Easier said than done.
I agree.
Again, what does experience breed? It's tight moments like this. It's finding the
so Elevate won the first hard point, and they look really strong in Surge versus Q9. They won the first 3 points, and then it just went downhill after that. But
you have the luxury of making
I think they can pull the 3-0.
At 245 plus, and to not take it over the finish line,
Man, the adrenaline must be so high, huh?
Destroy you mentally.
So what is it now? Coastal Search? They played that map also.
Find your Jesus.
They just played that map
and come back
versus
Q9.
Q9.
Said that should be in their wheelhouse.
And they won the first 3 points on that map, right?
That potentially transpired, but
They know what they're doing.
Got to start keeping your eyes focused over towards Slums, whether you're 0-1 down or 1-0. This is still a very doable situation for Stalwart, what we saw off of this past weekend. The Slums does come through in map 4, but you got to get there. And the reason why we say that Coastal could end up being a better position for them to be at is because they just watched literally the opening match.
Oh yeah, Exotic. That was that close.
7 rounds straight after being down
1 point. 1 point. Imagine.
Is when they continuously get tested themselves for Stalwart Esports, aka versus Q9 yesterday. It was the only map mode that they were able to
Jameis, you don't like them?
Good on it.
Yeah, that's very
They had
true.
a good match. They came back.
There's the immediate
win the
recency of
3-2.
watching your opponent on this map and where they struggled in particular.
Yeah.
Do you modify, adjust, maybe just hit a certain play in your playbook more often to try to continue to make that a problem for your opponents?
Sure.
Or do you trust what's been working for you on the weekend? Maybe a little bit
All
of
right,
both.
it says 1 plus 15. You guys were asking? It's 1 plus 15. They don't say anything else.
Like through Q9's like way of like shutting down like those executes that Elevate find a lot of value over by Winery.
Man, why
did
they hate their friggin'
shotgun? It was done with an Odin spam with the back sniper rifle just being that crossfire with a very deep trophy. So very unorthodox, but no, I like the idea of just coming in and playing your game. What works?
So
well
is
for
that
you?
cold, or it is just to play better?
You finally broke past your own PR here on top 3. First championship Sunday as well, and yeah, you just got to go back to what worked best versus Q9 because I'll be
Just
honest,
want to stay
Elevate
warm.
had no idea how to fully break in towards Q9's defenses.
They were just added last minute because some
mostly
teams couldn't
surprised
get
by
there.
That deep B setup that Q9 were pulling on the defensive side. That Odin setup from Curly was just too much to handle. So again, lots of things to think about as
Man,
you
crazy games today.
experience the tournament in real time and have to come up with not a lot of wiggle room. I won't say this is a must-win map here for Stalwart, especially considering that after you drop your opponent's hardpoint pick
Trophy's
by 1.
insane.
But yeah, you would love to have it and just get this to what is essentially a best of 3.
Not just from a series perspective, but a momentum perspective. Like you said,
All right,
that's
let's check it out.
devastating. And whether they're showing that on their face or the poker faces are strong,
I think Elevate got
you like
this.
to think that it's in the back of minds of at least someone, but this is what makes pressure into Diamond's professional gamers. It's Coastal Search and Destroy, and Stalwart are on the offense first.
Okay, now keep in mind, Elevate defensively, we're showing a lot of aggression early.
That's right.
And they're showing it again by playing down through the A tunnel. But Stalwart have gotten a 5-man stack going. That's
He's dead.
disgusting, but the trade is good. You should be able to just push on through this. Know that you've got a numbers advantage. Late nades also coming through here with trophy systems to support for Stalwart. They should get a plant, and FTX confirms another elimination on the backside of the site.
At the moment that you lose Yopi and he goes 1 for 1, Kendi maybe throws a shoulder, throws his utility, but it would have been a nice pinch as the 3 players are finally here.
Klo searching for something to the windows. Does not look like there are any nades available for this retake. So someone's going to have to hit, and Susanna misses the first. And that's smart from Stalwart. Just back away. Don't give him a second chance. Follow-up nade. Ping-ponged off the sidewall. An elevator in some trouble here. Late trophy does get down, but Reef is already pushed forward. PJ can find 1 trade, but nothing more. Stalwart, good commitment. Come away with the opener.
Would have been a lot more influential with that back pinch coming all the way through. So Yopi's going to keep that feather in his cap. He saw a lot of players just immediately challenge inside a Winery.
James, I don't know. There's a soldier
half of this offensive
skin.
Side for Stalwart
The Vanguard, I didn't see really. So I don't know. I'm just watching on my iPad at the same time.
With a lot of offensive rounds, but this time
didn't really see the skin.
Aggressive push up towards the middle of the map, and Jai was just holding it. So that's a big
Gamer
gun out.
Jai and FDX both playing that angle. Jai will connect not once but twice as Elevate were trying to re-challenge the angle as the smoke started to encompass a lot of that cross. Nade lands onto Susano. Wow. And STE say, bad, bro.
I wonder why they put the trophy, right? Because it's a whole team and it's just one trophy.
For 1 slips away, but now he is stuck, and I imagine Stalwart will just surround him and say, come
but they
out
have
with your hands up.
championship rings,
no,
right?
they're just going to rotate to B.
He could catch timing. Oh, he could catch great timing. It all comes down to trigger discipline and what this looks like. If anybody's going to expect them to watch the flank, there's no way we don't turn around to expect the flank. They think he's still going to be coming from their side of the map, but to retake this bomb site, once they already have it fully covered, Clove with the HSO, going to have players watching to the backside of the bomb. He's going to have to rip 2 players straight.
He's going to try to find a crosser first if he can. This is a window there, but FTX
does it cleanly.
Over Chals, gets punished. 1v3 from here on out. And Stalwart are holding hands. Nade cooked.
Jesus Christ, bro.
Almost.
He got
almost
two.
a world where he can slip back out and get another reset of the 1v2.
Well, just the second player was holding a nade, so yeah,
Correct,
very, very likely. Maybe a little bit of an overchow.
Why do you want to link
get
your
back behind the
YouTube
cover.
and
The third player
Activision,
does
James? You don't
activate
need to do that,
and,
do you?
finds the weakened remaining player for Elevate. 2-0 lead goes Stalwart.
You don't need
They've
to
shown
do
the aggression
that.
over towards
Just
B. They
watching
showed
the
good
game
timing
map.
here in the middle of the map. This time Kenny wants nothing to do with it. I mean, Jai, FDX, they're still holding it, while the rest of the team is trying to cause distress on both sides of the map. Bomb carrier
Danny, I missed the rewards from yesterday
best from his teammates.
and
Different
Friday.
setup here as Stalwart will get one of their snipers in towards mid statue to play forward. And I think if you're going to utilize this spot best, if you're Stalwart, is toss a couple nades, keep that angle clear, and see if you can force the defense to rotate through that scope position that you're holding. A little show of force from Clove, but we'll back away. Follow-up nades coming through, but Stalwart looked like they just want to collapse possibly on this B side instead of playing for the defensive rotation from A.
I love that call out of Stalwart, though. They were going to smoke out in the middle of the map, knowing that Kenny's very much so still alive and maybe playing for an exit out of the restaurant, but they don't end up finding it. So now they potentially have to do this the old-fashioned way. What util is even left on either of these two teams? So I believe a shoulder was thrown here for Clove. He's going to be looking for that engagement versus Yogi. He does get his stun out, but now sub 60 seconds.
Oh, Jimmy's, I didn't know that, really?
Get into B with any
Never
odds.
heard that.
Huge clear from Kendi. Susano's going to keep his scope up. He knows for a fact that there's got to be some sort of an A hit as the action towards B has faded away, but overstays his welcome, and Reef will be the entryman for 2. Got to clear off the side shops. Yeet. Yeah, PJ not fooling us, brother.
Yeah, no. Nice little jump challenge there to be able to take him down, and last alive would be Kendi. 1v4, and starting to think whether or not Susano taking that very forward approach would really start to call for either assistance or just try to sprint away. 1v4 not on the cards coming in from Kendi. It is a flawless start for Stalwart Esports. Their offense showed aggression.
Yeah, Danny,
and also
même
a
chose
lot
pour
of
moi.
patience. But this time around, they just kind of hang around the joint. Just expect for anybody
Why
to
do you keep
overchallenge, even
showing
getting a
this
little bit more
room? Who
methodical
are
with
these
their
guys?
smoke grenades to try to bait out a challenge. But by
What?
the time
Who
that
are
first
these
blood
guys?
came through, it was all but boots on
It's
ground.
the
to try to get that
Africa,
bomb in.
guys.
So
This
aggressive
is
play again
Africa
over
in the
by-
This is what we
background
saw
on
versus
the
Q9.
wall.
This time it works out for them. So early numbers advantage. We have seen Elevate hold these positions once they take them, and that looks like that will once again be the case. So obstacle has been thrown into the mix here for Stalwart. First time they haven't had numbers, and first time they really haven't had any map control.
He only saw one, though, off that challenge. So that should be a lot of good information. You just hold him in the mid. You don't see any extra smoke. So, yeah, it's got to be over towards B. You can throw a shoulder for PJ.
Old crates,
Yobi's here with
which
the PKM just ready for the spam.
The PKM is back.
Now you're just down to sub 90 seconds. I mean, 3v5. Did we square peg round hold this by chance?
You're gonna have to. Yeah, I just don't know what else you can possibly do here unless you get this kill onto Susano. Nope, not yet. Susano will play a safe angle, knowing the clock has started to turn in Elevate's favor, and Kendi will re-wrap back to mid and catch one transitioning. So should be comfortable here for Elevate. They drop this one, it would be a cataclysmic breakdown.
Finish the mission.
And doesn't look likely. Well done. Good adjustment, and that aggression coming to play here for Elevate.
Correct. And Q9 were doing a bang-up job of just expecting it, whether that was VOD being red or not. It's the first time that we have actually seen that check come through from Stalwart Esports.
Yo, Johnny,
and
what
then, and they'll end up getting caught with it. So Elevate finally put themselves
Johnny,
on the board.
did you watch the
There's still 2 rounds
first
left in this half.
match?
FDX a little bit late there on the trigger
Elevate
for that
versus
first
Q9?
blood, but that's all good information.
That
And I
was
like this
crazy.
from Stalwart. They do counteract the
If you
aggression.
just joined
It's met
Johnny,
by a couple
you
of
missed
trophy
some
system
crazy hard
denials
point
from
games
Chloe and
also.
Susano trying to get in that forward approach. But this time they come
250,
back even stronger.
249 the first game.
Problem is, now you got another first blood for Stalwart. Get in the read, get in the response, and counteracting what we saw Q9 do the exact same thing versus Elevate.
It was insane,
Wanna play
Johnny.
aggressive down A main. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Let's take that.
You gotta watch that hard
Well, the
point
trophy system
from just
from
before
two players
that.
throwing their nades is going to be good enough to be able to get it. So they throw
249,
all the util. They
250.
push around the corner. One of those was a flash, so Susano wasn't there to be able to keep Klo alive. And off that first blood, they're going to make that doubt potentially cause
the first matchup of the day also had a crazy hard point at the start.
That can mean a lot of different
it's a
things,
pretty
but they're going to
crazy
try
day.
to brute force their way
Yeah,
into
the
point
match
speed,
just
where
before
Shotgun's
this
still
was
waiting.
hard point,
250,
249.
has to connect.
But the first match of the
Yopi in
day
some trouble on the site.
was also a really
mercy,
good hard
Susano.
point.
Not common to see him whip that many times in a row, but Yopi has done well to
Insane,
cut this
man,
big
insane.
connector off. Okay. Would have figured that Stalwart with that smoke through mid, we're just going to kind of use that to block information, then flood from the front, but not the case. They try to pinch it. Yopi gets a perfect read.
Yeah, they fully execute there off the smoke. So Susano will end up hitting that last shot, as uncharacteristic as the last few
this
were,
is the comeback.
to close out the second for Elevate. But the last time that they had that late smoke to actually cover the defender spawn, it was just a peek inside of the restaurant.
Make it
but this time they
3-3.
actually just knocked on it, and they just try to push all the way through. But a couple HSO shotguns not funneled out by some grenades. That is the B site defense through and through. So Stalwart are going to go back over towards it where they found that first blood.
They got 1 point to 0.
Right in front of Klo. It will not connect, but there's no
Elevate just lost to Q9, so they're on the loser bracket now.
Just depending
The
on whether or not they
loser
try to
of
push
this is
because the
out.
hard read is here.
The
Yeah,
winner goes to the
Elevate have
final
not
versus
seen a hard read
Q9.
into B
And they
since round
both
one,
lost to Q9
and are
already
trusting
in
that they
this
can just hold a
in this
passive
championship.
angle
So
with
I think
Kendi
Q9 is gonna
watching,
win.
and then hard stack on the site. I really like this idea for a blind counter. That helps.
Showing a little too much hip there, Jai. We'll lose that first blood. That means that Elevate can continue to hold their angles.
Would you say that his hips don't jai?
Only Ian can get away with stuff like that, man.
I hate myself.
Yeah,
Kendi
this is a
following up,
Sunday.
seeing a little bit of pressure at B. That will
last
force
day.
one defender over, so that limits the presence of Elevate on the A site. This is just a fake smoke, fake feed. Nade into the site, just trying to keep Elevate interested on B, and they're going to go back over to A. Susano's a little thick, trying to get around the corner.
Trying to think
And
about
Stalwart
what?
now have an opportunity to execute with numbers.
Everybody got big hips trying to escape here. Gonna get caught on the fixture. Here we go, they execute over toward A, but the hard defense is still here, all the way to the
All right,
backside, up
4v3.
top, around the stairs.
This is a
Shotgun play
big
here for
point.
Yopi, dealt with
2v-
PJ,
2v1?
also able to take down Klo. It's a 1v1.
Oh no.
Hell
This
of
is a
pinch
big-
from
this is a
Stalwart.
big
Time
one.
becoming a bit of an issue. Klo, VMP, playing up against the Odin of Skurd! Oh, mercy, Skurd!
There was one tap, huh?
Down. It was
When
down
will be the
one
final
shot,
after
1
this?
HP, baby.
Look.
But can't finish.
Look.
We've got an even exchange through the first half.
Oh boy.
Elevate lost to
You know, the last time
Q9.
Elevate found themselves
Q9
at the
goes to the
3-3 half, they
final.
ended up, losing
Elevate
7 straight, but this
versus
time, they're the ones that were
Stalwart. This
down
is what we're
0-3
watching.
over towards
The
the
winner
offense.
goes
They
to the
got-
final
they
versus
really do
Q9.
love the
So the
aggressive
final
play
is right
to try
after
to get
this.
in towards B, but the difference is that it's no longer Q9.
Yeah.
STE are going to be setting themselves
Right
up
after
the
this
same
is the
way as
final.
we always expect them to, with an HSO close, but there's no trophy system immediately.
Klo just playing
Q9 is just waiting to see who's gonna win. Q9 already
There he
beat
is.
these two teams.
Playing an angle to
They beat
escape
Elevate
back
just
through
before,
mid-cut.
and they beat Stalwart Friday,
Little
I
food
think,
for thought there.
or Saturday.
Klo will back away. You're going to have to ask for help.
So
though. You can't
Q9
just say mid-sight with the shotty.
They're looking strong.
really.
Well, they think that it's a bluff, right? Because there's no other util, no other shots being thrown. This kill
I
be
would bet
massive
on
if
Q9.
The shoulder fully gets thrown out there. Skurd, he's just gonna lock things up in the corner. All the 2 players for Elevator still hanging around the joint there inside a wine, Allen.
I think Elevator are confused that Stalwart have not rotated over to try to assist on.
I'm sure if you go on the main broadcast with 2,000 viewers, I'm sure some kids are like, oh, these guys are camping. What a bunch of campers, man. This is World Championship. These are supposedly the best players in the world. Oh my god, they're camping. Like, these kids have no idea. They call them campers, but Jesus, they are the best players in the world. They know everything, where to go, how to play together.
DX has to land. Oh,
Yesterday I went to the main broadcast and I said, oh man, I figured we'd destroy these kids.
Jai.
And people
Last
actually
one's left,
answered.
And Jai stuck inside the underneath tunnel.
When Godlight lost?
Jai really thought that
Were
it
they
wasn't going to
even
be
there
that case. He
this
was going to
year?
go help out his teammates. 2v4, excuse me. And Klove's got the HSO shotgun. He would be the player.
No,
to potentially
Godlike
find
is
a
the
two if he's
India
picked.
team. They didn't make it. They
Here
didn't
comes the
have their
play.
visa.
Double stacked Klo meets it.
Godlike wasn't there this year.
Keeping the defense back, but the trade comes out.
They couldn't get there.
Time becoming an issue underneath 20 seconds to fight for. Susano hits once. And the angle is being watched. Jai is able to connect with a flash, but cannot get
what are they gonna do about it? I don't know, bro. What a mess for real. What a freaking mess.
Really try to dictate the
Unbelievable.
understanding of Elevate, because you got the information that the shotgun player is still playing inside of line. That's pretty normal.
I'm sure it's already in the contract when you sign up for stage 1. I'm sure when you accept the terms and conditions,
it's really interesting.
there's probably already something about it. They have a legal team. They have all the ins and outs of their contract. So COD Mobile probably has a clause in the contract that says if you cannot make it, well, you're out. Like, probably not their problem. Descendant, I don't know if we'll have alerts.
You were saying nothing. I was saying
Descendant, thank you for the... How is it going? Thank you so much. How are you doing, brother? Today?
Playing for the objective.
1v1. Oh! Dude, they came back from 3-0 again. It was the other way around last time, but now they're the ones coming back from 3-0.
Quick scopes coming
W
through
Dez.
the bomb play. I thought that challenge with the machine pistol was gonna
Yeah,
be good.
Dez is back. Dez, regarde qui est là. C'est Danny Rain. Danny is here
And
also.
they're going to continue the aggression. I mean,
Two
when you go back
OGs.
towards their offensive side, the only value they had was the aggressive hit over towards A.
Go again. Susano says that looked like
Yeah,
fun
New
on the
Gen
joint.
Ninjas, they lost.
Reef able to find a couple though, holding that back shop's position. Tags over towards tunnel. A little bit of trouble to secure the kill, but Clove will drop. 2v2, but no bomb. And STE get a read. Can't find the
2v2?
kills though, and will reset.
It does tech both of them. They're going to continue to try to up this ante to try to recover this bomb.
And then
Ape
plant.
comes right over the top and get that bomb planted and maybe try to play for the 1-for-1 position inside of shops. They would have enough time to try to re-wrap this all the way around, but because they're committing towards the side, are they going to expect the flank?
Pinch set up here for ST on the retake. Oh, PJ says not interested. Down now to FDX. PJ playing through shops. With the boxing goals!
What a clutch.
Prize fighters hit hard.
Prize Fighters versus Shotgun.
All right, so it's good to know. Hey,
What a
Mitsubishi
clutch.
Shotgun. It's a very aggressive game of rock, paper, scissors, I'll tell you that much, but still able to walk away with that one. You go back and like the Odin
That's
versus
very close.
Another player in a
5-4.
1v1 didn't go his way, so I mean maybe that could have been the decision.
I think it's just
Crazy,
I've got
huh?
speed on my side.
Yeah, I'm gonna
What?
Nice shot from Jai. Takes down Kenny. That's a big gun now gone from Elevate's offense. The Stalwart looking to tie up this game.
Tough fight through flash for Clo. Punished. Stalwart showing some defensive aggression. Now quickly on the track back to stop the cut through A mid.
The shortest
Susano.
shotgun.
Whoa, what a shot. Not gonna
Aw,
get the
man,
second.
5-5.
Is able to put him in the dirt, and now numbers for Stalwart trying to get this to level terms. Oh, PJ. Uh-oh.
Hey, he's expecting an immediate flank. What is even happening inside of line? He
Doing
will
good,
die,
as
but
always. As always,
now we
you're
got
doing
ourselves
always
a
good.
Dead tie game.
So
In
how's
round
life,
11,
man?
Stalwart are starting to crack the code
Anytime
of
you come to my
Elevate,
chat, I'm always
trying to
busy
find
with the
their
game and I don't
aggression
talk to you
or elevate over
enough.
towards one of these two
I want to
sides,
know
but
what
the
you've
trade
been
game
doing. What are
is
you
just
up
way
to
too
now?
strong, and the rotations
What
aren't
keeps you
even
busy
better.
these
When
days?
push comes to shove.
Work,
Multiple players are
games,
stepping up. Kendi, not happy about being
other
first blooded.
stuff.
We'll take it right back.
Hey, what's
Let me teach you something real quick.
what's your passion
Something
lately?
about time.
Let me show you that this is not a 1v1 you're going to take every time. PJ clears out skirt down low. Tags are in. Machine pistol follows as Yopi's there for the team shots. Elevate still hitting with aggression. Just a small variation of where it comes from. And now Kendi takes away one of the clearing angles, leaving Clo in a 1v impossible.
And here's the shades of Elevate's former self.
Oh yeah, you're still playing
2024 champions have
ZZZ?
fully arrived off of the aggression
College
pick
exam.
and being able to
That's the
mechanically outplay their
season
teammate or their enemies.
before
excuse me.
Christmas, huh?
Slides back, Clo.
Then you have
Showing his
vacations.
hand, he's gonna get pinched there by Clo in the end. So up to map point now for Elevate. Stalwart Esports, if you're new to watching at home, convert this upcoming round. We will go into overtime where we're gonna be side swapping until one team wins by 2.
Yep.
So now what's the call for Elevate? Continue to aggressive hit over towards A because it's working out.
And Kendi's going to play a more passive angle, but winners want the ball. I know for a fact Kendi's saying, don't smoke my mid. I want to see what I want to see. And he'll hold that angle. He saw one player on the cross to B. That actually calls for nades out of the Elevate offense into the site. Doesn't look like any of those had landed, though. But Kendi still connects, shuts down some aggression from FDX through the mid-cut.
They've already thrown some nades.
Oh, and they know.
Line. And it's one smoke through mid.
Wait, this
But it covers off. What are
5v4.
we doing? So yeah, Kendi
If they win
gonna
this,
try to
it's
go for
over.
the dry challenge. The moment
This is a
that the
big
smoke
point.
disappears, doesn't have the angle available.
They need to win by
He's gonna
2
tie
if
things
they
right
lose
up
this
here
one.
4 apiece. Close on an island. Looking for a play down low here in shops.
ZZZ,
Just
you're
waiting for his
daily
teammates
now?
to try to clear the rest of the map, but you don't have a smoke to re-clear this all the way.
Yeah.
through.
DNA
PJ,
Duet,
he gets counted.
Night Abyss.
I'm
I
not sure,
don't
doesn't
know.
look like it, but that's a freebie on Reef that does not get converted on. That's a huge mistake for Elevate.
Right.
Yeah, Johnny, that's what
So,
I'm
yeah, you've
doing.
got one player in the back
I have
beside
my
the Stalwarts
iPad
defense,
open.
and
I'm
that's
watching
Reef.
on my YouTube.
Talk about what
in the game.
consequences could look like if he stays alive and finds another one. Here comes the pinch.
This new shotgun is one of
Flashes
the most
are in.
difficult
Clearing
weapon
the
to
backside of the
grind.
site.
I'll do
Yoki
it
to check the
tomorrow.
right
I'll
corner,
stream
doesn't. So
tomorrow.
Reef gets 2 for what should have been none, considering he was found. Skirt on the train. Now it's on to Susano, playing alongside PJ for the plant. Nade over the top.
He's really trying
fully
to.
landed, but Elevate will be scattered on
2v2.
this post
This
plant
is really
setup.
big.
Nate's gonna clear down low in the stairs there.
Ooh, the hit
player on
mark!
site, Susano's gonna show his hand through mid, so now you know that there has to only be one player isolated on the site.
And here comes the stun right up the staircase. But the smoke for PJ gives himself a chance to play inside. But he gets a couple
They
of
got the
tags
hit
and he
mark,
has
they
to
know
back
he's
away,
there.
and he will. Susano also hit markers coming through. Down to 20 seconds of the
Watch
clock as
out.
the smoke will fade.
This is it.
Do you have anything for Stalwart? Here comes the big switch. Susano hits
Hey,
once.
they got
PJ
it.
hits
2-0.
twice. And Elevate come back into the map.
Still addicted to the mid. 5th chapter is impossible. I beat it with 2 of my 4 girls. Okay, I'll go back in the game.
Egregious challenges there through the middle of the map, being able to walk away.
We
with
got
the
a minute
I'm sure
to
it
spare,
feels
so-
right back at home there for Kendi, winning the 1v1s versus Jai in the middle of the.
Hey, look. So I was showing that earlier. I just unlocked the 4th girl. My collection's at 74. And if you check the first 2 girls, I beat 3-5 with that one. And I beat 3-5 with that one. Now I need to beat 3-5 with her. I already beat 3-4. I'll beat 3-5. And that girl, I didn't do anything. Not even 1 and 2. I just went straight to 3-5 and I lost to the boss. I died to the boss. Did you get to the boss at least? There's a mini boss. I can show again. Cause she's the one with the sword. I one tap her. She pushes you and she kills you. She's already there. But I was shooting other stuff and I was reloading. As soon as I reload, boom, she's dead. But yeah. So I did it with 2 of my 4 characters. So I'm gonna finish that one. I'm gonna get a lot of rewards. I'm gonna get all the rewards from like 1. I'm gonna get the pink stuff. 2 and 3. I could do 2-5 first to upgrade my skill twice. But that's not the problem. I cleared the whole stage. I just died to the boss. So I don't know how that skill is gonna help. Chain shot. I don't even know what it does. I cannot read. Oh yeah, it says there. No, it's fun. Some guys don't like it, but I absolutely love it. Okay, chain shot. Penetrate enemies with the next mag and deal extra damage based on the number of layers consumed. You can see the number go up from 1 to 10, then you activate. And the next mag will do more damage. And it also penetrates, so you kill multiple enemies in a chain. Level 2 extra crit damage. And level 3, it's even more damage. Yeah, I could do stage 2-5 to get more damage.
Crossfire. You go
I
to
don't know.
Slums,
I'll figure
which
it
has
out.
been
But
one of your
tomorrow
best
will be
hardcore
my
maps on the
Damascus
year.
grind
They
on a
have
new shotgun.
dominated there. Elevate though are no strangers
I'll
to it.
do
Again,
a
that's why I sit
stream.
here and say they
Probably I'll do a
Stalwart just
stream
did
for
not
that.
do the correct homework on setting up their vetoes.
Gundam event was better. It was totally different.
It's tall ask.
It almost feels like some of these videos that you and I have been casting.
Alright,
it's like,
so
oh, you're never gonna expect
control.
this.
You think
Right, it's
Elevate
like,
pulls the
I'm at a
3-0
point
and then they go back and lose 3-0 again to Q9, or is gonna have a better final?
That's bias with a U and a Y. You can't do that.
But literally bias. Give me money.
Opening offense.
Bombardment? I didn't try that. It drops nukes, right?
Try to get inside a bus stop. Elevate. They've dealt with this before, not even an hour ago.
Yeah, wrench of the system, but Elevate say we're mechanics.
Yeah, they all play the same maps all over again.
Reef able to find one. Kendi seeing the pressure from top double. Over by Broken is Reef with that machine pistol.
Oh yeah, Tony, you were grinding hard on the gun down.
Elevate have controlled the map tempo
Morning, Roy.
early, down to a minute on the clock.
So where are you trying to draw the line here? You're just hoping for maybe an
shotgun all day, man, all
to get
day.
At least one player on the A control zone to complete that first segment and get more utility out. But you're in such a good position. If you were close, gives away his life. Hold on a second. Elevate have done this way too often versus Q9. Like that A zone slowly being worked on, giving away too many lives for information.
Yeah, trying to play that crossing angle first for a re-execute first blood. But Stalwart have continued to get their shotguns.
Oh, this is still close though. 2 kills up.
And now can make their way up to the corner. Wow, what a read. Hello. Susano, a little snap overhead, some team shots in the mix. So good comms from Elevate being executed.
Nah, Cookie, I don't have to grind that Damascus anyways, but then it's Diamond, so it's gonna be a lot of shotgun gameplay this season.
Going to allow some extra ticks to be
Freaking
captured
Diamond's
on this
gonna
A
suck.
zone. Not enough for a full capture though, as PJ will step up and get some depletion going.
Only halfway down towards that depletion. 16 plays up against 9 is the biggest win condition, and PJ is firing and he is screaming. Finds his 9th elimination.
Especially with no attachments.
Maybe win this 1v1, and as shaky as it was, it's still
usually shotguns are not too bad for Damascus.
60 seconds maybe added on.
Hey, that's not close now. 6 kills up. No more respawns.
PJ's able to combine for 2 and immediately stop that push.
Freaking shotgun.
Yeah, this has been absolute. Well,
77? Damn.
Controlled by Elevate.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
I like that.
I mean, it's just, they are picking and choosing their battles very nicely. Even when it looks
Did you
on the
beat
map like
stage
they're
5 with
giving away too
any
much
girl,
space.
or you cannot
Maybe
be
they're
with
playing too
any?
passive, playing that B cross.
Sure.
Life lead is a life lead. Doesn't matter how much time you have left. And now it's where's Waldo, as Jai will try to force the hand to Elevate to come to him while everyone else is trying to charge up their ops.
Yeah, I mean, this is fine if he can try to get himself.
Yeah, 8-1.
This first segment could actually be influential if you think about it in the grander scheme of things. As fun as operators truly would be, Jai could also be doing the same, does have his war machine already available, but segments could end up baiting out players into unfortunate situations, but they
They're
will
getting there, bros. If they win this map, it's over.
Charge their operators. PJ getting away with highway robbery off of the initial B execute that Stalwart Esports were looking for, but
cannot be with any. You gotta move around non-stop, man. I might post gameplay.
Kendi looking for the long cross through ramp, sees the shoulder. That's enough for a war machine to be earned, and PJ is ripping apart the defensive cross.
But he's the boss? You died to the boss?
Because why would you want one there when you've got Annihilator and Tempest out? PJ, oh mercy, you think he's feeling himself? A little bit of over-aggression coming through.
It sucks playing 12 rounds and dying to the boss, man. There's no second chance. You just wait. It's over and it's over. Like, it happens so fast and then you're dead and it's over. You have to restart. Too long.
On the objective off of a wave of gunfights, they do not do, but they do have space from those previous engagements that weren't won, plus a life advantage. Stalwart Esports do have a good position inside of Broken. Elevator gonna have to get past that cross.
Yeah, she's pretty strong.
A little bit late, but they already have.
You gotta kill her before she kills you.
On the second tech.
Yopi getting forward through Broken.
You need the twin fairies to get maximum
May not make
damage.
much of a difference, though. It's a 6-life lead, and the extra minute is looking very imminent.
Like strong
Kendi,
twin
nice
fairies.
Clo holding close on the half wall at hold. That works. Has a shotgun. Sees Jai. And he wants it. He wants this 1v1.
I think I got lucky for real.
Oh, little wiggle, little wag. Slide, slippery slide. Who's going to land
At least
the
I
shot?
finished the shotgun
No
girl.
one at the moment.
Hey man, what's going on with Stalwart?
16 plays 9.
You're getting wrecked right now.
Finish that A zone.
Benny Hill music really ringing on true. Skurd now has the death machine ready in tow. Got FTX ripping the Annihilator as well, trying to keep everybody out of reach, but ripping these operators you were hoping to find in abundance of eliminations.
He killed me a few
PJ and
times.
Kenny still picking
She
things up
killed
where
me
he
a few
left
times.
things off on the search and destroy, finding some snipes on the map. The A control zone will be converted.
You can feel
You need Witch Fairy so you can dodge. Oh, that's what I'm missing. Okay, I'll try to remember Witch.
Need a spark plug.
Yeah, remember that, Johnny?
5
Twin Fairy for damage, Witch Fairy for dodge.
FTX runs out of his Annihilator charge. now has to
Try to
rely
remember that.
purely on the scope. And Elevate are willing and wishing Stalwart into this web they're spinning up.
Yeah,
Post up,
doesn't
see
look
if you can
good
catch
for
any free kills,
Stalwart.
but Stalwart Esports hoping to do the same, and maybe they
They
can bring
need to
this one
win
back,
the
but
next
it's not
3
looking
points
too
or it's
likely.
over.
Reef Jai, they have operators. Maybe they find the pick. They could push it a little bit further forward. FTX
Yeah,
misses the initial
Witch
shot.
Fairy.
He's
I
dead
was using
in
her,
this
but
round.
I
As the
don't
rest
use
of
her
Elevate are looking
automatically.
to flush
But I
out.
was
Lots of
using
these
her a
players
few
are all
times, so maybe
located
that's
at.
why I
It's
got
going to be
lucky.
an offensive conversion. It's not just going to be a 2-0 in the series right now, Alan. It's a 2-0
I'll try
in the
to
control.
remember
Yep.
that now.
And those are two
I'm
very
gonna go
convincing rounds, I'd
twin.
say.
One of the two,
The
like
mega
rescue
giga
or
Chad reverse
golden,
sweep needed.
and
Need to win
witch.
3 in a row in the control, 3 in a row in the map count if you're Stalwart.
But witch only
Otherwise,
important at the
history
end,
will
but you gotta
continue to
not
repeat
forget
itself
to buy it.
in a lot of ways. Not only will Stalwart not have an opportunity to take down their interregional counterparts, but there will be a rematch again.
They start
between our
strong with all their
2024
operators, huh?
grand finalists.
Equalizers out for
Didn't
Reef.
do much.
Jai opens things up with a
Oh
war
my
machine. A lot
god.
of it is nullified via the trophy system, and then Stalwart
Well,
said
twin
that,
for the damage, witch for the dodge.
Gonna start pushing forward
After
there
that,
with the equalizers once they knew where the trophy
this
system was
usual
located at, and just
stuff,
trying to flush them out of
golden
all these eliminations,
and
but
rescue.
Elevate, they kind of falter as far as the initial trades are concerned, but Stalwart, what's a life advantage if you don't hop on one of the zones?
Oh, Yopi with the quick swap.
I like the
finds another.
pickup radius for real.
And you're absolutely right. Trying to prioritize the spawn trap. The clock gets under 60 seconds, and Elevate have worked their way back into some key positions. Largely thanks to
That
Claw with the
freaking
to clear
Tempest
the rest
again,
of the
huh?
forces of Elevate keeping their focus over towards Ice Cream, over the top of the heady,
Ooh.
full force from Elevate. And you can feel it. They just know they're better. This is the old-fashioned hold W strat. We're just better than you.
Still only a 2-life lead. This is still doable for Stalwart Esports. The problem is they don't have any operators to back this up.
This
Smoke
very
are
close.
going to come through. They got FTX in a good position to try to get inside of the bus stop. He's just going to be playing the crossfire for now. Trying to wait for his
100%
teammates
dodge,
to get
bus
up
can't
close and
hit me.
personal.
Wow.
PJ with his operator
That's insane.
will be
So
shut
you
down.
really
A-Zone's
max
now
out
gonna get hopped.
witch
30 seconds
for
remain on
the
clock,
stage
and
5
you need to convert this if you are SC.
Tempest pulled,
over
but doesn't
anything
find
else to
anything.
get a very
PJ
strong.
re-clearing broken. He wants
So you
more,
start
too.
buying witch early then.
PJ saying, I'm the MVP of the world. Let me show you why. Oh, let me show you why. Third tick being worked on, but PJ is not
Are
done.
these their main accounts? Probably not. They play on a
And you
different
can hear him
version of
comment
the
through
game.
our mics. He is feeling the fire. 9 plays 6. Stalwart.
They have
trying to
different
work their way
balance changes and stuff.
But Yopi's right there to follow. Now a 9v5. And the extra 60 seconds is going to feel like a
Wait,
victory lap for Elevate at
this
point.
is it,
Yeah,
guys.
you
This
just
is
captured
this
the
is
last.
happening now.
Continue to run at you. 3 quick kills do come through. It's only a single life lead now that Elevate do have. Death Machines pulled. Clove also pulls out their Tempest. This is the last operators you get to pull out the World
Okay,
Championship,
5v4,
boys.
no more respawns on either
5v3.
side.
Make
Oh,
it
5v2.
Skurd. Jai. Last one's left. And PJ is still hanging around. Yopi. Katniss Everdeen cosplay after
4-1.
Halloween comes through. Gonna
It's over. Final's gonna be Elevate versus Q9. This is sad. Getting 3-0'd. So it's a rematch.
Opportunity to go back to back as they will face Q9 in the grand finals for a second straight year.
Alan, you love yourself
Back
a good
to
history
back.
book from time
Yo.
to time. How often is it to
So it's
repeat
gonna be
itself,
Elevate versus
especially when it
Q9
comes down to
again.
Arena 1 and 2?
They
Still
3-0'd
a
them
lot of good
minutes
esportsmanship
ago.
being showcased between
They're gonna
these
keep
two
doing
teams.
this?
Stalwart Esports should still feel really proud of getting this top
Hey,
3
between
finish,
the
but
matchups,
Elevate, we've seen this before.
I think
They
I can
end up
finish my
getting knocked
diamond
down
real
a
quick.
peg, and then they just lock back in, completely eviscerate a team in any way, shape, or form. I
just
like
need
the
2
word you
free
used,
for all.
deflated, because it definitely felt like
To
that
finish
after
my
round
diamond
1 of
on my
Control.
SMG.
Look, again,
Yeah,
I'll
Q9 about to
take the
bully
all the
them. You
chip
think
here,
it's gonna be an
fam.
easy win?
I
We will
underestimated
see
the
if they got the
Stalwart
dog
team,
in them.
but the mistakes were shown though, and that's what we're looking at. When you go back and watch CDM champs, you watch how Wolves play hardpoint. You watch how Q9 have improved for this.
I need 2 games to finish my diamond. We need to finish diamond before the game starts. 4 minutes. I think we have plenty of time. 2 games. LK diamond? How many diamonds you're missing? This is my last diamond, then we start the new shotgun. Tomorrow I do Damascus. And then probably Tuesday I'll do the minigame push. Yeah, they played too many games. Q9 had a rest, Elevate getting cooked, like stressful for 6 maps straight. Now they have to play another 4 at least. A lot. Are you grinding all diamonds or are you just chilling? I don't have bullets here. Ugh.
Sentry gun ready to deploy. Bomb is ready. Airstrike is ready.
Okay, so that's one game.
Sentry gun deployed. Napalm deployed. Friendly airstrike incoming.
One more. We can do this. Just till interviewing the winner. What are your opinions on the most recent tournament camos? Because most of them look bad. The new one. Wait. This one, I think it's okay. No, I don't know. I'll have to check again all the camos recently.
Nice work.
Because some of the old ones were pretty bad, like the green one. Give me a minute. I'll check after this. This is my last chance. Last game to get diamond. The new one's okay, I guess. It's like stained glass or something. Hey guys, I posted a link on my Discord announcement. An invite link for Wealthsimple. If you guys don't have tax-free saving account or a retirement account or whatever for saving, like a brokerage account where you can invest your savings into FNBs or ETFs, whatever you call it in English. I posted an invite link for Wealthsimple. It's a pretty good platform for beginners. Like, it's very simple. That's why the name. I did a bit of comparison with Questrade and Wealthsimple and other stuff, and they say if you're a beginner at investing, Wealthsimple is the easiest. So I started an account like 2 weeks ago for my first time, and again, I'm not sponsored, but I posted a link on my Discord. So if you want to create an account and you use my link, we both get $25. So it's free money, and you can place your $25 in a ETF like S&P 500 or whatever you like, and that money will double every 7 years for the rest of your life, pretty much. You guys invest in stock exchange and stuff like that? You guys have tax-free savings account to grow your money and not pay taxes on this? Like, I've never been educated much about personal finance, you know? So I started watching videos and listening to podcasts. It just started like 2 weeks ago, and now I'm freaking obsessed with it. All right, we got the diamond. Now let's check out the I can create my loadout for the new shotgun for tomorrow. Shotgun, Einhorn revolving, no attachment, upgrade, max. So I'm gonna have to get, what is it, 60 kills with no attachments. Camo, completionist, gold, sand. It's 300 kills, 50 hip fire. Oh yeah, 2 kills without dying. You need to die, right? 2 kills and die. 40 headshots and 80 kills with no attachments. So then I'm gonna copy pasta. But then you have to copy on hardpoint also, right? Used to have stocks and lows when I worked there. Hate them now. But what did you do with them? Do you have an account? Can you sell them or trade and buy something else? Or do you have control over your account? Or is like a bank that has your placement? Because what I learned while watching the ads and then doing some research is when you place your money with advisors and stuff, they take a chunk every year to manage your money. They take 1.5% or 2%. Every year for 30 years, it's hundreds of thousands of dollars you're losing. But when you place on Wealthsimple or Quest Trade or whatever, Fidelity, it's like 0.5 or less. So you save a lot of money by doing it yourself. Went under in a way. But did you lose everything or? Yeah, so I have to create 2 loadouts for free for all, but I think we have to copy on hardpoint. Hardpoint, because if I grind hardpoint shipment, it has to be on my hardpoint loadout, right? So I have a hardpoint loadout with Hindhorn, and I'll do it tomorrow on stream. But we got 9 minutes. But what I'll do is I'll go. No attachments. I'll do hip fire, no attachments. You can use default. Camel grind today? No, camel grind tomorrow. Yeah, also I did use weapon XP cards now, so this is okay. Reach level 30 here. We got the skin, we got the rose. Man, I can't believe this is a free skin. That's pretty cool for real. You guys like it? Is it just a reskin of Rose Merc? Or Rose Rook? Let me check real quick. Oh no, it's not the same. Oh, it is the same. It is exactly the same. The strap on the chest, the strap on the mask, behind the head. It is a reskin. Nice. Well, nice for free-to-play players who didn't have Rose Rook. I like it. Looks more like Iron Man. Iron Man Rose. Okay. Now. Okay, I'm gonna buy Q9 spray and Q9 sticker, and then elevate puck. This is the finals. Boom boom. There's 16. Oh, there's only 16, so you can buy all of them. You don't even have to choose. I'll buy everything. I saved these. I was saving for no reason. Then I forgot about these. Yeah, you got all of these. Hard to miss, right? Rose Homecoming. Yeah, that's the one. Spider-Man. Hello, Commable people. Rent a Center, how are you doing? Well, how's life? I miss what you asked. Comments for bugging. I was just asking how you doing and what you've been doing lately outside gaming. Like, what keeps you busy? How's life? What are you doing with your time? What's your passion lately? What's funny with Rent a Center? What's the deal? What's so funny? Okay, we done? This still there, bro. We cannot get rid of these. They just there and they just look at you. Did I do my dailies? Also, what's going on here? Here 50, right? Yeah, it reminds me of the tank shotgun. That one's nice. It's random. I know, right? Like, I have to choose my name. Let me think. Rent a center. No, but it looks like a business though. There's rent a center. It says rent a center, computers, furniture, appliances, electronics. Looks like a business. So I don't know if it's an actual business. Oh yeah, the tournament camos. I forgot about it. Okay, so you're asking me what I think about lately. If you think they're trash. Let me grab okay. Lately. That one's okay. That one's nice, but it doesn't count, right? It doesn't count as a tournament. That one's nice, like skin, snake skin. That one was okay, no? Like, if you check the old ones, that one was trash. That one was meh. The first one were great. But that one was my worst. That one see, that one's not animated. That one doesn't count, it's not a tournament. That one also was from the secret cache, so. Yeah, these are all secret cache. So this is tournament, this is not, this is tournament. I don't know what to say, bro. The most recent ones, 12, 13, 15, 16. Yeah, 16 is trash. 15 is okay, I guess. This is okay, but not great. This is the best of the recent ones. 18 depends on personal preference. I think I kind of like it, but it's like snake skin. This one's okay though. I don't know. Personal preference. At least they're all completely different. So this one's not bad also. Nah, this one's horrible. The brown one. Nah, but yeah, we had some of the best ones early. The black one also is debatable. I think it's cool that you have that to put on any gun, like carbon fiber. Yeah, I don't know what to say, man. Sunken Gambit looks like a lava lamp. It's just collectibles. I don't use most of these. Ivory sucks. Eh. Personal preference. But yeah, I don't use these. Alright, what do we have now? Stay tuned 11/11. That would be tomorrow. 11/16. 25/14. So this week we have two things coming out. 11/11 and 11/14 are both happening this week. Oh, but that is the store. Today is Sunday, right? I thought it would be a strong box tonight, but that looks like tomorrow. Maybe a lucky box. Oh yeah, also the event playlist party. I have to grab. I don't have to. I don't even use them. Okay, playlist party. 11-11. That is, I think Monday night. 3v3 gunfight and going dark. Then 23, 28, 28. So I'm guessing the store, they don't say, right? Phase 4 store. I think it's gonna be Wednesday, 11-13. And then 11-27. So every 2 weeks, we got a store tab. Alright, we're gonna go back in the game because the final is about to start, mate. What's the max reward for the pumpkin? Let me check.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment you have all been waiting for. We're moments away from getting into our grand
You mean the
finals
max
of the
combo?
Call of Duty Mobile
It was
World
45.
Championship in 2025. This is what all of our teams have been fighting towards all year long. And
You
it's
mean
time
the
for us
main
to start
reward?
breaking
Yeah,
it
the
down just
QXR.
a
I
little
thought you were
bit.
asking what's the
I'm Glitter
maximum
Explosion, and
combo.
we have Ton,
It's just an extra
Infinity,
secret
and
cache.
Proper here with us on the desk to do a little
Gotta
bit
go
of
back to the
analysis because this
watch.
is also technically a rematch of what we just saw a couple
Yeah.
hours ago.
We got
First of all,
3
welcome
matchups
back
today.
here, Tony.
2 are
Excited
the
for grand
same.
finals.
Very excited. I think not just a rematch
First
of a
one
game
got
we just
3-0.
seen before, a game that we've seen in our grand finals last year as well. A revenge tour or the back-to-back. It's a very well set up storyline.
Always
And Brody,
gonna
I
be
mean, you were
close.
freaking out in the back watching some of these matchups. So talk to me a little bit.
Oh man, I mean, this is just everything, isn't it? I mean, this is a culmination of every single possible storyline we could have asked for, right? You have Elevate, of course, 2024 champions. We've got that rematch that Ton just mentioned. And then the other side, Q9, who are a team that have got second place after second place after second place. They are finally on the cusp
Yeah,
of a
finally they have a
championship.
chance.
This is what Call of Duty Mobile is made for.
If it's
Now, Proper,
not
I know
this
I asked
year,
your thoughts a little bit before the break, but I'm gonna ask for a
Alright,
little bit more
Descendant,
specific
no
thoughts as
worries,
well,
bro.
because we're also gonna be sending it to a highlight package of what happened for what we just saw a couple hours ago, and I figured who better to talk us through that than you, because you were there in casting.
but what
it.
do you do when you're not
relive
playing
this catastrophe.
ZZZ?
Let's go ahead and through the highlight package, right?
Hear
The
about the
catastrophe,
Street
funny
Fighter
enough, wasn't even
collab
in the
for
highlight
McDonald's
package. It was during the
Japan?
veto
No, I
process
didn't
to
hear that.
pick Summit against Q9
What happened?
is an egregious call,
Is-
to say
is
the
it
least.
toys? I'm
Summit
gonna
is
Google
the
it.
home away from home as
Google
far as
it.
Hardpoint is
McDonald's,
concerned for all Chinese teams. It doesn't matter if it's Q9, Wolves,
Japan,
or OUG.
Street
Summit
Fighter.
is constantly being played. And then you go in towards the Coastal, which again, I could see how Elevate would want to try to pan this one out, but Q9, they
Alright,
lost the
Street
opening 3
Fighter
rounds, and then
burgers.
they
One
ripped
with an
7
egg.
straight. Completely unheard of. Elevate couldn't
Triple
even sniff
cheese.
the A-bomb site. And then we
So
go
it's
in
just
towards this
burgers, there's no
crossfire control.
toys?
This is where stuff absolutely hit
These
the fan. We had so many
character-inspired
different clutch
burgers, a
opportunities,
burnt
down to
garlic
life
mayo egg
advantages, then turned
teriyaki
into
burger for Ryu,
disadvantages, resources
mayo
being
chicken
dumped at the
burger
most
Chun-Li,
inopportune
triple
time.
cheese
But
for
at the end
Ken.
of it was Q9 standing
Special
above
drinks.
everybody
Oh,
else with the
limited
last
time,
offensive
limited edition
required,
cups.
all off of that last
In-game
second death
rewards
machine
for Street
was
Fighter
absolutely
6.
heroic.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be
Yeah, I didn't hear about that. That's
a
cool though.
testament to Elevate if they're able to bounce back in their performance against Q9, because we saw just how dominant they were. But for everybody at home, before we start breaking down this final matchup, let's take a look back at our graffiti wall, because we have Shift standing by with the final bracket update.
Back at the graffiti wall, we have only 2 left. Damn, that was fun. We've got ourselves the full bracket by Frenic here. He's going to fill everything out. Stalwart Esports, of course, joining us here late. What the heck have you been doing today? Gone, done, out. 6 maps have only been played today. We're going to get at least 3 more, maybe more than that, hopefully more than that, as our grand finals is now set. A rematch of 2024's World Championships. Q9 looking to get out of that second place position, which has plagued them for years. Feels like at this point, whereas Elevate looking to make it back to a grand final and go back to back. It's been an arduous path for both these 2 teams. It's only appropriate that our last 2 stand tall on this championship Sunday. You got them here at the top and right in the middle. Elevate and Chungju Club. Last 2 left. Only 1 more name to cross off. I'm ready to do that.
We'll
Let's
do
see who it
one
is.
more.
Back to
One
the desk.
more.
You know, I'm actually glad that I've got Chris
One
and
more
Brody up
poll.
here to see that graffiti wall, because there are hearts. And we talked about this on day one. We will never stop the sportsmanship in the Call of Duty Mobile community.
Even after that game there towards the end, you got Elevate and Stalwart. They've been going against each other all year, back and forth throughout Garena, into a losers final. A chance, and they're all just like, oh yeah, nice to time. No, we hate.
White says 1-0.
It is nice. No, it is nice to see that aspect of things though, because you so often see it in esports.
White says 1-0.
That rivalry, but there's a lot of respect.
It's instead of doing a rematch.
Absolutely. And just for a reminder, everybody at home, you'll see it here in this bracket because Q9 did come out of that upper bracket. They do have that one map advantage. It's something that you were talking about earlier,
I
Andy,
understand.
and that could
That's
be
crazy.
a big deal.
It could be a big deal, but you know, also is a big deal. Speaking of all the hearts, is the extra strings like Alan was
They
talking
do
about
that
going on all
instead
our
of
hearts, because now
replaying.
it's not just for
Since the top team didn't lose, usually in a double elimination, if Elevate wins, they would have to do another best of 7. But in COD Mobile Championship, they remove that rule, and if you come out on top, you start with a 1-point advantage. They give them a point because they're the undefeated team. If they lose, it's over. But they start with 1 point because they didn't lose. That's a big advantage though. They do that instead of playing the best of 7 twice. They create their own rules of double elimination bracket because they don't want to do the double elimination final. Because if they play to 7 and Elevate wins, they would have to replay another best of 7. Technically, Elevate would have to win 8 games or best of 7 twice.
Yeah, Chris, I want to get your thoughts a little bit on Elevate and what they can bring to the table here.
I mean, it has to be more.
I mean, what would you prefer? You have to win 8 or you have to win 4, but you can only lose 3.
I think that is going to make a little bit of a difference for them.
Now, they can only lose 2 maps.
As well. If you want to bounce back in that grand final, your winners and losers finals on the same day, you need that momentum to bring you in. It couldn't.
But the actual rules usually is you play a best of 7. If the bottom team wins, it's the first loss for Q9, so they both lost 1, and now they do another best of 7 and it's the real final. But if Q9 wins the first best of 7, then it's over because it's a double elimination. And Elevate already lost once, so now they cannot lose again. But it would be too long to play 2 best of 7s in case Elevate would win. But starting with a loss, it's very hard now to win a best of 7 when you already give a point to Q9. So it's looking really good for Q9. You guys can vote right now. Who you think is gonna win, Q9 or Elevate? Elevate already beat them today, 3-0, man. First to win 37 games. Yeah, right. That would take forever. Their phones would be cooked. You love them both? Q9's gonna win. I got a strong feeling. They already beat them. Plus, they just had a break.
I think looking over towards those sniper players, if they can get that consistency going, they will be perfectly fine, but everybody needs to be shooting.
I will shave my head if Elevate wins. I don't believe you. But it's not gonna happen. I'm pretty confident. You're fine, you're fine. You'll be fine. What else you playing? CODM only? Yeah, Des. When I'm not playing CODM, I'm not playing games. I do other stuff. I do a bit of like stuff around the house. Like winter is coming, so I had some appointments for my winter tires. I still do some puzzles. I watch a bit of sports on TV. I was traveling. But yeah, I don't have time for other games for real. You own a home? Yeah, I have a. I know. I have a house. I bought it in 2020. I bought a house when I moved away from the city. I had a very cheap house and very small house. Like it's. I live a very modest life. I'm not a flashy guy. I'm not gonna buy a big house and an exotic car. Yeah, I'm smart with my money, I guess. Try to, yeah, try to not spend more than I earn and try to maybe retire at some point. Let me have your house. No, but same for my cars. I don't buy crazy $100,000 cars. I buy Mazda CX-3 and CX-30. Like it's cheaper, kind of compact SUVs. How do you call it? Sports compact or compact SUV? I don't know the category, but you know Mazda CX-3. I'm single, not married. I've never been married, and I don't have kids. No, I don't have two cars. But my previous car was a CX-3, and I changed it for a CX-30. It's just a bit bigger. But I live a quiet life with my two dogs. I go outside, go for walks. I cook a lot more since I'm away from the city, so I do my groceries, I cook. I do meal preps a lot lately. And yeah, I try to be careful and not throw my money away. Mazda, Toyota, live with you forever. I don't know, but I take care of it. I'm careful with my stuff. My dogs are my kids. Yeah, they need attention all the time. I need to feed them. I need to care for them and make sure they exercise.
Yeah, I mean, Proper already kind of said it right. He's not happy for a reason either. Allowing Summit into the map set, I think, is a cataclysmic error for Elevate.
Johnny, the groceries are like the big ones are 30 minutes away. I do once a week, but usually I do when I do other stuff at the same time. Like if I have to go shop for something like Walmart or Canadian Tire, if I have to do or if I have an appointment or something, I do the groceries at the same time. But there's another one in my village, but it's very small, and everything is more expensive. So I only go there if I just need milk or eggs or something. But if I need to do like a big grocery like meat and vegetables and stuff like that, I do once a week, and I freeze some stuff. But there's one 12 minutes away, which is a in between kind of, but it's still a bit expensive. So, but they have more stuff. Would you watch a CODM World Championship for BR? Definitely. Yeah, it's the final now, guys. So we're gonna start with hard point on Apocalypse, Summit. If we have a map 4. We will have a map 4 no matter what, because they need to win at least 3 games. Map 2, search on Coastal again.
And you know, that was something I think a lot of people were concerned about.
I speak French. It's my main language. My first language is French. My dad and my mom, they speak French. I went to school in French, and I learned English in school when I was a bit older. But mostly at the start was from TV and video games and music. Learn a bit of English, but in school and after high school. Doing YouTube definitely helped my English. If you watch my videos from 10 years ago, my English was not the same. Way more limited and stronger accent also. So I've been doing YouTube for 10 plus years, so it changed everything. Been waiting for BR Championship forever. I don't know. They have some events, but nothing big like that. Like a real World Championship with like winners from all countries meeting at the end. We don't have that.
Both these two teams had to beat everybody to get here. They've got the job done. Our best 2 teams are in the grand final, and that's all we wanted.
Yeah, and the thing is, I think for me at least, right?
Do you take in straight humans?
You've always kind of got that advantage of coming straight from a quick 3-0.
If Parker the Slayer is on Championship BR, everyone's cooked. Parker is by far the best BR player. Tony, I don't know about esports teams versus Parker. if you saw the BR tournament we had, me and Parker with 2 BR pros, honestly, me and Parker, we were just following the pros. They were just telling us what to do, but they were cooking, man. Parker would tell you, we're not on the same league. Parker is good, but BR pros is something different.
I just don't really agree with that. I mean, by score, yeah, it was not close, but by so many different moments in time, like there were.
Yeah, it was a crazy tournament. These guys are cooking hard. Like they're different. YouTubers are not pro players. It's not the same. It's a different level. When you play pro and you practice with the same team every day, it's another level. Not even close. And he's gonna be the first to tell you. If you ask Parker about that day and the pros, he'll tell you it's different. It's not the same league.
Probably have not lost by 14 points in a 3-2 round 5 control. Like, no, I feel like those are pretty close games.
And spicy. I love this. No, this is great because it really does come down to those minute details. When you're at this level of the competition, you have to be paying attention to everything.
So yeah, Jim has been in a few shootings and 2 bikes stolen off my porch recently. Man, people suck. Humans suck.
Is it what you're looking for out of a championship squad? Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to find out who
It was YNS.
Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. Let's get into it.
Apocalypse Hardpoint is what we start on, and these 2 titans going up against each other for the biggest prize, the crown of the Call of Duty Mobile world.
Okay.
And when you look at them, Brody, this is kind of what we expected. We thought Q9 could make that run, elevate the defending champions. Can they do it again? Or can Q9 get their revenge for last year? Into Apocalypse we go.
This is it, guys.
I think Alan says.
Yeah, I don't think we say it with such spice as
Yeah, I
does,
just
but
read
yeah,
it.
for sure, this is a crucial matchup.
People who don't care about what other people
really
have
looking to
and
continue that momentum
they
from
care
what
about
happened
nothing.
in the
They
lower
just take
bracket
everything.
final. If you can come out here with a map number 1 victory over Q9, really set the pace and get Q9's attention early on in this series, well, you've got your foot through the door. That's the start you want.
And I think something I just want to allude to as well, what we've seen in that loser bracket final, convincing win for Elevate, comfortable across the maps, apart from map number 1, which was a single point. It would have been nice to get that on the board, but Q9 are going to come in here with the same fire we've seen in that winners bracket final. Killfeed's starting to look a little bit better for the Chinese team. They've got those rotations.
So you guys got
60%
Q9, 40% Elevate.
For me, is Q9 aren't really doing all that much or really being stressed by Elevate in terms of that rotation, right? And they're not really sending anybody through that letterbox side. All of this pressure is going through P1. Of course, the flip side to that, Ton, is that ultimately Elevate have managed to get 10 to 15 seconds of time they otherwise wouldn't. Charlie's almost immediately going to clear space through the middle of the map, and that's going to send Elevate right to try and break P2.
Yeah, that's going to put you in a bit of an awkward position. The push through cave is going to come through almost immediately. Clo's going to be here to try and find that break, but it's going to have to be one-dimensional from Elevate. They haven't been able to make any inroads on these spawns. Tempest out from Curly already. Thankfully, from some of his really good work through the middle of the map. Few kills go Elevate's way, but it doesn't matter if Curly is just going to like
Tempest again.
Tempest play on point, Q9 in control.
Yeah, just Curly making plays like that have really made the difference for Q9 again.
Q9
back to
on
that
top
conversation
again.
we had previously, really in the green room. Everybody has been firing on all cylinders for Q9, but the other thing that they do so well, Ton, beyond just individual performances, is they really know when to stack all of their utility in towards a hard point. They know the value of an early advantage, but unfortunately, when that doesn't work out, you lose a wave of gunfights, well, Elevate can break you.
A lot invested here by Q9. I think we've seen nearly every single streak trying to make a difference, but Elevate barge their way through the front door. Well, Link can find one. Eventually trying to find a way back through those close spawns will help them to do so pretty quickly, and they will stop the bleeding. But I think for Elevate, that's a minor win, to be honest with you. Not in a good position, lots of streaks against you. You stop Q9 from getting every single second at P2.
Yeah, 100% right. I mean, you force utility out early on. I think the kind of the idea for Q9 there is to gain a massive dent into Elevate, right? The snowball that we always talk about, a 70-point lead early on would have been humongous, but no, now that's just down to 25 or so, and Elevate, they have a good look at the next hill.
Q9 are good at breaking from this side, though. We've seen it time and time again. again. A lot of operators coming in though from the Elevate side, and Claw right now with the
We're gonna have another crazy finish.
Spawn. He'll flip them around.
Like
for
the
Elevate.
Undertaker skin,
And
of
it was
course.
a little bit
It's
worrying,
awesome.
to be honest with you, after seeing P1 and 2, seeing how Q9 are setting up, seeing the streaks come in, but Claw is just easing those worries a little bit. Susano can come in and plenty being thrown over towards Q9. Elevate investing
Closing the gap.
Getting a lot back for it.
Yeah, I just think the subs right now are firing on all cylinders for Elevate, right? Claw in particular, I think at 12 kills to his name at this point in time, firing through the middle of the map. He'll finally get shut out off the back of a streak. So Elevate now potentially open the door with 20 seconds left on this hard point, but Q9 feels a little bit individual. Mauchi on the trade as well. Yoppie for a couple of kills here. Time Elevate, they are holding this hard point. This is a notoriously difficult hill to hold.
And they managed to actually lose the spawns though. Q9 have managed to get a flip there. I know they're not necessarily that sticky, so the rotation over towards Next is going to look a little bit better for our Chinese team. But the scoreline for Elevate, about a 20-second lead as we head over now towards P4. Spawns out actually for Elevate over towards the cave side. They're going to have to look at a couple of different directions if you're Q9. They can do with this time though, because the bleeding is starting to get a little heavier. Yoppie can find a kill to find a way through, and is that going to be the catalyst for Elevate to find their break? Not quite. Q9 have found a way through, but Claw will get taken down, and it's seemingly going to be Q9 in control.
And the problem for Elevate there is, despite some heroical kills coming through from the likes of Yoppie, Elevate just spawning all the way out on towards Temple side. Q9 got those close letterbox spawns, and now they're able to invest in towards this hard point. This is notoriously difficult to break, especially when Uling is staring you down with the equals.
It's had a quiet game by his standards. Looking to try and step things up here for the team, but everybody is trying to do their jobs. They'll find one on the outside, can't quite get through Chicken Coop. It will be shut down by Oling and trying to find a little bit more as well.
Close, bro.
But PJ and Susano doing well, 15 seconds to play full.
You knew they would win. Why you say they're winning? It's not over, bro. It's very close right now.
Q9, Elevate trying to find a way through with 10 seconds to go. That's going to be the end of the first rotation, and there is very, very little in this game.
Yeah, 100%. Elevate now just trying to effectively contest things to make things even, but really we're splitting hairs, right? With a 3-point difference between the two teams. Yeah, this has been a phenomenally close game.
Tempest is back.
Back and forth.
I see that one often.
Have been able to steal time away from the other on crucial hard points. And now we do go into that second set. Q9 last time around, they were very good at holding that P2 set, but Yoppie wants to break it with the Sparrow.
Managed to find 4 there. Really good job from the side of Elevate to start getting some time in. Honestly, I think if I'm happier of the two teams out of the previous rotation of hills, I was probably going to be the side of Elevate. They were the ones who managed to bring it back after not a great P2, and they're starting to put the pressure over towards P2 now. Elevate trying to find a breakthrough. If you're DJ, you've got to find plenty. Mauchi is going to be there alongside of him.
Oh my
3 big kills coming
winning gunfights in the middle like that.
Q9 still in control of the spot.
Yeah, the idea at the moment here for Elevate is try and make as much distraction as possible through the middle map. Of course, you know, you need to draw
Elevate
attention
looking really good right now.
Soak time, that's great. You are trying to get players through letterbox to those P2 spawns. They've done it a couple of times already, but they can't get these kills around the back.
Claw's going to find one over towards the backside, and that's the equalizers invested.
Alright, gonna scrap like 10.
Everything you want over towards P2. Elevate take the lead. Elevate have the spawns.
Yeah,
Q9 are going to have to find a way through. I felt like Nightmare Fuel watching Elevate trying to find their breaks coming through cave. Eventually they find a way through. Are Q9 going to be able to do the same?
It is so difficult to break. You can do it in a couple of different directions. You can try and flip those temple spawns out. Of course, you can brute force through the front. There isn't that many operators to do so, though. DJ, the only one right now for Q9, but there's the kills coming through, and there's the spawn flip.
It's going to come in on the other side as well.
Undefeated.
He can find at least a little bit here with the War Machine. Was just trying to keep them at bay, but it's going to come in on the other side now as well. So Q9 have the opportunity to try and find a way through. 3 kills.
Instead of replaying, they gave them 1
and
point.
That should be the break. Elevate going to start spawning out, but they'll be here pretty quickly, trying to find a way through cave, but the break is in. Q9 in control.
Cloud has just been that guy, of course. Q9's latest re-addition of the roster, we should say. He's been pivotal to so many different moments. That Death Machine, though, from Mauchi probably could have been a tad better. Nonetheless, Elevate, trying to get in towards the hard point, but Q9 at the moment, they are just burning through them.
I'm trying to find a way through. Both these two teams, not quite as strong at the hold as we would like to see. If you the ones that get that rotation over, you love to see a good 60 come through, but both these two teams have found a way to find a break. Move over towards P3 last time around. This was just a brilliant hill for Elevate. Not only did they bring themselves back into the game, they brought themselves into the lead, but this time around it's going to be Q9
they're on
the ones
top right now,
initially
bro.
in control as the hill will start to pop. The Tempest is out, but you get done by the Sparrow. Yoppie will find 2, Yoppie will find 3, and that's going to be the break for Elevate and some time on the board.
Yeah, I mean, that is the 1-for-1 trade, right? You take a massive operator like the Tempest out of
play with
your
CJ?
own, and that is everything. So Elevate starting to get a little bit better now on the 1-for-1s with the operators. They have control of the hard point. An opportunity here to really start to gain an advantage in this game.
And straight away after that, we say Uling just completely lose the equalizers, finds very, very little. His team drop around him, he tries to make the play. It does not work. I think I'm going to go back to something you said earlier on. It feels a little 1-by-1 from Q9 right now. It feels like they're trying to do everything they can. They need to work as a team. Elevate in control and doing just that. 20 seconds remaining here, over towards P3. The push is going to come through here from Q9. They will not find a way through. Elevate starting to run away with this game.
And now Yoppie has that EMP, so as Q9 start to cycle into their operators, that is going to be an issue. They're going to have to get it done with their gunnies. Something Q9 have been so good at is just
they look calm, but there's a lot of chaos going on.
3 at a time and gaining a full 60 off the back of it. They can't do that anymore while that EMP is in play.
They got a pretty big chunk now.
Run out by the time we do get over towards P4 in a few seconds at least. Anyway, the gunfire was coming through from the side of Q9, but they have nothing else to help them. Yoppie will find the break.
They got control again. That's crazy,
found a
dude.
different gear from what we've seen last time around, but the kill's starting to fly over towards the side of Q9. They'll find a way through. Elevate not far away.
Oh, the Elevate thought they cleared the hard point, but no, Cloud has stayed back in towards the back side. Then he's able to whip out War Machine almost immediately to start raining hellfire down upon Elevate. Now it's Q9 back into the hill.
Okay, they got the hill
on the outside. How on
Watch
earth
out.
have Q9 managed to find that? Cloud gets a way through.
Is it gonna be another freaking nail biter, bro?
Smoke, not finding a great
you know
deal.
they can do this, right?
He'll find him, but the nade over the top from Yoppie. That's very, very solid, as is the gunny. 2-3, he'll find.
Oh my god, they got it back.
Sending everything in the kitchen table at this one. Q9 spawn out, Elevate spawn in. It's still 50-50.
Yeah, that's a great Sparrow, of course. Yoppie getting a bit of a wayward spawn there. Yeah, Elevate spawning on the other side, meaning that Q9 weren't really looking for him.
Yeah, they gave up the last 5 points.
Value off the back of that Sparrow.
So now they got it. Oh no.
Final set of this game, Ton. It really does feel like that P3 from Elevate, where they're able to get a ton of time. That has really made the difference. They currently have a substantial advantage, and they've proven they can break those spawns for P2.
The door's being blown wide open. Q9 this time around need to hold P2 just that little bit better. They're starting to lose a couple of gunfights though, over towards P1. 45 seconds or so remaining here. Elevate can just about win it at P1. They'll do well to do so though. Q9 finding their way through. These spawns still a little bit flipped, but Elevate will start to get them over towards the backside, but still 40 seconds on P1.
One player being a nuisance, of course, Sid Suling.
I don't think he's going to be that close this time.
For him. Now he is actually going to go back for P1 here, I think, realizing
wait
the
a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute.
Of the spawn flip at this point in the game, you have to close that lead.
Okay, they're coming back now, guys.
Rotation, you have operators that
it's
try
a
and help you
downward
find
spiral.
that break. They managed to use them very efficiently last time to do so.
Oh, they got
and they're
the spawn,
efficiently
bro.
getting time over towards P1. Elevate
Need to
will
win
find
the
a way through, but
gunfight.
Q9 have got spawns, 14 seconds to go. D10.
Yeah, 10 seconds, they close the gap, but
the pieces not quite. He will fall.
They're gonna lose 8 points now, or not.
Our grand finals and map number 1, and it's getting closer as time goes on.
Rotate.
Elevate's still in the lead,
They
but
got
the
the
rotation
spawn.
belongs to Q9.
They got the spawn. It's gonna be another close one, guys.
A big hard point. Now investing now are going to be Elevate. This War Machine could be huge. Finds a couple.
And he managed to find a way through. PJ will be the linchpin that just helps him out.
War Machine for the win, huh?
Still over towards the backside. So now if you're Q9, you've got a slight pinch potentially on the cards. You can see 1 kill comes through on the other side. Can everybody else on Q9 start to find a way through? Seemingly not. Elevating control there. 25
not
away.
happening.
Oh, PJ is here towards the back line. Hunter Killer Drone will go out towards the air. Elevate, they are just 20 seconds away, but the split spawns from Q9. That might disrupt things.
15 seconds or so now. If you're Q9, you got to get going. 30 seconds still to play for here. They will find that break.
That's a big 25 seconds right here,
They're not
huh?
going to be too far away if they can hold on to
that
the
will
rest of it.
close
That's
the gap.
What they want to do. Pushing forward is Kelly.
They need to keep
you
it.
can find plenty with the utility from Elevate. It's so good. Q9 still in
They're
control.
too good at
Doesn't look like Elevate might be able to find a
reclaiming
break,
the
but so
spawn
much
on,
investment having to come
this
through
is
from
over.
Q9. Elevate will find a way through. 10 seconds to play for.
This
They
is
can't
over.
win it here, but they will be in touching distance by the time we get over towards P3.
Yeah, and Q9 had to set a couple of bodies at that hard point, right? You can't really afford to just give up that time, but Close immediately going to invest the equals.
Yeah,
towards
CJ
the
looks like that.
Players already down. Elevate looking for the final few.
And they managed to find
But
a way
they
through
choked 3
inside of the
seconds
point.
last
It pops
time.
in 2 seconds. They're finding the gunfights. Kendi finding everybody.
Nah,
Elevate
not this time.
finding map
Not
number
gonna
1.
happen
And
twice.
the advantage is
1-1. The coach says, hey, shut the fuck up, bro. We don't do that here. We don't do that
Getting
here.
swept up in the upper bracket final. You win your lower bracket final in the exact same fashion.
His coach had to calm him down. Say, hey, little bro, we don't do that here. He says, we don't celebrate here. Not that early, bro. You still need to win a bunch.
To steal away. And even that one towards the end. Just teamwork. Absolutely on point. Man, what a phenomenal map from them.
The early trash talk might make them lose. I know, right?
Throughout that game, a very 50-50 affair, but really I think the turning point for me time was when we got to peek through on that second set. We started to see Elevate gain a 460, then they were disruptive.
There was a lot of Tempest plays today. I never seen that much. Well, I don't watch esports that much, but I didn't think Tempest could do that good. The guy's really good with it. The shotgun player, he used Tempest a lot. And I've seen a lot of crazy kills today. But yeah, first map, nice search and destroy. And on the same map, they started 3-0 versus them last time, but they choked. Yeah, Johnny, it was a lot of it today. But I didn't watch much the previous 2 days. Predictor Badlands movie? No. Yesterday I watched a pretty good movie with Jason Statham and what was the movie? Is it like I'll try to find it. It was I never seen it before. He works as like money trucks. Money truck squad, and they got robbed. It was actually pretty good, man. I have to find it. What's that freaking movie?
And they couldn't stop them finding the break.
Just type Jason Statham money truck.
Grand finals. Look what we did to them in the winners bracket. We're starting to storm through. A little bit overzealous from.
It's called Wrath of Man. It's what year is this?
That's what they'll be looking to do. And I think they will be
2021. Wrath of Man with Jason Statham. That was a pretty good movie, guys. I'll type it in the chat. Wrath of Man with Jason Statham. It's yeah, so no, it's not Homefront, it's not the mechanic, it's Wrath of Man. So the guy, he got hired by a money truck company, but you can see he's overqualified. Like he did something before. You think he's probably been army or special whatever. Like he's much better than, like, he's overqualified. But he's actually infiltrating because he wants to know who's inside. Because I don't want to reveal the plot twist, but it's pretty good, man. I'm not so much into these movies usually, but I couldn't stop watching this one. Usually I just give up in the middle. I start watching my phone.
Q9 on the attacking side to kick things
this one
off.
I wanted to watch.
Alright,
rematch of that map.
So now
from earlier, that's going to be really interesting.
And what are they going to do with it? Well, run with it. In towards B they go. Do they know that Yoppie's here? Yes, they do. But can they do anything about it? If they can find a second, it'll be massive. Yoppie goes huge. Can he find the third? Can he hold it down on his own? D-Chen will have to back down. But he's given his team time to get over. He will eventually
exactly that.
Sword,
his son got killed.
3v2 for Q9.
He's trying to find who did it.
Oh boy, and it gets worse as well,
exactly
doesn't it?
That.
Looks so
what a good movie.
By way of Yoppie in this round has fallen very much apart. Now Susano, in behind enemy lines, has to penetrate a site that is so difficult to do so. If anybody can do it, it's him, but he's already made his position though.
Needed to catch somebody off guard and then somehow find another. But still very difficult. 1 versus 3, it's not possible. Oh, never mind. He come around the corner and kind of counteracts that idea. But the win will come through. Yoppie did really well, but the rest of Elevate find themselves coming over, and Q9 are well aware. They're set up already and waiting for.
Yeah, I think at least one player there in that situation kind of got caught out in the middle of the map on the rotation, and the others, I think one was taking a really long time. I think it was Sudana, the last one out alive.
Man on Fire was good. I don't remember. I'll have to Google it.
So
probably I saw it, but I don't.
Did not go their way. In this round, though, what I wanted to see.
Johnny, I don't know, but I see
machine
pistol today.
Yeah, they put a lot of pressure in over towards this A side. Ling, he can find one, but Kenny will take him down, but everything's starting to get traded around the corner. Curly will be the one to fall, sorry. Ling continues to survive. Munchie just nowhere near where Elevate may well think, and you just don't expect AJ to be there either. Reads him like a buck, and all of a sudden Ling is left now in a 1 versus 2.
That's got to be the sprint or something. Mauchi to be heard in that situation. Newling's only real choice here is the fact that you can get that bomb down. If you can bring this down to 1 versus 1, that would be huge as well, but they're coming from different angles.
Reads one. But there's the bait. Is it going to be the switch? Yes, it is.
Yeah,
PJ
damn it, bro.
finds a few in that round and evens the odds almost immediately for Elevate.
Okay, I'll Google it.
Nice
Man
round
on
from them.
fire.
They find the first blood that time and then find the round on the back of it.
Yeah. Big kill from PJ as well to take Mauchi out in that moment. That would have been a disastrous position if PJ would have gone down.
That's Denzel Washington.
2v1.
I don't think I saw
this
that.
round. First blood, big again. This time it's Mauchi who's going to win it. And that's a big play to take on the board because now you have less coverage inside the B site. It's going to force PJ to play a little bit more defensively over towards B instead of towards the middle of the map.
Can you find a pick through the middle of the map though? That's what you're going to be asking if you're Kendi. Backs down, but here come Q9 straight through the middle of the map. Claw will find Curly. They keep getting aggressive and Elevate. They're ready and waiting for it. Cloud was able to find Kendi. 4 versus 3.
It's good.
Usually
Denzel Washington
they do actually
got all the good
have control
movies.
of that site if they
Transporter,
wish.
1, 2, 3. Is that no Equalizer? 1, 2, 3. Sorry.
It might be just a bit of a war of attrition.
Equalizer is a good series, man.
It's a little bit more difficult to defend from the mid side, but they're kind of setting themselves up well. Susano though will catch Cloud on the cross.
I watched these movies 3
times. That makes planting this bomb just a little more difficult.
If you could get inside the bar, that would be everything here.
Bomb's
going down, so you're not going to stop it through the wall bang. But if you can get inside the bar, you can wall bang the back of the site. That's what you want first.
I'll take notes.
Do they have the read on where really the first line of defense is? That's going to be Ling. Susano jumps over towards that side and baits him in. Mauchi will take him down. And I think they got the call. PJ is back there as well. No need to challenge. Ling will hold down mid doors. And all of a sudden, PJ is left now in a 1 versus 3 impossible situation. Q9, 2-1.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised there that Susano swung so wide with actually checking for a potential player like Mauchi in that situation. But yeah,
okay, I mean, Man really on Fire movie. I'll put it on my
right? You take
notes.
a player out of the B site like that, it forces PJ to play close to the B site instead of in the middle of the map. Domino effect, Kendi has to play close to the middle of the map and makes himself exposed.
I'll take if it's on Netflix Canada.
Down. Q9.
Then I'll check Amazon Prime.
This is aggressive from them. This is something we've seen a lot of.
Once again, can they manage to find this opening break? But Kendi is going to be the one this time.
Crank 2.
That was over towards the B side though, so
I remember Crank. Is the one his heart has to beat all the time because it has to be on adrenaline or he dies?
Trying to find a pick, and if you're Q9, do you reevaluate this push?
Yeah, I mean, there's already a lot of Elevate forces over here, right? So it's just like, why would you even bother at this point? You are going to leave one player to try and keep something going in this situation. Maybe catch any players that are trying to do anything cheeky, but in the middle of the map, that is a beautiful reposition coming up from Kendi, because now not only do you find a frag, you have the information that they are at the very least trying to make their way over towards B.
How much information was gained though? Do they know that D-Chen is here? No, they don't. Cole will get taken down.
And
now all of a sudden, if you're Elevate, are you scrambling a little bit? Shots being fired across the board. If you, oh my god, he nearly collapsed them. D-Chen's going to get away, and here comes Curly. This is all on D-Chen. He's broken A open, all on his own. Continues to survive, and eventually will fall on his sword. 2 versus 2.
D-Chen opens the door for Curly to get in through another line of sight. Elevate distracted, now down to a 2v2, as you say. All of it down from one area. Curly and Olin, they've picked their battle stations. They've picked their lines of sight.
They'll be hearing them.
And they will be hearing them.
And it goes out to try and slow things down on the push up the stairs, but that's not where they're coming from. Ling
2v2.
Did see the push on the other side, but is he going to wait for the other player to find a way through? He doesn't need to peek it, but he will, and Yoppie will be dealt with. Kendi will find one. Does the trade find its way? Curly gets it 3-1 to Q9.
Yeah, Kelly, I know my color.
Like they should have won, Netflix. But D-Chen finds it with a little bit of a route, finds the pick, finds the second, opens up the bomb site.
Yeah, that's just one of those right there where you just turn the attention of basically the entire team off the back of one kill. That's the nature of fast-paced Call of Duty Mobile, folks. D-Chen wins the round effectively for Q9. It's once again an aggressive push in towards A. I wonder how much information you've got here if you're a Clo. You die, but I think now you have that info, and that is a real unfortunate one, Ton.
Yeah, PJ trying to find the flank, and they actually just got super aggressive over towards the A side as soon as they seen Clo. He was marked for death, and Q9 will find him. 5 versus 3 in their favor now, looking really good on this attacking side. As mentioned, these two did play up against each other on this map, specifically in the winners final. It was a 7-3 scoreline for Q9. We're heading in that direction once more. Pushing over towards B. Starting to formulate. D-Chen just having a little bit of a shoulder throw. Yoppie will find Ling though. 4 versus 3, making it doable, very doable. 3 versus 3. Susano will find one. Bomb will just about find its way down though. And Q9 will invite Elevate to try and come and defuse it.
And that is that spot right there, right? You can shoot through the shelves. get a player off the back of the bomb, but now it is a 3 versus 3. They know at the very least that there won't be a player towards that exact spot because there's no way they try that.
Who's the tip of the spear? Who will find the penetration? It's going to be Yoppy that finds a way through. Susanna will find one on the Curly, but it's going to be turned around. Q9 can they get it done? Susanna left in a 1 versus 1 against Mauchi.
Oh my
Misses
goodness.
the shots, 15 seconds. Mauchi with the
Jesus,
rachel.
this
And
is
Q9
so close.
in a commanding position at the 5. A stress all round for both these two teams, but it's Q9 who come out on top.
Kevin cheering for Q9.
Susano thought that maybe Mauchi was weak enough that he would not chow that in that situation. Maybe he'd go back for a regen. He had 15 seconds on the clock, so both players had time to play with. But no, Mauchi calls his bluff. 4-1 now. Util through the middle of the map early on in towards this round. Not that much information really gained from either team. I think really the only information going up from either side at the moment is that Q9 here in this situation are looking for it.
Well, Susano's been tagged up the noise here. If you can find anything out of this, it is a huge, huge bonus, but he should be dead to rights and is. Kenny will fall to Oling as well. And now all of a sudden, Q9 have a little bit of control over towards the side. They have plenty of bodies, and Elevate are on their way over to try and stop the inevitable happening.
Jimis has a long day.
Down, and Q9 are a commanding position.
It's the final already. It's only 11 a.m.
Bomb has been planted.
And Elevate, I mean, they're kind of reduced to juvenile tactics, right? You got to shoot through the wall to PKM and try and get some freebies to get back into the site, because a 3v5, it's incredibly difficult to retake, and now you're starting to deal with some creative plays from Q9 as well. They got up the ante.
BJ trying to find a way through. Ellen will be the first point of contact around this corner. Who's going to fall?
I like that view, man.
Everybody on Elevate is
Everyone just tied at the same time, bro.
They'll find a 5-1 lead at the half. And 5 players on Q9 survived that round, and Elevate could do absolutely nothing to stop it. It's a wonderful attacking half out of the side of Q9. They move over towards the defensive side. What can Elevate produce?
I think Elevate has to do something creative. That's exactly what we get off the top.
Oh my god,
no, it's not.
Just absolutely scrapping down the outside.
Oh, you're on the Western time zone, like Pacific time. Yo, what just happened?
All on his own. He's
I blink and everyone's dead.
Of my team gone.
Oh, Kendi. This has to be spectacular.
Oh,
no. No.
Yeah, we don't see major 1v5 clutch today, huh?
Microsecond, for sure. But yeah,
There was no
that is a
big
phenomenal round
ace or
from Q9,
something.
right? I think both teams, right? Elevate, they need something like that. They need
California,
something
that's
really
right.
aggressive off the start to get something
It's
going
early,
in this
man.
S&D. Q9 read that perfectly and make the exact
Imagine the
counter-call.
days before they
And now they're
started
just one round away
way
from
earlier.
blowing this out in a more dominable fashion than the upper bracket final was.
Elevate trying to find some sort of lifeline in this search and destroy. PJ may well just give them one. Archie will fall. He's been just a right pain in the backside, hasn't he? 9 kills already to him. PJ will find another as well. He's doing fantastic work. Over towards this B side, and it's actually players from Q9 getting too aggressive over towards him. Keldick's going to get caught by Kendi as well. And Elevate have the whole of B under their control. This will be a very difficult round for Q9 to win, but Owling will find one at the cloak. Makes it a 4 versus 2.
And that's what I love about Q9, right? They're so reactive. This is something that benefited them earlier in Coastal Search and Destroy in the upper bracket final. You know, you lose a couple of players. All right, cool. Let's go on hunting, trying to take on a 2v1, even a 2 versus 2 to get something in our favor. Now there's a 2 versus 1 that at least makes this more manageable. Now the next task feels really gigantic, doesn't it? Because you have to penetrate the B site. All
Yeah, that's
positions
gonna be
watched
tough
here by
2v4.
Elevate.
Push that
PJ
bomb.
just trying to throw some shoulders, just trying to gain some information.
Okay, it's happening.
Elevate are giving him very, very little.
He's getting flanked.
Finds a way through. Susanna's going to be watching this cross. You need to find something. You need to find somebody. Nothing. Dichen can find 2. Does get himself inside of the side, but 2 players still left alive. It was always going to be difficult. The trades are there.
Yeah, that means
6-2
don't
now.
blink. 6-2.
Potentially make this a little more interesting. Be some comeback if they manage it here, Brody, but 6-2 down is not a scoreline you feel confident about.
There's that information off the start. Util through the middle of the map here. It's aggressive once again from Elevate.
How many matches left? This is the final, Roasted. This is the final.
The first bloods, and well, they don't
First one to win 4. It's 1-1.
Tundra is out here from Susanna.
Q9 could win. The search is gonna be 2-1. They need 2 more maps and it's over. This is the finals of the championship. Last day, last game, last 2 teams.
Come on, Chi, stop it.
This is it. This is the final.
You dare lift your head. Here come the rest of Q9. Actually, no, they're just not even waiting on Mauchi. They're just sending it onto the site. And only
Jesus!
puts the nail
So
in the coffin of the
2-1
search and
Q9.
destroy. And Q9 find themselves back in the lead.
Damn, bro. Now he's gonna be control on. I don't remember the map. Why do people use PKN and search? I don't know. I seen it every single search today, but it was always on Elevate. I don't know. They use PKM, but I don't know why. It's embarrassing, you say? They had a good hard point. They can win control. It was not a beat down earlier. They had like good games. Are they gonna take a break now?
But when you're not winning your sniper battles, the majority of the time,
stuff away. Gonna feed the dogs.
So difficult, and that is what makes Elevate special as a roster. They are such a well-rounded team, right? You have your SMG presence, you have sniper rifle players that can just shoot and win those first bloods more often than not, but you're going up against the best of the best. You're going up against the creme de la creme of Chinese Call of Duty Mobile. And it just feels like in that category, they do get outclassed.
It's brilliant work from Q9 though. It's just that attack inside though. I mean, 5-1 off the back of that. Incredible work from Q9. And it was always going to be a tall order to see Elevate come back and match that. Well, maybe you can go a step further. It was always going to be tough. But every single time that Q9 were working together, they were pushing together, it just felt as if it was inevitable they were going to find those kills. It was inevitable they were going to find a push. And Elevate just did not have the answer. Q9 absolutely cruising through Coastal and will find themselves in the lead once again.
And I think the thing that makes Q9 so special, right, is the fact that they do kind of have that pressure, that ability to kind of apply pressure in the way that they can with that kind of triple SMG setup. And I think that, you know, showed a lot on that map of Q9 just basically flying across the map pretty much constantly. They were constantly setting the pace and they were constantly getting up in Elevate's faces. Just a real nuisance that, well, Elevate did not know how to deal with. Shout out to Uling, by the way. We talked about him not having a great performance back in map number 1. 15 kills in that 1 ton. That's more like it.
Yeah, not bad. I just hold him to a very high standard, Brody, and I think everybody else does as well.
That's fair enough, to be honest, mate.
And it is very fair. And Guy, just all week long has been incredible. I mean, as well, I think especially speaking to him and seeing his demeanor, of course, I mean, let's do a translator, but at the same time, you know, just like, trying to get an air of the kind of guy that he is. And
there was not a long break. Are they on break or what?
Such a nice kid, and then you see him start performing, and he's standing up staring at the opposition after he's just dropped 60 on their forehead. The guy's a killer.
I think my most vivid memory of...
Oh yeah, Kevin, you talking about the trash talking kid?
Back in 2024.
He was talking trash and he just got destroyed.
He did. After
they were pumped. They were pumped. Understandable. Ah, yeah, we got snow here, guys.
He's like, yeah, you know what, Lukashin's a phenomenal player.
Maybe I can show you.
You know, massive respect for Lukashin, and just like, I think that is a perfect snapshot of his character. Not only is he good at Call of Duty Mobile, he's humble with it as well. But I don't know how long that would stay for, to be fair, when you get your first World Championship under your belt, because...
Yeah, we'll ask after.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe his entire demeanor changes. But Uling is a god for a reason. He is known as one of the best and the most historic Call of Duty Mobile players of all time, and he does have a chance to get something that has eluded him his entire career, which is, of course, that World Championship. 2-1 up in this series now. Next up, we go to a control. And just talking about the controller run, I mean, it was a really close one, albeit that was on Crossfire. I believe we're going to Raid next, I think, is map number 3. And, you know, I think it just comes down to little clutch situations. I think Elevate, we're doing a really good job at trying to adapt, trying to get map control, albeit that's on Crossfire, and maybe sometimes it's a little easier to kind of sneak players through than it is on Raid. But still, Elevate were reactive. It's just that Q9 constantly got the better of them when it came down to those situations. So if Elevate can start to win some of those gunfights, maybe trying to push players through, this could well be the snow the series.
Players have had a little bit of stretch of the legs. Went to see the sun, maybe touch some grass. I haven't done much of that this week, but I'm sure you at home who've been watching have not been doing it.
I got the skin.
For one, I'm happy for it. Someone's going to be touching that trophy very, very shortly, though. A 2-1 lead.
I just got the final watch reward. It's snowing. It's just starting. You're gonna have lots of snow here this winter. Last winter was the most we ever had, like ever. Okay, mailbox. Wait, that's not a Vanguard skin. It's a K-Sun. You know, it's K-Sun. Okay, that CX9 is cool. Yeah, that's the one. Vanguard Night Spotter. But it's a reskin. Okay. Vanguard. So that's the one. That's a reskin of that. And a reskin of that. And a reskin of that. So we got Faded Shadow, Twilight Strike. Imagine a BR squad. Nocturnal Elite, Night Spotter. You could do a full BR squad.
Next, Crossfire will go to again.
Alright, so I can close my game and recharge.
But if we do end on a map 6, it's fire and range search and destroy. I feel like Q9 will be feeling really good about their chances now. I see a minimum of 3 maps that they'll feel super confident they can take.
I think the good news here for Elevate is that Fire and Range is probably their strongest search and destroy map outside of Tunisia, which obviously got banned, so they couldn't play it in this best of 7. So that's something, at least, right? But again, on the other side, I think the thing that always makes me laugh about Q9, whenever we have these conversations about Q9, is like, all right, cool, so what is Q9's best search and destroy map? How about
Because my little dog, Oscar, is eating much slower. And Mila, she always rush, she eats everything, and then she goes like lurk around him while he's eating. Like she just wait to grab anything that would go outside the bowl. So he's eating, but he's stressed by her, man. So I have to tell her to leave him the freak alone when he's eating. It's annoying, man. She's freaking she always hungry. But why don't you go there then?
That one. Sometimes it's not quite that easy. Just ask Stalwart, but irrelevant of that, Elevate have shown their presence in hard point, but they'll have to get the job done here on raid control.
The puppies, I don't have news. Only one. Like the neighbor's dog is one of her puppies.
Towards the Chinese team, so raid feels like a crucial one.
Big map.
The disrespect, man.
You're 3-1 down in a best of 7, and the next one up on the docket is Summit Hardpoint. So Elevate.
All right, this is it.
Feels like do or die time, doesn't it? It's time for the Garena boys to get things going, and it will be Q9 starting things on the defense here. Elevate have almost immediately swung themselves over towards B, and there's their trademark smokes.
Let's see if they can find something nice and quickly to extend that time. Just give themselves plenty of an opportunity to get a hold of A. It's been a decent enough start, though. Kendi will find a couple, and Susano does well as well. Control there over towards the B side. Cole will find 2 as well. This is a really nice start from Elevate. 2 ticks already in their fifth.
It's okay, it's just one comment.
Now, second tick already.
People have no clue, bro.
They did leave one player behind enemy lines. Yeah, Uling was being a constant nuisance, and he converts for 2. The third's not there, but he makes the play.
Yeah, she's pretty big. She's bigger than her mom.
Makes a perfect play. I really thought that Elevate were going to hunt him down, but still, they just leave him.
And the thing is, they didn't necessarily hunt him down, and Uling just waited. I'm watching him on the minimap.
I'm
just sit
sitting
around and
her,
wait for the rest of his team to collapse through laundry, and it is a clean sweep over towards the B side for Q9. They are down the lives, 2 ticks for Elevate to kick things off here as well. It's far from a disaster. It's actually not a disaster at all. You're going to get a hold of B. You've got a life advantage.
Yeah, Thursday the 13th.
Find a way back through. Could have been maybe a little bit cleaner. We'll add a minute to that minute, and we have now 2 minutes, if you're quick at maths, to head over towards this A side. Lives still relatively close, but Elevate have a good amount of map control, and that's important. If you are Q9, you've got somebody on the flank, and that can maybe cause some problems, but a brilliant start for the Elevate side.
Now you're looking to make that transition happen. You are ahead by lives at this point, and well, there's the big kills. That's really unfortunate. Close, the last one left alive, and he gets wiped as well. If you're, I literally was at the start of the sentence and Yoppie dies. I was gonna say, if you're Yoppie, try to play your life as much as possible, but he reveals himself inside the money window and is now dead. And Q9 now have yet another secret weapon behind enemy lines. It was Uling before, now it's D-Chen. He's about to cause some carnage.
You can find 1, 2. It's a massive bonus, but good trade comes through from Claw. Drops down, takes him out, but information gained. They know they're going to be pushing through the B side, and all of a sudden Q9 have converged over towards this side of the map. 10 versus 10. That life deficit that Q9 had to make up. They managed that pretty quickly, and they've got a little bit more.
That's very
control.
close. 10-10.
Once again, Elevator heading over towards this B side. Once again,
9-8.
Cloud is there to try and shut it down. 8 versus 9. We're going to go down to lives, and it's going to start to get a little more tense. Both these two teams.
That's very intense right now.
It's an 8v8 with 50 seconds to go.
Is this a big point, the first one?
Q9 have pushed up through that pool side as well. To Elevate, their only option here is to flank, and Yoppy, he's already invested.
Sparrows out.
Oh my
Trying to find it during the money window.
God,
it's not an easy shot, even with the arrows that explode in front of their faces. Ling will find something. He's brought out the equalizer.
Christ,
finds
the
absolutely nothing.
operators at the
5v4
end.
in favor of Elevate.
Oh my
Being brought
God.
in now. Susano going to make it a 4 versus 3 as Mauchi will find something. 25 seconds to
So
go.
close.
He knows where Mauchi is.
Oh.
Susano
He missed that
burning
draw.
everything he
No
can
way.
towards him, and also
This
Cloud.
is over, bro.
He'll take him down. An Elevator clutched up unless T-Chen. Can they find the 1 versus 4? The first has been dealt with. The second, third, and fourth are capturing A. Smokes are down. It's an impossible scenario for T-Chen here. He does have the war machine if he finds another.
2v1.
This
Does
could be
he know?
tempting.
Does he know? Oh!
And it's very tempting. It's very tempting
shit,
indeed.
the wasted war machine.
But Claw will pull the Tempest and make sure it happens.
No
Elevate, find
freaking
round
way.
number 1.
They invest like, oh my god, that
Is a
hurts,
50-50
dude. That really
decision on
hurts.
that war machine. You make it.
They
and in
must
any
be
other
really
situation when
mad
you
right
pull that
now.
out, you get the chargebacks. You're going to get that out. He shot a bullet or a pellet or whatever goes in the war machine. He shot one. It's a grenade. He shot one. So he's not going to get that back for a hot minute. But guess who does have one? It's Kendi. And that's going to force Q9 almost immediately to one of the points instead of down the middle of the map.
And I think the
Wait,
only
so
positive
if you
for Q9
don't
in
shoot
that
and you die,
situation
you're
is that
gonna
the
have it
Tempest
back.
came
But
out
if you
as well
shoot
from
and you die,
Elevate,
you're
so
not gonna have it back.
You kind of take it on the chin, but it's do or die in moments like this. Kendi finding plenty with his war machine. D-Chen will find something to do them on the map as well. The kills falling their way.
It's not over,
oh my
though.
God, D-Chen!
But that was a big
Susano
point.
will fall as well. Not a fourth. Not quite. PJ stops that in its tracks and then, well, gets stopped in his tracks as well. Tempest is out here from the side of Curl. He's starting to get aggressive over towards this A side. A little bit of kitchen control. They've got a hold of A. 2 ticks are in. And they may well get this one on the board nice and early. Shots going to start coming through. Curly trying to survive over towards the money side, but a lot of damage done by Q9 over towards A.
Yeah, that's the key thing for me right now is you've already got a lot of progression over by towards A. You can now actually follow that up with more as well. As long as someone just immediately jumps on the point here, this should be done. Somebody please get on the point. Yeah, they're about to for sure. And Elevate, I think they've also kind of resigned themselves to just giving up that point for the most part. They've sent Yoppy. That's all the investment they've made. PJ on the other hand is also going to clear out over towards the other side. He actually might be able to stop this potentially. Nope, never mind. A is gone. At the very least, he can get some exit
might
frags.
tie.
Annihilator out though. He can put the squeeze on, but only finds a couple. T-Chen will find something over towards the B side though. Curly with the Hunter Killer. And now Mauchi's got his Annihilator out as well. Q9 smell blood in the water, and this has been a very clean round from them. B now on the cards. Kilo, he's going to get taken down. Mauchi, we've seen this before. Kendi will find one. Mauchi now trying to even the odds. Plenty of players here for Q9. B is underway.
You got to go as well. You got to run headfirst into this Annihilator. You don't have much of a choice. Yoppy will find 2. First tick already through though.
5, 6
and Elevate,
up.
they will be able to hold it here, Tud. So Q9 now. 6 lives up, 90 seconds on the clock. They have time, they've got strats to work with. Elevate have to be careful about how fast they throw themselves at Q9. I know that they're known for it, but they do have to slow the tempo down by quite a significant amount.
We're failing this mission.
Cloud trying to find something through the middle of the map, and I think if you're Q9 now,
We're gonna save their operators at this point, 14-9.
Invest here. You want to try and get this done as cleanly as possible there. The trades will go your way. 12 versus 6. But you're not underway just yet, but you've got plenty of time. You're not panicking yet. Still just starting to trade these kills, and trades work perfectly for Q9.
Nice play,
that doesn't though. Susano can find 2. A third will be
So
monumental.
not enough. No more respawn now.
Kelly is yet.
Oof.
Oh, Curly, only going to take a trade though. That's enough. You're opening the door now with 45 seconds, but 3 on the board here. Elevate. Now they're back in. Cloud's going to get the DM out to try and swing the favor.
He has to find something. Absolutely nothing.
They turned it around. What the freak just happened?
Elevate pulled this one back. I was talking about it as if it was.
They were 6 up, now they 1 down.
But Yoppy now with the Sparrow out.
What?
The investment comes through. Susano could not have done more. A 4 versus 2. Still plausible for Q9, but time is starting to tick. T-Chen, Ling, just trying to find whatever they can. Yoppy waiting at the top of the stairs and kicks Ling down them. And T-Chen is wondering where are Elevate and where the hell is
this
that
is
round
so
gone?
sad, bro.
Elevate find it 2-0.
This is so
Another
sad.
1v4 for DJ
The major
on the cards,
turnaround.
and it's swiftly taken away from him.
Massive moment.
A huge moment.
Massive
and
moment.
You got to give a lot of love to Susano because he's been
Cheer,
part
clap,
of two
party.
key moments here, really, for
It's,
Elevate being 2-0
Africa
up.
gang.
Of course, back in round number 1, the double DM kill play really opened the door for Elevate to get back into that round. And then
Yeah,
this
John,
one,
yeah, I know.
stopping Cloud with his own DM.
That was
Swinging
a
the
big
lives back in
turn.
their favor. Susano, better give that big boy a hug after this. Q9.
It's not over,
Now
but
looking
damn,
to
that
get
one
back
hurt.
into this control. Hunter Killer Drone out towards A. It looks like Elevate, they want to send their players in that direction, but they have to get some more kills.
Feels like almost an air of frustration now from Q9 because they've had chances to win both of these rounds and all of a
They were
sudden
both close.
they're 2-0 down. Elevate investing and trying to invest wisely with a bit of kitchen control. Yoppie will find Teachin, but he gets taken down, so that's an operator just completely out the window. Q9 very happy with that. Trying to get a little bit more control, but
I don't know. I don't have a
team.
team. I just want good games, I said.
Absolutely.
But I think Q9 deserves it. They went undefeated. They already beat Elevate.
The problem is getting the
I
player outside
kind
the
of
money
think they
window is extremely
deserve it,
difficult. Not when Cody
but
actually nades
I don't
himself,
have
he
a
flies
favorite
out.
team.
That's going to make things awkward. Mauchi, though, with the cross is going to make a player weak.
They find the angle, trying to as best he can, but he's got teammates to help him. Doesn't seem to matter. Yoppie will find that kill. They should be able to get rid of Clone, and they do. Q9 looking like a little bit more decisive, finding the kills when they really do need to. And this is looking like no ticks for the side of Elevate if they're not careful. They're going to default and head over towards the B side. They get rid of Ruling as well.
Yeah,
so
the
potentially
pirate type
Stegen
63 is
trying to
cool,
survive.
huh?
He can find one. Kills coming through in the middle of the map as well, and Cloud and Co. trying
Yeah,
to
we
stop
got
this
some
happening
cool
over towards
guns.
B.
15 seconds on the board here. PJ trying to get the reinforcements out.
Oof.
And now you just got to deal with one more player.
It's always
the thing that
big
Q9 have
swings with the
consistently
freaking
done is
operators,
uses behind
dude.
enemy lines. PJ's dealing with the reinforcements, so that player, he needs to find some serious value here. Q9, if you're going to try and take him out from behind, you got to do it now. And Cloud's now on the run.
Ah,
He gets
he
taken
just
out.
kept shooting.
There was no help to the team, and PJ
That
is doing everything he can.
freaking
That's 4
Annihilator
kills, 4
got
shots.
4 kills. And then a
Predator's on
Pred.
its way in. B potentially on the cards. Elevate just seem to be pulling these
It's
rounds
very
out
close
of
again.
absolutely nothing. Mauchi now over towards B, and he will slow them down. And with 5 seconds to go, it's still going to be difficult, but Elevate making it very hard for Q9 to close these rounds out. Curly has just forced to
Again,
actually
the
bring in the
Tempest.
Tempest. With no seconds to go, they've got to tick over towards the A side. They've got one player left there.
Okay,
should
they got
surely
this, they
get
got
rid of
this. They
him.
got this point.
There's one player just
Come on.
surviving over towards A. Is he going to actually extend the time here for your PJ? Felt like an eventuality for a long, long time.
There's
that
one for
Q9 would get a hold of that.
Damn, bro. They need to win 3 in a row.
Not say die.
You know what? It is hilarious, isn't it, that PJ's response to that situation, let's just throw a smoke down and cause some chaos around the A zone.
Just buying time, right?
Just buying time. It's just what Elevate do best. They
Wow,
are
man,
the
the
smoke team
game's
for
so
sure. How about an A
close.
team? 5 nades straight across the button here. Elevate, they've got a EMP ready to go, but they have to use it well.
That could be huge. Now people find a kill to kick things off, not just a kill, 3 of them in the middle of B. Curly and T-Chen falling to his sword.
Be advised, hostile.
Q9 now going to have to default and head back over towards A. Elevate with a brilliant start.
I think regarding that EMP here, you want to use it in a situation where you've got the map control, you've got the opportunity to really close out the round and this game, prevent Q9 from stopping you with any of their operators. Elevate, starting to get their players up the board here. There's that EMP. Q9, they've got operators, but they are being chained behind their wrists right now. Only one
Elevate's
player
got this
remaining
by
in Q9.
8.
Elevate, they're starting to really drill the screws in.
Really good work here by Elevate, combining well together. Cloud will find 2 though. Q9 will answer back to this. For all that Elevate find a great deal of resource, a great deal of map control. They lose it almost immediately. Uling will turn around, he'll get rid of Susano, and all of a sudden, he can start to get moving on this attacking side. Uling starting to get kitchen control, and he wants a little bit more. Into money we go. And he can start to hold this down. The rest of his team need to do their job around the outside. They are doing it.
Oh, he's close now.
Like
16-19.
Oh boy, at the very least you take Uling out of the play, but now the problem is you're about to lose A, and you have to face that question for Elevate. All right, look, we've got a 4-life advantage. How much do we actually want to invest in this? We could also cycle into our operators ourselves. They are at the very least going to send a couple of players, perhaps to get some exit frags, but I feel like A might well be gone.
Actually send a player down the driveway to deal with any players who are starting to push up into the spawn trap that potentially could come on the way. Cloud gets taken down almost immediately. Now Close starting to get aggressive. Mauchi waits on him. 10 versus 15. Elevate trying to squeeze as best they can, but they may well have to back up now as Q9 find a couple of kills and find a route out.
Elevate have settled out. for the defense of B. 6 life differential here. Q9 down to the final 9, and again, that ever-present threat of a mountain of operators is still on the cards. 4 in the armory. And Q9, they are just taking their time. Worth saying again, something to keep in mind here is the fact that if Q9 continues to take their time, Elevate are also going to cycle into operators of their own. So this could be an operator bloodbath for both of the teams with 55 on the clock.
Operator bloodbath, just like
Q9.
They're just waiting to recharge, right?
They don't have to pull the trigger if they just can defend. But Q9 may well throw plenty at them. Sparrow's out, just trying to close down some angles. Is that maybe a little bit of a waste from Yoppy? You can see Q9 starting to bring in plenty as well. Uling will fall. Not too sure if he brought anything in, but everything else has been brought in. Malchi doesn't find a great deal here with the Annihilator, but the War Machine and the Death Machine are both out. Yoppy with his final
Not gonna happen, guys. This is it. 2-2.
And now Kendi can start to bring it in. It's a hard task for Q9.
You really wanted more value out of that DM from Cloud, didn't you?
They know there's no more
respawn.
So yeah, they're just going all out because they don't have another round, so
it's been an
they don't need to save.
Performance here on Raid for now. 3 versus 7 though, and is there maybe a way back through? Curly.
Someone sneaked,
Tempest,
right?
Nade.
He doesn't know.
Cloud's dead. And that may well be it now. You could have done with that extra body, even with a Tempest in hand. This is an impossible scenario. Finds 2, finds 3.
No, imagine.
Elevate.
All right, 2-0.
Find the control.
We'll have a good final at least.
They will just not go away.
A necessary game for Elevate. They needed that, because it only gets more difficult from this point out. But also, phenomenal game from Elevate. Beautiful control, and I absolutely love. So it kind of felt like a Mexican standoff in a way, right? Towards the end from an Old West or something, where we had like 30 seconds or so. Both Q9 and Elevate, neither wanted to move. Oh, man, Elevate just looked like every single time we saw some kind of sensational operator play, potentially from Q9, they were shut out. Looking back towards that game ton, that most certainly did feel like the case. But I do have to give a lot of love to Susano, I think, particularly for the first couple of rounds at the very least, right? Because again, we go back towards that round number 1, and Susano got a couple of kills with the DM from himself, managed to get a couple of kills inside money window. That opened the door for Elevate to get control. And then in towards round number 2, it was the shutdown of the DM. That's been a big staple from Cloud in this entire tournament, really, that's made the difference for Q9. That gave them the win in round number 2.
Both these teams unrelenting though. Their wins are coming rather comfortably in this series. Every map is, it's not necessarily being one side, but again, I think I'll probably repeat, comfortable for both these squads. They are trading blows right now, but nobody willing to land that knockout just yet. That may well have been an opportunity now, because we go over towards a summit and you feel great about Q9's chances here. But if Elevate can change the narrative, if they can go back to being Elevate, that hardpoint team we seen last year, that hardpoint team we've seen in the grand finals, then all of a sudden, if you're Q9, you're in a lot of trouble. And I mentioned, actually, Summon Hardpoint was a map in the series last year. And it was a win, of course, for Elevate. They won the series 4-0. We're going to be heading there again in what feels really like the crucial map that we do have left now, because you're thinking about the S&D towards the end. That is probably one that goes Q9's way. Summit, are you really feeling Q9? Do you think Elevate can bring it back? Let's remind ourselves of where we're going, because we've got a crossfire to get to as well, irrelevant of what happens. Would it be quite poetic to end on a crossfire control this year?
Oh, we wouldn't. And oh, he's seeing is if they were to win both maps. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I mean, I think it would be kind of interesting to end on a crossfire control for sure, especially considering it did make an appearance in that upper bracket final. I suspect it would probably go more or less the same way, at the very least in scoreline, that we're unlikely to see something like a 3-0, given the way that this series has been competitive thus far. So yeah, I mean, potentially it would be fun for sure. But yeah, I mean, we've got that Summit coming up next. I think it's important to remind people, and I know that Summit, generally speaking, is one of the maps that is probably closest of any of the hardpoint maps for sure, in terms of like average scoreline. Like Summit always goes down to like a 15, 20, 25 point game, something within that margin of error. And that's why, as you said, last year it was a 250 to 228. This year it was a 250 to 236 on the upper bracket finals. So yeah, Summit is just one of those ones that it lends itself to being close. Now, you mentioned earlier on, Tan, the fact that, you know, maybe it was just one of those games where, you know, Elevate were kind of down throughout the entirety of the game. I think it's worth saying, to my memory, that Elevate did actually have early control of Peak 3. They could have ended the game, but it came down to Cloud, who managed to take on 2-for-1 operator trade and cleared the point in favor of Q9. Now, barring a clutch like that, Elevate would have won that game, and I know that's a lot of woulda, coulda, shoulda moments in that, but still, I think it's worth saying that that is, by far, it wasn't like they got blown out of the water. Like Q9, Elevate, both of them
it's 2-2, right?
game. Elevate were
Yeah, I
much
give
in
you
the
another
conversation.
chance.
They can win this map.
We'll be heading there very shortly. But I'm ecstatic.
I'll give you another poll.
2 apiece. I really thought that Q9 would actually walk away with that control. I felt like there were moments they could have dealt with better. I felt as if, like, when every single time the round came to the crunch, Elevate were really the ones who found what they needed. That 1 versus 4
last chance.
That first round, though, I imagine that goes the other way.
It's 2-2.
Completely swings the game.
Like, no kidding. Who's gonna win
What's
this?
About that is, you know, there's a lot of
it's like a best of 3 now.
As a Call of Duty mobile caster, we kind of both get to geek out a little bit at times. And
you gotta jump his teammate when you get home. What are you talking about?
There's kind of an alternate universe out there, right? Where even that War Machine.
Mari, go for the plug.
Right? You pull that out a little bit earlier.
You don't like the guy who was trash talking, huh?
But maybe that changes things in round number 2, right? Maybe you have a more indomitable start in the next round. So I think that really goes to show for you folks at home.
They must be stressed because it's
just how important.
They didn't lose. See, if they lose, this is their first loss. They shouldn't go home. They should replay, but they changed their rules because they don't want it to last too long.
Every decision you
Crazy.
make can change
They didn't
the course
lose.
of Call of Duty Mobile history, can change the course. How much money you walk away from here in Katowice. A reminder, folks, the winner of this tournament, $350,000. This is a $215,000 match of Call of Duty Mobile. That's a lot of cheddar, mate.
A lot of cheddar indeed. And it really is going to come down to these final few maps.
You guys switching sides now. It was 60% Q9. Now it's 2-2. You guys are 60% Elevate. What up, Troll? Man, hard point on Summit. That's also crazy. And this is gonna be the difference. I think whoever wins this map will win the championship.
After this map,
right.
Somebody will be on championship.
You guys changed teams now. You guys had 60% Q9. Now you guys 60% Elevate. Alright, I think this is the most important map now. The winner of this will probably win the whole thing. Don't blink.
He's a player that we've been talking a lot about in this series. Uling, another one, and he finds 3 right off the bat. He's looking to do more damage.
I mean, this man is just the Reaper of Summit. Every single time we're on board with him, it's 2, 3, 4 kills. But then Candy says, "Yeah, I can actually do that as well."
That was rough for real.
Trying to control
the control map was rough. They had a big lead, man. I think it hurts inside.
To walk away with a mountain of time here unless you get that perfect setup. Players up top and also towards the point. Your HSOs have to be on point, and Kendi right now alongside PJ and Yoppy, somebody's definitely picked one up off the ground, looking for all of the kills. They seem to be getting them for the most part here.
All right, blue inside. No, they don't.
That doesn't really last long time.
Yeah, what's going on here? Elevate too good.
Elevate to get a ton of time off this hill. This is a wealth of time to be getting on a contested hill such as P1 here on Summit.
Yeah, 5 seconds remaining. You're soaking it all up if you're Elevate. Just touching over towards
Elevate again.
6 points before we even head over towards P2. You take those all day long.
They're looking solid in the hard point.
But I think they'd rather be getting some time.
Q9 beat them in the semifinals.
See all the players just trying to jump
that
in
was
from
the
top, trying to
clutch.
just find some angles, and these angles have been found by Elevate. They're starting to find plenty more kills. Q9 will answer back. Spawn's been fought over, but who's going to be in control of the point? Nobody just yet.
Okay, here's some blue points.
He's done so well to break that open. Q9 find a way.
All right, they're gonna score some points. Some points. They need to win their gunfights.
Jumping in towards a hard point and stealing time away from Q9. They also have to be careful though about players potentially coming behind enemy lines. So it is going to be a player number 4 there, D-Chen, drawing the attention. Yoppy towards the hard point though.
That blue point.
Steals away 5 to 10 seconds there, being a nuisance, but ultimately Q9 they still maintain control.
20 seconds to go. Yeah, and actually the equalizer's already out from Claw. He's found 2 on this transition over towards P3. It's a little bit of a mixy one, to be honest. A couple of different players have found ways through, but it's ultimately Elevate who will clean house.
Okay, blue points again. It's gonna be close on the second, third.
A lot being invested here.
Couple points only. 4 points. 3 points.
And just about have the lead.
Oh my god. They're inside now. They got the spawn.
And now it's these early kills that really do matter. Q9 will continue to spawn close here, so you have to find some value when these ops dry
yeah,
out.
Nah, man.
I wonder if Q9 are gonna fire
this is all yellow. Oh!
Yep, that's gonna be
flip the spawn. No.
We'll find
no, he doesn't know. He doesn't know.
He'll find 3. Player still behind him as well. Susano continues to survive.
Yeah, they're still behind, bro.
Reinforcement come through. You need to be able to deal with him.
Okay, now, still one. How they keep spawning behind, though? No way, they flipped the spawn.
He finds one. He's going to continue to survive.
Or not. They got him. Okay, it's all blue now. And it's close.
And they have 25 seconds.
They got the lead. They got the lead. They got the spawn. They got the hard point.
Exhausted their operators in towards this hard point, and then you saw Curly and D-Chen come out with the Tempest.
Flip, not really.
They find 5 between them. They wipe Elevate off the face of the
they lost the spawn and the hard point. What the? Okay, but they're rotating, so it's okay. I think it was timed.
Still, huge hill for Q9. Now we go into the next
they play great.
I mean, at least Elevate made it a little bit difficult for them, you know, with the spawns over towards the backside. They
they know what they're doing.
Kills to formulate a break. He's doing really well at doing that, though. They managed to find the push already through towards this backside. Elevate were the first ones here, and Q9 have found a way through.
Q9 now going to be in for the time. Back spawns.
I'm not even watching the game. I'm watching the mini map. I'm only watching the mini map. This is where it's happening.
The operators, and that has been the difference maker for Q9. They continue to find value off the back of them.
Wonderful stuff from Q9, and once again looking like that team on.
Yeah, now they overwhelmed. Now they lost the. They lost the spawn with 26 points to go. Yeah. It's gonna be close again, bro. I think they're not gonna get it back. It's a big 16 seconds.
They haven't found that much value. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Again,
they got it. Okay. Now they rotate though.
Immediately Q9 will break you, and I'm kind of surprised there that Elevate didn't really even pull out the Tempest in that situation. PJ had it in the back pocket, ready to go. Maybe would have liked to have seen that one just to keep Elevate in the conversation for that heal. But as we go into the second set here, Q9 20-point advantage, and now we're back to where towards Elevate managed to get 40 points in the first set.
Yeah, well that was the thing. Elevate are finding themselves behind and had a 30-point lead after one hill, so it tells you the story of how well Q9 have done over the next couple of hills, and you find very, very little there if you're Curly. Claw will take him down. Everybody else on their way through. Elevate trying to get themselves back inside of the point. Q9.
The middle is crazy. It's all about winning the gunfights, not so much about the spawn.
This is what you want to see. Double investment coming out from Elevate. We talk about that desperation point for teams here on Summit. Feels like Elevate might have already reached it. They do not want to fall behind Q9, so whipping out a couple of operators is good, but you need to find a little bit more value for
Blue
that,
is in.
especially if the follow-up from Q9 is like this, because they're currently running through them.
It's just so hard to answer back the shotguns here.
The melee too.
To the side of Q9. Kenny can find an answer.
Yo, Golden Eyes, what's up?
Questions are being posed by Q9. Rotation looking fantastic over towards the next hill. Mauchi has just found 5 out of absolutely nothing. And they're starting to be working on the operators as we head over towards P2 and start thinking about P3. It's a nice, healthy lead for the side of Q9.
Yeah, Q9, that lead at this kind of game is everything. A 40-point advantage to Elevate. They need to fight back. Last time around, they did a really good job at flipping the spawns out in their favor and taking time away from Q9. This time, they're having to fight through the hard point. They're investing 4 operators, 2 already down.
40 points.
Elevator's operators, I mean, Kendi finds a couple of kills, but they just haven't been as effective as they normally are.
Kendi might have just said, hold my beer, because there's 4 kills for you, Brody. War Machine is out. But you're right, we need to see a little bit more.
They're gonna close the gap, it seems.
Trying to do as best as he can as Kendi.
No!
D-Chen will find plenty. Kendi is still going here, by the way. Finds 2.
Shizzle.
The spin! Oh my goodness! It's PJ who finds his way through. Elevate now kind of in control of the hill.
Thomas, what's up?
Towards P3 are going to be important. Kendi.
It's the final, Thomas.
Great job here from the
2-2. We got a best of 3 now.
Wow, Kendi. Off the back of that War Machine, never mind, I apologize, Elevate gods, because Kendi, off the back of that spree, has brought Elevate back into the conversation here. EMP now on the cards potentially for the rotation towards the next hill, but it is Q9 in control, and you did
back to that hard point.
On the old hard
Control
point.
the spawn,
So
control
this is
the hard
difficult.
point.
Q9 have control, Elevate. You gotta find a way to flip these spawns out now.
I mean, are you gonna maybe potentially throw this EMP in now to try and
Yeah,
stop
they're
the
doing a
bleeding?
great job.
Kelly just spraying the Tempest. It's a little bit late for that. Q9 in control. One player's managed to find a way through on ice
Nah,
side.
they're insane
The
right
kills will
now.
be found through the middle of the map. Q9 though set up, and they're dug in deep in
You got
these
the
trenches.
Vanguard skin
Oling, he's found
and
an
watch
angle,
him
he's found
for
a
shorty.
flank,
I got
can't
it
find
too.
Claw.
I got everything.
Q9 doing well enough to keep Elevate at bay, but they're within touching distance. Brody. It's not
They
over
play
contention
OBG
to
and
try
like
and
the
get
teammates in
hold of
rank. I know, right? The freaking
Still
randoms.
away. You cannot
They
let
don't
this
know what
time
to do.
Go to Q9. The EMP's out. So Q9 at the very least going to have any
Uh-oh.
operators to play with here, but Elevate. now
Oh,
fighting for
okay,
the
they
back
got the
time.
spawn
20
still.
seconds worth fighting
Man,
for.
20
Mauchi
seconds.
gets traded out, but Q9 with those back spawns, they are going to keep spawning here and keep causing problems for Elevate. That's the big issue. You can fight from the front if you want to, but you can't do anything unless you get rid of those spawns.
If Elevate could have stopped them getting around
Wow,
20
they're
seconds or
really
so
good,
there,
man.
then you take that as a small win. But Q9 get the majority
Nah,
of the time. And now
that
they're
hard
all
point, they
races all the
totally
way
know
over
what's
towards
going on.
B3.
But now
Elevate
they
are gonna be
don't
getting set up.
start
Let's
over
get
there.
one
They have
flash
to go
spawns out.
get
One
it.
player's actually spawning over towards the old hill. Now starting to set up a pinch. Elevate have set themselves up here. You need to find some good time over towards.
Okay, that's gonna be big. Oh, the Tempest. The freak!
PJ, that's not good. And
He
now
wasted the whole Tempest.
Oh my God, have they managed to find a way through once again?
How did he
Every single time
survive?
The question has been asked out.
Didn't touch him.
Of finding a way through, in control of the
No,
hard
that
point,
was
finding
lucky,
the
man.
kills. PJ in the next zone, chopping well potentially, but 3 kills just come in just like that from Elevate. Still trying to find something down this ice side, but the color spawns are there for Q9. They've broke 200 points. There's 30 seconds to play for it, people.
Got shotgun again.
Runner or something? This guy's just running around the map and he's getting kills while doing it as well. Keeping the streak
Insane.
Clears enough space for his team to get control.
Well, it looks like Q9 got this map. I don't see how they lose this, guys. They're really good in this map.
They are fighting for
The Rock, huh? The Rock saved it. Totally had cover there.
Down in this game, you have to start getting something going.
65 seconds or so behind. I'll do the maths for you, Brody. Candy and Co, you need to get going right now. P1 control was so good for them. Remember, they've got 150 points. They found 36 of them in that very first hill. They need to do something like that again. Howling Emoji starting to warm up into this series, though. It was a little bit of a start for the Emperor himself, but right now Curly and Co are carrying the load as well. The Tempest is out. Q9 want to end it here at P1.
25 seconds, they could well do it, and it's the shotguns that have been paramount here for Q9.
What's the next map? Control, huh? And then if they go all the way, they finish on search.
I should say to the Q9 roster, and they are pooping right now on Elevate. They're 15 seconds away.
And if they finish search on firing range, I think, in game 7.
Side of Q9 and 20 seconds to play for here over towards P1. If you're Elevate, you've
Oh,
got
it's
to
S&D
find a way
next?
through.
Okay, so game 7 would be Control.
After death for Elevate, Q9 are 1 map away.
Imagine team deathmatch. Oh, now he's talking.
He's feeling it.
A lot of trash talking today, mate.
The Emperor knows.
Damn.
He knows that the next dynasty might be closer than you think. Wow. I talked about how Summit hardpoints, hey, Ton? Always real close. They're always within 15 to 25, maybe a little bit more than that, that margin of error. Q9 like, hold my beer. That was an indomitable Summit hardpoint, and it really did feel like, and sometimes it feels like you're splitting hairs, right? With hardpoint holds, but it really did feel like Q9 just outclassed Elevate on so many different hardpoints throughout that game. I think notably when it came down to the money kill P3, they just had way better operator efficiency. They got much more time. And then when you get over to a hill like P4, which is generally speaking mixy, Elevate just didn't really get any time whatsoever. Like Q9 were consistently
next match is prop hunt for the championship. That would be crazy. How I would watch that. Imagine prop hunt for $350,000.
Just how much damage Oling
Easy.
and Cloud did in that game.
350K on the line.
Incredible turnout from Q9
Game 7 prop hunt. Summer prop hunt.
Raid control. But they didn't blow anything down.
Ça serait crazy, honestly.
And converted it. incredible work.
It would be more fun. No operator skills.
The CDM team to find themselves now in the lead and one map away from revenge. They got bodied last year. And I think if I'm Q9, I'm thinking about that all year long. They would want to avenge that loss. And they are not very far away from confirming
super undead with 16 randoms.
Control. You can see a little bit of a conversation going on there, so I'd imagine we're going to have a little bit of time to discuss it. But it was a very close game between these two on this map specifically before. It was a very close game on...
wait, I'm confused now.
And that wasn't close this time around. Crossfire coming up.
Oh yeah, it's Crossfire Control.
Yeah, I mean,
last map would be Search and Destroy. Now it's gonna be Control. I almost want a map 6 on firing range freaking Search for the final.
More often than not, I think the amount of clutch moments that we
saw. Would it be exciting or what?
There was a lot for sure. I think looking back towards PJ, just clearing a lot of space for the HSO.
No, SND will be the final map.
Kind of basically
because they skip a point. There's only 6 because the first point was a free point.
Huge comeback in round number 3. Plays like that kind of kept Elevate in the game, but when it was ultimately Q9 winning rounds over by Crossfire, they did it, I would say, in a more convincing fashion than Elevate.
Wait a minute.
So
1, 2.
This is the map. Maybe
we just played,
folks, where Elevate lose the championship and Q9 become champions for the very first time.
Yeah, 3 and 4. So this is gonna be match 5.
It's difficult. I think the big one for me, we go back to
it's gonna be Control on Crossfire.
We talked about it again.
Well, if we have a 0.7, it would be crazy to finish Search and Destroy firing range. That would be sick.
But Mauchi was
I almost want that.
They won Crossfire early on because he was running across the map, just dropping bombs.
That's a problem for them in the green room.
Not our issue.
A little bit busy, unfortunately. But I think it's a conversation to be had, right? We've seen both these teams. Everybody's been putting up performances when needs be, but
you get the red sniper in frontline minigame when you unlock the last playable character and finish 3-5. Okay, because I unlocked it yesterday, but I didn't finish the 3-5 yet. Thank you, Mustafa. I was wondering.
The very first interview of this week.
Yeah, yesterday I unlocked the last character.
Immediately.
So I didn't beat the boss, man. I died at the boss. But now I know. Now I know I have to use Witch to get the dodge.
Up against Q9. Case in point. Q9 finding themselves one map away from avenging what happened.
Where's my cut?
Not necessarily
no cut.
In a devastating fashion like that, but I don't think they'll care how they get it done.
Look. So yesterday I unlocked that last girl and I tried 3-5 but I didn't win. But do you see? Oh yeah, the gun's right here. So it's a kilo bolt. Dance off Cinnabar. Kilo bolt. We have that one apparently, right? That's the one, no? No, it's not the same. It's not the same from last event. So it's a new one. Someone in my YouTube comments says is the same from the part 1 event. It's not the same. So we're gonna have 2 different kilo bolt for Girls Frontline. Interesting. But I'll try to do it on stream, maybe Tuesday. Tomorrow I want to do my camo grind.
Be raised, and we have to be.
But thanks for sharing. Yeah, it's not the same.
Elevate's level, but we gotta best them.
They're doing a great job so far. But the only reason they're in the lead is that advantage they have brought in from that winners bracket game. They've went 2 apiece over the 4 maps we played, so this is far from done. It was a close game. It was a 3-2 scoreline in the winners final. If you missed it, on the map that we're about to play next, which is going to be Crossfire Control. Just dotting our I's and crossing our T's on the stage. We want to make sure all the players are as comfortable as possible and nothing getting in anybody's way. It's given us a good opportunity to really set this stage, Brody. It's quite the storyline for both these two squads. Q9, the one in the driving seat right now.
I think it is worth saying, by the way, folks, that albeit Q9 had a pretty positive record back in CDM here in Control, 15-8 overall. Crossfire was their weakest map. 5-4, 50-50 more often than not. So for Q9, or I should say for Elevate,
you hope it's gonna finish there so you can go for what? Yeah, I would watch. I would go eat. I'm hungry, so I'm gonna go eat. But I'll watch the Formula 1 Grand Prix on replay.
And that was a positive.
There's a race today in Brazil. Starts in 2 minutes.
I think Elevate,
so I'll watch
right
later.
Now, obviously, you kind of have to be positive to a certain extent. There's not a single negative thought.
Just curious if Lando's gonna
in the grand finals of a world
championship.
championship.
He's gonna go and run away with the title at some point.
They will be like, look.
It's been a crazy season. I don't know if you guys watch Formula 1. Anyone in the chat is into Formula 1? It was a crazy season. It's not even over. Anything can happen still. The Oscar and Lando, they're both in the same team. They've been really close the whole year. And Oscar's been on top for most of the season. And Lando, with like 3 races to go, it just passed him. So yesterday there was a sprint race and he got another 8 points or 10, I don't remember. But he's getting a bit of a lead now, and there's not much time left. All right, guys, that could be it. That could be it.
Can they do it again?
That was really close last time they played Control.
Q9, they will want to come
They
out
were
swinging
super close and they just lost.
They want to try and get control of A as quickly as possible, and I think crucially get rid of Elevate. Those players pushed all the way forward. You've already done so against one inside Clo, but as long as PJ
Q9 is on
position,
yellow
even if they do
now.
lose A, it at the very least prevents that swing straight across B, and now you've lost that key power player, and Elevate, well, they're slowly having to deal with the progression that Q9 have made.
It's decent progression though. They'll take it all day long. Elevate not necessarily in the worst of positions. One player trying to make a little bit of a push, and that is going to be PJ.
Freaking flash
so a little bit of a hand
stuff.
here as well.
Must be annoying.
Cannot find a way
through. You mean the projectors from the camera?
By everybody else on the side of Elevate. Lives dead even, but 2 ticks nearly underway over towards
Must
the
be
side.
hard, man, playing on stage like that in front of people.
Holding onto it really close here. Elevate, they're getting those players forward.
That's a long weekend for these guys. That's crazy.
Trying to fight for position.
It's the biggest tournament for
them. And he's
them.
lost said positioning now as well. So now you feel with 50 seconds on the clock here, Q9 surely now going to focus here on trying to get control once again and just get the point done.
Slow and steady seems to be winning the race right now, but Yoppy, he's trying to find the kills. He's got PJ alongside of him. The deadly duo here with the HS. Are they able to continue to find these kills? They're forcing Q9 back, but it's a huge nade from Mauchi. Close there to maybe just try and stop the bleeding, but that should be
Yeah, Johnny, good question.
Like Elevate there, playing a game of whack-a-mole for the longest period of time.
They've been plugged the whole weekend. They've been charging while playing.
Over and over again, as soon as
they
Q9
must be
have removed
hard
them,
for
but yeah,
real.
you're right. Double nade from Mauchi finally clears enough space here that they can make that transition happen and they don't have to worry about anybody inside A building anymore. Elevate, they know that. They are stacked up in towards B and bottom X. You do not want to lose those positions if you want to hold on towards map control.
Next wave of gunfights are going to be massive.
Man, it's only 2 points. Again, just like last time, it was close like that. And they would pull operators at the end and just freaking flip it.
Can you manage to continue
it's
to
just
find
1
kills?
point. It's tied.
Yes, you can. They broke through over towards B. Elevate, need back that control.
And now you're in panic mode as well because Q9 are going to push up the map here. You've got Curly pushed as far up as possible. He's going to look for players from Elevate coming off the spawn.
Zana managed to find a kill on the cross, but Owling is there to pick up the pieces. 9 versus 10 in favor of Q9. Q9 are also the ones who are capturing the point. Elevate need to get back onto it. They're going to start to make their move, and Kendi, he's gotten absolutely massive with the pistol. He's managed to find 2, 7 versus 7.
So close,
gone down,
dude.
and the Bulls have come down as well. Q9.
Oh my god, this is
brings out the Sparrow.
This is clutch.
He may well just want to put a pin
The 2
in
shotgun
this one,
kills
but
and the
5
Sparrow.
ticks immediately over towards the side of Q9, who have the time to back it on up. 7 lives remaining out for Elevate, who have just about leveled the playing field here as far as map control goes, but 7 versus 4 is huge.
Oh, you mean the size
Q9.
of it? Yeah, I don't
they
know.
have operators ready to go. Yuling going to start
played
things
on
off, and I
an
wonder
iPad
now if
most
that
of
kill
my
maybe they
life.
think, hey, this is a good idea right here. Mountie's ready to go. Hunter Killer drone out in the air, but it doesn't get anything on the landing. So 30 seconds left. If you're going to get those operators out, you've got to make those decisions now.
Maybe one more kill will tempt them. Kendi's actually brought the war machine in as Machi will find Susano. And Kendi just wants to secure this round. He's going to try and slow it down.
The problem is the time, right?
Q9 are waiting. Mauchi will pull the Annihilator.
If they don't get in, they run out of time, right?
In about 3 seconds time. Mauchi starts to move forward, as do the rest of the Q9 squad.
It's gonna happen
Cloud
now.
will manage to find something here with the War Machine. He's got his way through. Uling will find another, but the Annihilator out's not doing a great deal because everybody else on
yeah,
Q9
they got it. They got it. What a freaking round! What a round!
They wait for their
what are the
moments,
new members? I don't know, Burner.
and they grab it with both hands.
Didn't follow esports that much this year, also, so I don't
special.
know.
Order up, Elevate.
All I know is they always finish second and they have a chance to win it. That's what they said earlier.
In quick succession, all of them amount to naught. I don't know how many of them are chargebacks, but nonetheless,
that was a crazy
clutch.
clutch.
That is them perfect.
Oh, you've got to be careful of this one getting out of control because this kill feed is looking very positive for Q9. Susano turns and deals with Curly, who didn't quite finish his dinner.
Holy clutch, you said that was so intense,
it was
man.
a scary moment, but
they have to be aware of everything. Like, they cannot just do random
will find
stuff.
two on the side of Q9. Not much inroad made over towards A, but eventually Elevates will start to get a little bit of control. And they absolutely needed it. Claw with the Tempest out, trying to get things going nice and quick here. We'll just probably confirm A with that.
Tempest again. Oh my god, that double. You got 4 kills with the Tempest.
It's huge. Create space. Give yourselves time to play with this round. Unfortunately, that strategy, that play call does go awry. Elevate, they're still committing to it. They want B, and for good reason. You get this, you're good.
And I don't think that Q9 really expected that push to continue. They're managing to just about deal with it. Cole can find one to answer back. But now all of a sudden, Elevate has defaulted back over towards that A side. That's a bit of a risky player, but that risky player has not necessarily resulted in anything negative yet. A may well be going their way and the lives are basically dead even.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing, right? Q9 have to dedicate so much prowess to actually holding on towards B that ultimately Elevate have that as a backstop, right? They know that there isn't going to be anybody from Q9 who has transitioned over towards A. That is so unlikely. You don't really lose anything from making that kind of gambit. As a matter of fact, you get an extra 60 seconds on the board, and you've got time to potentially charge into ops.
Cloud and Co just trying to survive. The nade does tickle him. And do Elevate, trying to pounce after that. Susano will find Dechen. And Clove finds Curly, and all of a sudden this is broken wide open. Elevator found a way through. You have to go massive if you're Uling and Cloud. Cloud doesn't manage to find two.
It's gonna happen again, guys. Oh my god.
Because Dechen over towards the backside has found plenty. Curly
10-10.
brings in the Tempest. The lives are dead even. You can't win that gunfight if you're Cloud, but you force them away. A minute and 10 seconds to go. Q9 have got operators out. Elevate can take their time.
Q9 are just going to wait for
just
them to come
randomly
into
shooting
their
right now.
and immediately eviscerate them with
just
the
lost
operators.
it.
They might not get a chance, to be fair. The War Machine is done. Yeah, you're right. I mean, Elevate here, they're just going to wait. They know those operators are out. Curly at the very least will find one here. But Elevate, they will get the trade. So we're in a 7v8 here, 45 seconds on the clock. The big issue for Elevate here with this time remaining, Ton, they have to get the map control before they get the push. And I don't know about the time. 35 seconds. Ooh, it's squeaky bum time.
Elevate's starting to make their move in Mauchi. He's ready.
He missed that
can't do
one.
anything about it though. The gunfight will go the other way, but Uling finds something over into Yoppy. 4 versus 7 in favor of Q9. 24 seconds for Elevate to formulate a plan. But it feels like they're clutching at straws.
Clutch
it
this
feels
time,
like they're running out of ideas. So let's just send it and see what happens. PJ can find one. Yoppy finds another. Susano brings in the death machine. They need to find something. It's a 3 versus 4. Finds the kill and pushes forward. 3v3.
It's that push forward, that's everything. Now in a 2v3, 10 seconds left.
Oh, can you get it done here if you're Yoppy and Susano? The death machine is out. You've stopped the time. Q9 know where they are. They know they can do something, but Susano...
Jeez, hurry up, bro.
...may well be making the play to win the round and keep Elevate in this game. 2 versus 2 now. It's going to start breaking the line.
1v1!
It's a 1 versus 1.
10 seconds on the clock here.
Not the drone.
Is he going to find him? Is he going to avoid it? Or is the Emperor just going to ascend the throne? Uling goes forward. HSO out! And Q9, they can smell it!
Yeah, that's the Type 63.
It's
actually pronounced Type A63.
Oh, Susano has done so much for Elevate.
My goodness, the one clutch.
But Uling has done so much.
This is the game, man. This is the game.
And now we ask for
that one kill was the game because now you have to win 3 rounds.
And the championship that has eluded you for so long is yours.
You need to win one of the next 3 rounds. Can you do one?
And they've already started that
been so close.
A couple of kills here.
Every round was close.
Need to find 3 rounds in a row on crossfire control. It is not impossible, especially by their standards. Can they find it? Susano finding plenty of kills, and maybe Q9 are feeling delusional confidence because they're all just heading over towards this B side. Uling Kendi trying
so close,
to do whatever
looks like a lot of kills, but it's 23-21.
It's a bit of a bloodbath over towards this B side. You're starting to continue to find plenty if you're Q9. But look at where PG is, and he's just slowing them down with this Annihilator, pegging them back as much as he can.
Yeah, and then that's the idea right now, right? Just distract as much as humanly possible. The problem is he's in a position where, yeah, you can just run straight past him, or he may have been taken down, and they've done the latter. They're getting the kills. Q9, they're still knocking at the door here. They have time to play with 40 on the clock.
They still need to really get a hold of A, and that may well be the idea very, very shortly. Cole can find one under Mauchi, and Ling will just keep that pressure on. A is being defaulted. They've sent themselves back over towards this side. They want to extend this time. They've got the life
3
advantage,
kills up, but
not
too
have
much.
done a few times, Brody. Looks as if Q9 not necessarily interested in getting involved here. Kendi will just continue to keep them at bay. Elevate now looking to have a little look here, Brody. Q9 doing their best, but 25 seconds, they still need to get a hold of A here, do Q9.
It's not the worst utilization of the war machine, right? You're going to get enough pellets through that you're going to take any trophy systems down that would stop it. So you do take a kill off the back of that. Drain a couple more seconds off the clock here. 25 now, 1v1, and Cloud's going to win it. So that means Q9 might be able to get A. They should be able to get the extra 60 seconds on the board. And we now sit at 11v7, Elevate with the advantage.
Uling trying to find a way through. PJ will shut that down. 10 versus 6, but you've got a minute and 10 seconds. Every single one of these controls has come down to such a finite amount of lives.
10v6.
The operator's now starting to come up for Q9. There are a few of them as well. But for Q9, do you pull that trigger now? Do you pull the trigger and confirm yourselves as world champions? Or do you wait?
I'm sure they want to.
Mauchi will find Kendi, 9 versus 6.
It's the operators for me. We've seen this playbook before. Q9, they did this back in round number 1. They waited and they struck at the perfect time. Now it's 4 in a 6v9. I don't know how far Elevate are away, but the smokes are down.
So stressful, dude.
The parts are on the board.
This is the final moments, maybe.
Claw will find Curly, and that's a great start. Mauchi will also fall, but Cloud will find one back. 8 versus 4. This is difficult for Q9, and I wonder if they may not pull the trigger now.
Corner.
They've got life.
That's a round for Elevate.
And they will find this round, barring a 1 versus 7.
I don't think you can do 1v7, but good luck with that.
And at this point, you're playing for ops. Yep, you know the situation. It doesn't really matter that much. PJ takes him down. And that's an interesting choice right there, because it wasn't exactly like he was threatening for any ticks or progression over towards the point. He was on the hunt for the kills. Elevate might have got a little bit more operator charge, because now you're at a disadvantage, right? There's only 1 on hand, maybe 2 at most, and Q9 have everything in the kitchen sinking towards this round. Elevate might be in trouble.
Q9 may well just put them in the sword immediately, but the kills have come through here for Elevate on their attacking round.
Let's do this.
They traded across the board, and they've got a little bit of map control.
Can they do this?
I would have thought Q9 might have just thrown everything in there just to force them back into the spawn off the rip, but everything's been brought in that Elevate can actually afford to do. And the Tempest is out.
Oh yeah, I would destroy these
now
kids.
Now the push in over towards A will be formulated, but it feels so tense. Every single movement has to be perfection from Elevate.
And retake A.
Tishan's trying to clear out some space here. At the very least, you're going to clear enough space that you get some control over the A building. That's a big gun, but oh no! Close the eyes. And now he's going to give enough breathing room here for Elevate to actually make that A capture. I don't see any reason for Q9
to go
they
probably
As a matter of fact, Elevate starting to poke the bear a little bit.
That's why you said earlier, are you pulling the trigger now?
That's the idea. Q9, they are not giving anything away for free.
I think they're starting to believe, Brody.
Well, it's not too much, man. But it's exciting. The time flies, man. The games are too good. I didn't feel like it was that long.
Are starting to make inroads.
Fluffy, what's up, man?
Curly.
Yeah, they're amazing.
He'll bring in the Tempest. It will take one big play to really force the He's missing his bullets. He's missing absolutely
Elevate's
everything.
On top again
Doesn't
here.
Find much, but finds one through the middle. Curly, pressure will be on. They're starting to find kills of Q9, but Kendi will take him down. Great usage for Elevate. Not that hot for Q9 so far.
Yeah,
I would blow myself here.
He's out on the prowl with the equalizers.
He keeps it going and finds 3. He will force Elevate back. They still have a minute and a half to go, and they still have a slight life advantage, but everything is pretty much being invested on the side of Q9. Pod still does have his operator available. But Elevate have not been put to bed yet. They've been forced back. It's not ideal. But Q9 invested a lot to get that job.
Yeah, it is worth saying, right, the board is basically reset here with just over 70 seconds on the clock. Elevate have to work back for that map control, and they don't have really any operators to do it. PJ, the only one with the Annihilator, and he has to do something with the rest of his teammates falling.
We need to see something from PJ, and we need to see
This is so stressful, dude.
The MVP last year, his team are working around him as well. Kendi can find 2, and PJ, he'll just be looking for the cuts here with the Annihilator. Can he continue to find it? Oling is riding like a book. He takes him down, and everybody else from Q9 starts kicking to
Okay,
gear.
this is happening.
Trying to find a way through. They still
Or not, it's 12-11.
Now Susano needs to play catch up once again. He has to try and draw the attention of
Someone
Q9
said
away
catch
from
up?
the front line. If he can do that, if he can open the door for Elevate, they might be in.
He's brought
They're
the death
losing
machine
this.
out, and Oling again. How many times is he going to shut them down? Elevate did have the lives, but they're being forced back. 40 seconds to go. 8 versus 7.
And I don't know if you can wait for ops here. I think you've just got to go with 35 on the board. You have to make the move forward. Now Clo back doing what Susano was before.
What the freak?
Fighters, that might have done it. Down to the final set of lives of Q9.
7 versus 3. They're starting to find the gunfights.
It's gotta be one more point, guys.
They would find. Can Cloud maybe, just maybe, find something here as Elevator starting to make the way through, but somehow
Jesus.
forced to 2 versus 4. Now we're 1 versus 4 is Cole PG.
There's one more.
Combined so well. Elevate.
Who got most points?
Bring it back from the brink. We go to
It's
round
two-
number 5.
it's 2
And
to
you've got
3.
give so much love to Susano and Clo. They knew exactly what to do. Get behind enemy lines, be a nuisance, be a distraction.
So this is the
Open that
final.
door.
This is the last
And
2
Elevate.
teams.
They
Q9
walked
got
through
3 points.
Round
Elevate
5
got 2
once more.
points.
This time
This is
Elevate,
2-2.
they have to win.
So this round, if
They've done
Q9
it
wins, it's
2
over.
rounds in a row.
If Elevate wins, they're gonna play
God
Search
knows
and
what the
Destroy
operator
after.
economy looks like at this stage. I've lost count. But Susano
So
will
this
find
is
Cloud, and
the-
Elevate just need to defend.
Man,
to
this is
send us
insane.
to a map number 7 in this grand final, this World Championships final. Everything that these teams have played for all season long could well be on the lines for the firing range S&D, but Elevate need to complete their end of the bargain.
This is stressful.
Close pushing forward with the Tempest and the
This
Gisco
is
and
the
Mao Chi
point, man.
will do a fantastic job there.
It could end right
Aling's
now,
got
or we go
aggressive.
Search and
Aling
Destroy
instead.
on firing range.
Susano
I
and Cole
called
do
for
well
it though.
across the map, not necessarily too much
I
control
said
here
I
for
almost
Q9, but
wanted
they've got Cloud inside of a
to
good
end
position,
on
but Mao Chi
Search and
have come.
Destroy.
He's found
Firing range
3,
would be
and all of a
sick.
sudden, B might
Sick
just be
final.
gone.
Oh no, they're running away with it.
Elevate, they fought their ace up the sleeve, was the Tempest, but Q9 refused to get rid of their chokehold over B.
They
This
just got
capture
a big
is coming
swing right
fast,
there.
And Elevate, they do
He
not
missed that
have the
one.
map control to deal with it. They've just given up. They've given up. They just do not care about B now. They are going to reside themselves towards A, and the life advantage continues to grow.
Yeah, they have to be careful with these lives, though. They really do have to be careful. They're forced their way
6,
over
man.
towards
That's a
A side
big
of the map. It
chunk.
doesn't happen very often, but
They
B
just
has been
turn it
captured
around all of a
first.
sudden.
Q9 just broke it open. Mao Chi, how many times have we said that he's just been clutching up with Elevate? They're starting to find some kills and a little bit more control. Everybody else from Elevate has been forced back into the spawn, but it might be on Mao Chi again. He slipped the net and he's starting to ring out shots. The game now changes in a certain kind of way. A minute and a half to go. Both these two teams have very little control, but Yoppie, everybody else
Guy's
from
so
Elevate
good with
starting
the
to find
shotgun,
some
man.
operators and starting
Whoa,
to use
what
them
the
well.
freak
And
just
Mao Chi
happened?
goes down as well, so that's Q9's ace out of the round. 13v13, blue kill feed, and Elevate have to do something that's improbable. You have to defend
It's-
A.
it's tied
when B
now.
is
They went
gone.
from 6
They are
up
so
to
close
tied.
getting it. 80 seconds on the clock here, now the death machine from Susano.
Hard to find that, Susano.
And now they got the lead.
Aling
Imagine.
will fall. It's one last roll of the dice here for Q9. Operators starting to come up. The battle lines will start to be drawn.
Yeah, they're gonna make a
Mao Chi
push
will
now.
find
They got
Susano,
their
and
operators
Elevate
now.
We'll just have to try and hold
You
on
didn't
this
see that.
defensive side as Q9 trying to find a way through. 1 minute to go. 11 versus 11.
You gotta imagine those ops are the key.
This
to
is
the
it, guys. This
championship
is
now for
happening.
Q9. When they come, it will rain down.
They
upon
did it.
Elevate.
They didn't
Aling's
throw,
found
man.
one. Mao Chi can find another, but Elevator holding on. Mao Chi's gotten taken down, but is it the Emperor who will
See
just
now,
seal the
this is
deal?
happening.
Oling finds a way around.
No
but
way.
With the huge lead. PJ, he brings the Annihilator out. Elevate with 2-0 down. They may well just send us to a final map.
Yeah,
PJ.
Annihilator.
He's finding everything he needs to do for Elevate.
No
Q9
freaking way
clutching
this
at
just
straws. It's
happened.
desperation.
The
PJ
Annihilator.
tries to find a way through, but Yoppie may well just seal the deal.
No.
6 versus 2.
No!
You know exactly where we're going, and it's to the firing range.
Final Search and Destroy
to
firing range.
decide who will be world champion, unless
Unless 1v5
he couldn't do it,
with the
Brody.
50 GS.
I don't care what you say. I don't care who you say he is. There ain't no way Oling can do this. They spot him out. They kill him dead. Map 7 inbound.
Map 7. Jesus, we got Search and Destroy, man. Absolute cinema.
That doesn't happen. You cannot defend A when B has already been lost. That's against the rules. And if there's anyone who's going to break the rules, it's going to be Elevate. Oh God!
Speechless right now. That's gonna be so intense.
All the norms out the window, folks.
Ew.
Game 7. Oh my God!
Unbelievable.
Well,
I cannot believe that.
4-0 last year, at least anyway.
Oh boy, do you know what? I'll be honest, mate, and everyone at home as well. I was petrified when we came into the grand finals after double 3-0s, thinking, oh God, please don't be another 4-0. I don't want that. If you're not a fan of Call of Duty Mobile,
imagine spawning their lobby, please no,
Call
bro.
of Duty Mobile, show them this series thus far because it has been electric.
Oh man, I'm
and
hungry too.
Control, a reverse sweep from
Yeah, wait
Elevate.
to go
Their
eat.
backs about as far up against the wall as you could possibly get. And they make the comeback. Folks, you are never going to see something like this in CODM again.
No, that was insane.
Just
That whole Sunday was insane. Because even on the semifinals,
I picked that up, buddy.
Johnny, you'll have to go back sometime, watch the semifinals 1 and 2.
What a game
the
of control
first
that
hard
was.
point of both semifinals.
And how on earth have Elevate brought that back, not just from 2 to
Go
0
eat,
down,
I'll eat
but
after, it's almost over.
when they found themselves having to defend over towards that A
Elevate
side
from Philippines,
to hold
Q9
it.
China. Is it
I'm not
still
gonna lie.
snowing? Yeah, a little bit. It's not too
I
bad.
was ready. I had my lines ready for Q9.
Chilled by can.
I best pull the
Cannot
ones out for
breathe.
Elevate because I tell you where
It's
we're going.
very
We're going
crazy.
to that map number 7.
Exciting,
And let's just take a
stressful.
step back.
I
know you wanna
wouldn't
talk
want
about
to
the
beat
statistics.
these guys today.
I'll let you do so in a second. But we do need to talk about firing range. Yeah,
Of course.
Let's forget about that one for a second. Sorry, I've waffled too much whilst the stats were. Let's talk about
It's a
firing
big
range.
moment for everyone here, really, right? I mean,
Firing
I totally
range,
get it.
mate.
Map number 6 is
Search
incoming.
and
Firing range top
destroy. So,
Just incredible.
it's their time to shine. You say
Look,
Q9 is the
Firing
best search and
is
destroy
a
team
phenomenal map for both
in
of
the
these two
world.
teams, and I think, you know, for
They have a
Elevate, there
chance
will
to
be a
prove
moment
it.
here of, well,
Do you think he's gonna
they'll
win?
be stressed for sure, but at the
I
same
kind
time,
of want
they
to
know
see
that this
Q9
is
still. Also, they deserve
their
it.
best map outside of the one
And
that was
it would
taken from
suck
them
if
in
Elevate
Tunisia.
wins
3-0
because of the double
in
elimination
arena
format.
qualifiers.
Because
This is a very
Elevate
strong
lost
map for
earlier,
them,
but
and
Q9
the
never
reasons
lost. So if
why,
they lose now
well,
and it's
I feel
over,
like everyone
and
knows
they
their
don't
name
have
at
another
this point.
chance, that's
Susano
not
and
cool.
Kendi, there
Because
is a lot
usually in
of
double
shows, the
elimination,
SMGs
the
and
team
ARs
on
and the
top,
like
if they
for
lose,
Elevate.
you
But
play
it is down
again.
to the marksman players, the
But
sniper
now
rifle
instead
players,
of that,
really,
they just give him a
specifically,
free
folks, the
point.
Tundra players
So
on
if they
firing
lose, they
range
don't have a
SMG
chance to
that
play
makes
again.
their firing range so
that's why I
deadly.
say I
let me
kind
tell
of
you
want
something,
Q9 to win.
Look,
It sucks
those snipes
they always
have
finish
not been
second,
perfect, but at
and
the
it
very
sucks that
least,
they don't have to replay. So
Susano's
I want
been
them to
shooting
win.
this
But
series, and that's what I wanted to
also,
say.
people
He
say
had
they're the best
37
search
kills
and
in that
destroy
game.
team.
He's been paramount
So it's search
to
and
the
destroy
success
now. Time to shine. Let's
for
go.
Elevate.
No
And
more
all we need from
choking.
them to fix what happened earlier on is just for them to win some first bloods.
It's easier said than done, but for me, we can talk statistics, we can talk eventualities, likelihoods. But one thing that
Have you tried
statistics don't
maple
point
on
towards is
ice?
emotion
No,
and
no.
feeling.
Oh yeah. That's it. Sur la neige. It's
Elevate,
like you take
seconds, mere
maple
seconds away
water, you boil it, and it becomes
from
a bit thicker,
what could have been
and you put
a
it on some
sensational-
ice or snow,
sensational win for
and then
Q9.
you roll it like a popsicle.
But then
So is that
Elevate
what you're talking
turn
about?
it on its head and have got to be feeling
If that's
like
what you
it's
mean, yeah, I
theirs
did
to
it
lose.
all my life when
Q9
I
have
was a
just
kid.
had
Every
that
year
trophy
we
snatched
go
from their
to
hands
the
and
place
are
where
they
they
able
collect
to
the
reset?
syrup.
That's what they need to do. Both these two teams are good at this map. That is
Yeah,
undoubted.
Johnny. Another reason
But
you
for
want
me, it's
Q9
about
to
the
win.
headspace of where both of these squads are.
Look, let's just take a minute to talk about what happened earlier on, folks. So if you're just joining us here, and
I don't know the name in English,
but
they call it tir sur la neige in English, in French. It's on snow, it's not on ice, but it's the same. Sometimes they do little cones of ice and they put it on. Is this match for first and second? Yeah, this is the final, bro. This is over. This is the last match and the last map.
I think they're starting to become a little bit more.
Never eat yellow snow. I remember that. You learned that in SGL. Yeah, and it's not a joke, Descendant. People pee outside. If you see yellow snow, don't eat it.
Right? You know, even if they were up in the life advantage, Q9 would go hunting down the remaining players. If it was a
never eat the yellow snow. Sounds like fun. Yeah, it is.
Happy with, they would not settle
Maybe I
for
can
map
find
control.
a picture
they
there.
would go after those remaining players. They did not give Elevate a moment's rest. We get towards the 7-1 search and destroy earlier on, and I think they kind of ratcheted up that aggression tenfold. Q9 were confident, and for whatever reason, Elevate just could not find some kind of response. They need one.
Here we go then. Whatever happens, firing range search and destroy will decide who the big boss of Call of Duty Mobile is. Both of these teams have put on
they put it on the snow and you roll it with a stick?
For everybody here in Katowice, for everybody at home.
And you eat it.
Search. I mean, it's got to be over time.
So it's boiling. You boil the maple water.
Q9 on the attack. We're on board with Q9. And which way will this game go?
Oops.
Well, early aggression coming out from Elevate here in towards this S&D. They want to try and catch Q9 off guard.
I didn't roll Nightbot
also
today.
kind of not giving them anything. They know how aggressive Elevate can be. They don't want to change the pace. And
that
now
wasn't the yellow snow. No. All right, search and destroy. Final map. Final match.
Oh my word! It's broken open for Q9. He did the right thing, but he didn't expect the second player to be the one to check it. Now all of a sudden Q9 have complete control of the site. It's a 5v3 in their favor, if only momentarily. Kelly will fall.
It's a good snipe from Susanna.
Of course.
Elevate have to try and take some kind of time here to get behind enemy lines. Reposition from Mao Chi is, oh god, that's a strategy and a half right now. Effectively a 3 versus 3
strategy and a half, you said?
They've sent it, and they need to do something about it though. Q9 are quite happy to just let them chill. Mao Chi will find one to Susano. This is just difficult to win if you're Elevate. You cannot kill that many people in a row. Q9 will find it.
And ultimately, that's the gamble. Elevate took at the start of that round. They pushed a player in towards the corner, said, hey, let's try and surprise
What do you mean
Q9.
7 wins?
Buddy, let me tell you, there are no surprises at this level of Call of Duty Mobile.
Defend the objectives.
Every single corner will be meticulously checked, especially given how quiet Elevate will be.
Nobody ever goes in the third tower and search, because they would not get there and they would die before they can get there.
Tiny bit more reserved. Opening snipe. Mao Chi is going to be tagged and he's going to back down. That's going to be the starting gun here for Q9.
A lot of utility sent this way. And Q9 will get very, very aggressive. Elevate are they going to be able to answer? PJ again is going to get caught. That's first blood once more. Over towards Q9. That bomb once more going down for Q9. And they have the advantage. And they had in the previous round. 5 versus 4. Susanna will even the odds 4v4.
The guy knows. He's like there at the stairs. You see the bullets flying.
Off angle, off away from the rest of the team. He's going to try and keep some
I wish we could go under.
Elevate peek their heads. They're getting tagged up. They're getting shut down.
Great work from Q9 here. Just holding it down. Elevate have got absolutely no answer.
2-0.
And these are the kind of rounds that Q9 needed. You come off the back of that control.
If Q9 wins, it's over. If Elevate wins, it's over. They don't get to replay.
Slightly. The ones on
even
Elevate,
if you're undefeated, you lose, it's over.
We need to see some unique looks from Elevate. I think what we've seen so far is a pretty bog standard defensive setup. And this is different from Q9. Elevate have gone something for different, and Q9 have called their bluff. Only one player over here for Elevate. Oh boy, Susano, the world is in your hands.
That pre-fire.
It's been brought out at the correct time here for Q9. Lingenko starting to get a little bit of control over towards his backside, but it's not just that easy. For the first time,
Challenge flag.
Will find first blood.
Like in football.
And now all of a sudden it's difficult for
Coach
Q9.
challenge. Asking for a replay.
Themselves over towards being swept on in.
The Odin still fire.
Dead to right. Susano will find it. Brilliant retake from Elevate. Susano finds 3.
2-1. We got one.
And in that chaos, shout out to Claw. He played his life to perfection in that situation. He was down. I was convinced that he was dead by way of a very well cooked nade from Q9. He's just dead to rights. And Susano comes to the rescue for 3. Elevate on the board. That's the response. Q9 try something cheeky, and Elevate say, well, do go away.
Positivity for Elevate that they're now on the board. Snipers really haven't been there for them. Kendi yet to find anything, which is really surprising. He's so consistent.
That little area near side B. Which one? Like behind?
Once again, he's being caught. 4 versus 5 now. He starts to get aggressive, and sometimes in these kind of moments, do you start to get desperate? He gets caught out. Utility down over towards this A side. Q9 are on their way.
Susano just can't blindly through the smoke and find anything. Elevate, of course, no ready, no presence inside the trailer. So Q9 once again ascertain control over A. Bomb down. Elevate have not been able to get through the map. Maybe a different kind of change in tact here might well help Elevate, because Q9 have been so good at locking this thing down.
That nade ain't gonna find anything. It's gonna force Curly maybe to have to make a move away. But they have not been successful, but these smokes may well help. Ling though, he can find the first. PJ will answer back with another, and all the kills start to flow in the middle of this site. Mauchi will find one more, and now it's D-Chen and Mauchi left in a 2v1. Every time that bomb is down, Elevate can do nothing
trash now,
specifically the A-bomb site as well, and I know, you know, again,
the
easy forehead kind of statement of the year, but still, you know, the fact that they get the bomb down on A thrice now, and have been successful off the back of that, Elevate have to find a response. You cannot keep letting them get to the site. You have to put a stop to them before they get close. Oh boy, and that was the response to get aggressive in towards A. They read it perfectly. They have a response, and Yoppie.
Oh yeah,
see you in the
where
next round,
the site is, where the bomb
Feels like
is.
Q9 are in Elevate's heads. They know where they're going, they know what they're doing, and they know how to beat them. And how they've been beating them is a push over towards A, and that's what's starting to formulate now. Tagged up just a little bit though if you're D-Chan, you're gonna have to back on down, but the rest of Q9 are here with you. They're there for the backup. All the utility starting to ring through. Elevate are not going to be able to do a great deal about this. You would like to think Q9 have found their way in again.
Because there's no power, no internet,
I was going to say, you've got
no Wi-Fi.
Kendi almost immediately shut down, and yeah, you'll be happy with a trade ton, but the result is still the same. It's Q9
Don't talk about
in control
Wi-Fi,
of the site.
man.
Elevate,
No
you've got
one
to get the kills off the back of this bomb.
Kelly jumps off and gets punished for it. Susano will find another as well.
Okay, he's
2v2.
trying to clutch this 2-2 now. 2v2.
I'm not sure why he jumped off, to be honest. Maybe he just felt the threat. Maybe there was an aid in that I just didn't see, but irrelevant. He did it.
So
and now it's a 2 versus 2 and far from a sure thing. Oh, you got to hit those shots if you're Susano. You're being so accurate. The entire series, the entire week. You need to find something, but it's nothing but a grey screen.
Okay,
Clo will find it. Clo left in a 1v2.
They got the bomb, right?
Oh, Clo.
Is he planting or not?
This man made a big play earlier on. The round they did win. Now needs to pull off a 1v2, and he's already been tagged up.
Ling will go for the challenge, and Clo will get sat down.
All right, 4-1.
I just don't understand. They got off the
Can
bomb.
you smell
there was
it
opportunity
now?
there for Elevate. It was right in their grasp, and they did take it. They got a couple of kills. And then still, Q9 are like, all right, cool, we're in a 2v2.
Yeah, John Way, we got it too, man. It's a reskin. I have 4
I think Susano
of the
going down was the catalyst there.
4 of the same skin with different colors. We could do a whole BR squad.
Have once again adaptive, but it's just the problem here. Yeah, I mean, look, here's the thing. Clo, you get tagged up, but you get away in that situation. You garner information, that's fine.
Curious how many members of Elevate he's seen, of Q9, he's seen, I should say. But it's also given...
By the way, I got 0 melees
this chance
week.
to set up over towards this A side. This is a little bit more methodical from Q9, but it has to be. They haven't found those inroads. They haven't found those cracks yet.
Q9, they've chosen their target. Elevate, again, set up ever so slightly different. And once again, weight on Susano's shoulders.
Clo back on down. Susano finds nothing again. Cloud will take him down. These entry kills are just so clean, and everybody starts to fall.
Okay, 5v2 now.
Now on a 5 versus 2, they are just having their way with Elevate. PJ's trying to do what he can, but Cloud will take him down. And Yobi now left in a 1 versus 4.
Yeah, they're good at search.
To end the half.
5-1.
And he's dead. 5-1.
Cookie, did you see the one in
after
the back?
half.
I think I know what you mean, yeah. Oh, yeah, there, where he was just...
That was the score.
That little house in the corner near B and A.
Is exactly the same here on Fire
Yeah,
Range.
there was a guy there just now with the
offensively side of map,
I know what you mean now.
Q9 just showed you guys exactly why, but those kind of opening sites, Kendi.
Yeah, so they don't go there often, huh?
Curly out of the play. Doesn't do so. Q9
yeah,
now
Papi,
on
exactly.
the A site and Elevate don't have the same open door that Q9 did when they were on the offense.
So Q9, if they win this, they went undefeated the whole freaking playoffs.
Problem being, you need to win quite a few rounds.
What happens to the Velikan? I don't even know what you're talking about. That's 2 times I hear about Velikan today. I don't know which one you guys talking about.
But they're taking their time.
I guess I missed that memo.
Oh, Q9 going to be ready for it.
It's all about these snipes. You've got to take these players out of position, and D-Chen, well, he's known for him.
Incredible shot from D-Chen. Kendi yet to get on the board. He's been so dependable for Elevate. He's been shut out of the game time and time again. It feels like Elevate have went over towards the attacking side, and it's a similar feeling to defense. They don't seem to have a plan B.
That's a good spot, yeah.
Cloud up here, just
also, the third tower, I said nobody ever go there. There's a guy there just now in the third tower.
Are flopping.
Does feel like the backup plan is non-existent, doesn't it?
Bro, 1 point away, 1 away.
Championship
It
point.
smells like a Q9 win right now,
Elevate.
bro.
They were poking and prodding at the A defensive setup, and they could not break it. Kendi going down, that was the catalyst for that round falling apart.
It's going to take some courage from Elevate now.
Courage, you say?
They need to find so
he
much
has
more.
nothing to do with courage.
He can find the first blood onto Susano. Elevate need to find something. But are they running into the wrong guy right now? Marchi will back down. Elevate in over towards B.
Big kills for Cloud, playing his life. He's got 1 now. 4v3 on the site.
It all slows down, but Q9 are here. Elevate need to find a way through. They need to dig as deep as possible.
Oh yeah, dig deep, bro. Dig really deep.
Are ready and waiting, but Kendi will find his first kill, and could that be the catalyst as Ling will fall? Bullets starting in a ring, in and around firing range, 3 versus 3, and they may well back down here due Q9.
That's the right decision for Q9. You can hit the regen. You can also retake. We saw Q9 being very proficient at that this tournament. And that is the play call for sure. Elevate, of course, will also drain time off the clock, because they don't know that Q9 have backed away from the site. That works against them here. That open line of sight, that's their biggest issue. They have to cross to the bomb or stretch it to get that thing down. If D-Chen picks it, it's over.
Who can be the hero? Here for the side of Elevate. That bomb goes down. 40 seconds, and Q9 have got to find a way in. Elevate just have to defend it.
They've chosen their defensive positions back at the site. 30 seconds left. Q9 are on.
Here we go. They've engaged. They've started to make their move. And is it their move to get their hands on the trophy? Because it may well be.
Jesus.
Cloud.
What?
The heir to the throne must always kill the king.
It's over.
Ling and Q9 will ascend
Is there? It was their time.
The Emperor and his council are the best in the game.
It was a great Sunday. Every matchup was freaking insane. From the first hard point of all the semifinals, the 250 to 49 was insane. A couple crazy clutch there. The close control matchups. That was insane, dude. Insane finals. And map 6.
Goodness knows how
cannot ask. It's so sad for the losers.
Into a championship of this caliber is the Mobile Masters.
No, this is so sad.
But this is the one that they wanted. This is the one.
Oh man, what a tough weekend.
$350,000 is theirs, and of course, they are your champions.
They totally deserve it. They didn't lose a freaking match. Q9. GG, China #1. China on top. They deserve it. Is that the punk?
For Call of Duty Mobile, they are the best team in the world, bar none.
That was a good day, man. Yeah, they had a crazy run. Congrats, dude, for real. Happy for these guys. What a great final. They had to go all the way, huh?
Just absolutely incredible. Qingzhou Q9.
They're crying.
Your Call of Duty Mobile.
That's crazy.
World
They worked so hard to get there.
2025. Oling, let's just have a quick chat. Come with me. Lucia, the wonderful Lucia, is here to translate as well. Oling, if you look back to last year, 4-0 defeat. You must have thought about that all year long.
Punk.
You come here, you don't just beat your opponents in Elevate once, you beat them twice.
Yeah,
what
they had
changed
to
over
beat
this
them
last year?
twice.
欧林，首先恭喜你拿下了世锦赛的冠军。在去年的世锦赛当中，决赛当中，是被0-4 Elevate 打败的。而今天的比赛当中，你们拿下了他们的胜利，甚至是2次的胜利。而这一年当中，你们做的改变会是什么呢？
You had to write it down first.
其实我想说的是，这一年我们过得并不顺利，我们一直在稳定的进入决赛，
And
但
they
是
must be so
在此之前
tired.
我们总是输掉的那一方。然后我们一直在去修正自己
That
的
was
问
a
题，然后
long
一直在努力
weekend
的
for
练习
real.。
我想说，这就是我们
How
今
you
天的
say
这个
tomorrow?
成
I
果，
don't
是
know
我们
yet.
所有人一起努力
We'll
所
see
得到
how
的。
it goes.
We've been practicing so hard for the past few years, and for this year, it's
Yeah,
been a very
Descendant,
tough year for
totally.
us because we always head
Let's
into the finals,
be
but
real.
never get the champs back home. Now it's our chance, and also we train our team, and we made so many adjustments this year to make this champion back home.
Well, it paid off, that's for sure. Look, I can tell that you are incredibly emotional, and this means so much to you. Just talk me through the feelings that you have right now after lifting this trophy, after all of those second places finishes that you've suffered over recent times.
在
Yeah, they had a
刚才你提
lot
到
of
的对话
second
过程
place
当中，可以
before,
看得
so
出
it
来，
must
在
feel even
不
better.
断的拿下亚军之后，你的心情会有一些低落。
My
但
stars,
同样
why-
今天
why
可以
at
看
the
到你非常
refresh?
的激动啊，有什么话想要分享吗？
I could do that.
我想说
Yeah, I could do that.
我想说的是，很感谢一直以来支持我们的粉丝，然后在我们一直失利的时候也在支持着我们，所以非常感谢大家。然后这个冠军，我只能说献给 CDM 的所有战队，你们久等了。然后最后我还想说 ，Hey guys, I just want to say, I was the best AR last year, but now I'm the best SMG in the world.
He wanted to say that thanks to all the fans who support Q9, also support CDM region, and also this world champion will be the champion for all the fans who support CDM. And thank you so much.
I love that, guys. Just come a little bit closer to the trophy for this moment. Listen, of course, we have to announce
Best
who our
SMG in the world, he
MVP
says.
is of this entire tournament. I want to say a massive congratulations to every single one of you. You played phenomenally
they're all
over this
emotional.
weekend, but there can only be one MVP, and it's Oling.
That's crazy.
FMVP 是欧林。
MVP.
And thank you, Puckett, for delivering that medal. Just one more time for us here in
Happy for
Katowice
these guys, man.
Before we go back to the desk.
Okay, guys, it's gonna be it for me.
To our Call of Duty Mobile.
So I'm gonna end the stream now. I'll see tonight at the refresh if there's something. I might make a video, maybe Lucky Box, Strongbox, or whatever. If not, I'll work on my stuff. I want to stream tomorrow to get the Damascus going on the new shotgun. I also want to do the push with the stage 3, like map 3-5 with 2 of the characters. I didn't finish the final boss on the mini game. Might do that Tuesday, we'll see, but I have stuff I want to do. So yeah, maybe tomorrow at the refresh, maybe. Could be something. So during the day I could go see my dad tomorrow, maybe. We'll see how the weather is, but sounds like a plan. I'll be back tomorrow night at the refresh. Check what's new, do the dailies, and do my shotgun camo grind. So you guys have a great Sunday. Go watch some Formula 1. Shout out COD Mobile for sponsoring today's live stream. Also, you guys can download the game if you're new here. There's a link in the description. You can download COD Mobile for free. get good, and go win $350,000. That's a good way to make a living. All right, Laura, what's up? Yeah, Danny, I used to plan to. I wanted to move to China because I wanted to play the China version. So buy a house, pack up, go to China, play the mobile version. All right, shout out COD Mobile for sponsoring the stream. You guys have a great weekend or a great Sunday night. Take care, stay safe. Stream's over. I love you guys. I will see you tomorrow. Peace out. Bye-bye.